Hi everyone, I'm Michael Millerman and this is Millerman Talks. Today I'd like to talk to you about Julius Evola's Notes on the Third Reich, a follow-up to his book Fascism Viewed from the Right, which I've discussed on this channel before. Notes on the Third Reich was originally published in 1974. Its intention is to highlight the multiplicity and even the heterogeneity of the components of National Socialism, as Evola writes at the end of the study. My goal is to give you a comprehensive overview of his book and therefore of his assessment of Nazism and Hitler. I'll be quoting extensively from the book throughout. If you find this kind of presentation helpful, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Evola begins by giving 3 reasons why it's more difficult in the case of Nazism than in the case of fascism to distinguish between intrinsically valid principles and contingent elements. First, the negative elements that are generally emphasized when people speak of Nazism: concentration camps, persecution of Jews, responsibility for starting the Second World War, Hitler's ideas, all of that should be separated from the rest. For Evola, in other words, we cannot, in his view, start our analysis with the things that are most often emphasized and that are front and center, because in standing out so starkly, they may keep out of sight other things that are important to understand. Not that those things are unimportant, but that they can block our access to other also important aspects of Nazi policy and principles. Second, the central and overwhelming role that was held by a given individual in Germany, even more than in Italy, has cast everything else into shadows for many, as Evola puts it. In other words, although it's natural for us to want to focus on Hitler when talking about National Socialism, doing so can stop us from assessing adequately the various principles that were in play, whereas identification and analysis of principles is what Evola is particularly concerned to do well. So we must guard against having Hitler's shadow cast so completely over the study that nothing else is visible. Again, not to diminish his importance, and in fact, we'll see naturally that he does come out in Evola's remarks, but you just want to control for his dominating presence and make sure that you readjust or calibrate so that you can see the other parts of the picture as well. Finally, in the case of the Third Reich abroad, but also in contemporary Germany, the entire period from the end of the Weimar Republic to the Second World War has hastily been called Nazism, quoting Evola here, as if we were dealing with something completely unitary and homogeneous. There's no appropriate consideration, he writes, of the particular factors that played a role in the birth and construction of the Third Reich, with the notable tensions and divergences that subsisted behind the totalitarian structure. So we've come to consider the whole period under one name, and that may prevent us from getting into the notable tensions and divergences. So for these reasons, Evola considers it necessary first to review the antecedents and the complex ideological and political situation in Germany before Hitler came to power, which he begins to do in chapter 1, to which we now turn. The social chaos that was the inevitable consequence of Germany's defeat, the collapse of the previous regime, the disastrous clauses of the Versailles Treaty, and the growing unemployment all led to a situation where communist ideas were being taken more seriously than ever before in Germany. In these circumstances, Hitler tried to bring German workers to National Socialism by drawing them away from International Socialism, which had found its place in Germany after World War I due to the inadequacy, weakness, and inconsistency of the social democratic and liberal political forces of the parliamentary Weimar Republic. However, nationalism in Germany did not have the same meaning it had in Western Europe, and it is in the folkish idea that we can see the precursor that played an important role in Hitlerism. Hitler, Evola writes, was always talking about the Volksgemeinschaft, or community understood in terms of the folk, a race people, will be the slogan of this Third Reich, where it will play a rather problematic role. That's from page 20. For Hitler, the national was not opposed to the social. Thus, while Marxism was an anti-national movement fatal to German peoplehood, the appeal to German national and racial pride was itself, first of all, essentially thinking of the masses and the working class. The alternative then is not national versus social, since German nationalism was itself social. This was therefore the first component of Nazism, according to Evola, its mass, working class, national character. The next point to which Evola draws our attention is that the situation in Germany was different from the situation in Italy. Italian fascism did not have any deeply rooted tradition to go back to when it came to fighting red subversion and putting the state back on its feet. quoting Evola there. In Germany, however, remnants survived with deep roots in that hierarchical world, which was at times still feudal, focused on the values of the state and its authority, and these traditions that were part of an earlier tradition, in particular Prussianism. And even before Hitler, there had been those intellectuals who, beginning from that traditional legacy, sought to promote a movement that wanted to restore and at the same time to renew. The goal to restore and at the same time to renew, this combination of a renewing restoration, was the source of the frequently used formula of conservative revolution, which was not simply a return to yesterday, but rather a revolution as the elimination of the negative. If you don't already know, the conservative revolutionaries were a group of what we might call internal dissidents to National Socialism who opposed it from the right. And here Evola is identifying alongside with the folkish strand of thought, the conservative revolutionary strand of thought. And here he quotes Arthur Müller-Vandenbroek's remark that to be conservative does not mean to remain attached to what has been, but to live and act starting from what has a lasting value. Indeed, the term Third Reich itself comes from Müller-Vandenbroek's 1923 book called Germany's Third Empire, or in German, Reich. Among the German conservative revolutionary thinkers who preceded and partially influenced Hitler, there was a spiritual orientation, and the emphasis was placed on a revolution that was above all spiritual. Besides folkish nationalism and conservative revolutionary thinking, Evola mentions another current that presented aspects that were mostly existential. Its origin, he writes, must be brought back to what was called the generation of the front line, especially of those combatants who saw the war as an experience, a test that in the best of them had provoked a process of purification and liberation. For instance, in Ernst Junger. For Junger, the Great War had been destructive and nihilistic only in relation to everything that is mere rhetoric. The idealism of big hypocritical words, the bourgeois conception of existence. Besides these theoretical influences, folkish thinking, conservative revolution, and here the frontline existentialism of people like Junger, were political groups of veterans of the national right, and all this together formed the general context for the anti-Marxist and non-democratic Germany before the National Socialist Party established itself on the national scene. Evola writes that if there had been an agreement among the various currents, and especially if there had been men with the stature of leaders capable of confronting the situation, a conservative revolution would have been possible. But as it happens, things went in another direction. He discusses the perpetration of excesses that came in the wake of the burning of the Reichstag, as a result of the fact that the subsequent decree for the protection of the people in the state was enforced not only by the police, but also by Hitler's paramilitary brown shirts. If we are to formulate a judgment from the general point of view of the right, he writes, we should say that in every state worthy of the name, and every state properly speaking, measures like this one are necessary under certain circumstances. It's because nothing similar took place in Italy, to the greater glory of the holy democracy, that the cancer represented by communism and its fellow travelers has spread to an alarming degree in post-war Italy, and has sunk roots so deep that its extirpation seems unlikely without a civil war. Yet, Evola is critical of the law that conferred full powers on Hitler, the enabling law. More precisely, he says that it should not have lasted from 1933 until 1945. Even without adhering to the fetish of the so-called rule of law of liberal inspiration, he reasons, we ought to see this situation as excessive. It is not right to perpetuate and virtually institutionalize what can be legitimate only in particular temporary situations. The ethical bonds which are necessarily indeterminate and elastic between the responsibility held by one part from on high and trust and fidelity by the other cannot replace definite statements of law that even in an authoritarian state of the right must be established to prevent dictatorial leaders. In other words, as he argued in his book Fascism Viewed from the Right, a temporary dictator is not incompatible with the true doctrine of the state, but the dictator should not become absolute and permanent. Even worse, Evola regards Hitler's rule as a dictatorship based on the masses and on a rejection of the king, whereas correct dictatorship, in his view, is not based on mass support and is only a temporary interruption in the rule of a king. Indeed, Evola harshly criticizes Hitler for his unparalleled vulgarity, when it comes to hating the monarchy. Evola also criticizes as anti-traditional Hitler's unification of the German state, to the extent that it was premised on destroying the individual regional entities that in their partial autonomy and sovereignty corresponded to the various kingdoms, principalities, and free cities of the federation of which the Second Reich was composed. This system of a superior central authority, combined with a small group of political units that enjoy partial autonomy and that have an organic and qualitative character, Evola thinks that kind of system reflects the principles of the true state better than the leveling centralization that Hitler effected. This is a recurring point in Evola's two books. Partial autonomy that preserves qualitative differences is a principle compatible with the right, whereas totalitarian centralization is not. We next turn to the issue of leadership. In Nazism, everything gravitated around a man with exceptional abilities for captivating, transporting, arousing, and fanaticizing the people, while he himself presented under more than one aspect the traits of a possessed person, as if an extraordinary force were acting through him, giving him lucidity and iron logic in action, but depriving him of every sense of limit. Just as he had done in the case of fascist Italy, Evola criticizes Nazi Germany's cult of leadership, which was no substitute for sound political principles. The complete ideological collapse of Germany after 1945, he writes, shows how superficial was the effect of Hitler's magnetic action on the masses, despite the power of myths and the strict totalitarian organization. So there was a complete ideological collapse when you took Hitler out of the equation. And yet the ideology or worldview of the Third Reich was not even worth preserving, according to Evola, since it contained many inconsistencies and was on the whole muddy, confused, and out of line with the true teaching. But we'll come to that shortly, to his assessment of the worldview of Nazism. Evola points out that when Hitler created the unified German state through the anti-traditional measures of leveling centralization, the diverse thinkers of the conservative revolution realized the gap that existed between their ideals and the new state, seeing in this state a falsification or profanation of their ideals, and blaming it for a break with the preceding tradition. Some of them left Germany while others stayed to try to exert an influence over the development of Nazism. Now, this is an important point because it shows us that the thinkers of the conservative revolution were critics of National Socialism from the right or from the side of tradition. Usually, or often, fascism and National Socialism are treated together as the far right end of a political spectrum, where you have liberalism, then communism to its left, and Nazism and fascism to its right. That model, of course, does not leave any conceptual space for the conservative revolution as non-fascist, non-Nazi right-wing anti-liberalism and anti-communism. One of the reasons we should read Evola as well as the thinkers he influenced is to remind ourselves that there's more to the political spectrum than is implied by the model of three political theories. The next topic for us to consider is the relationship of the state to the people, or the place of the state in Nazi policy. As I discussed in my video on fascism viewed from the right, Evola believes that the state should be preeminent in relation to the people. He's critical of Hitlerism because for Hitler, the state was conceived as a secondary and instrumental reality, while the primary, formative, moving, and bearing force was supposed to be the folk, with the Führer as its representative and incarnation. This difference between Italian fascism and German National Socialism concerning the preeminence of the state helps to distinguish the two movements at the doctrinal level. The state is primary in fascism, but secondary in Nazism. In this context, Evola quotes Ernst von Solomon's opinion that every attempt to move the essential accent from the state to the people, from authority to the collective, should be considered an absurd and abject betrayal of the true goal of the national movement. There could not be any bridge between the state idea and the populist one of the essence of the nation. Yet, in their aversion to demagoguery, the German right, who had the truer teaching, the conservative revolutionaries had the truer teaching, but in their aversion to demagoguery, they proved politically inferior to Hitler, who was able to politicize and fanaticize a mass movement through propaganda. And whereas the right had hoped to make use of Hitler, the opposite happened. Such successes as the German state did have, Evola argues, were due to its unique combination of folk and Führer on one hand, a combination, to repeat, that's not in accordance with the traditional state, and on the other hand, the legacy of Prussian dispositions among the people and among the administration. These dispositions included a love for discipline, and the spirit of impersonal and eventually heroic dedication and fidelity, which Evola regards as distinct from blind fanaticism. However, the Prussian disposition was not enough to counteract certain plebeian tendencies in Nazism and in Hitler himself. For instance, Evola criticizes the tendency in German National Socialism to provide so much social assistance to the lower classes that they are guaranteed a maximum of bourgeois comfort, as he puts it, and he expresses distaste for all Hitler's talk about the nobility of labor, because from the viewpoint of the right, as he understands it, the state should not romanticize the workers, the masses, or the lower classes. To show this similarity of Nazism and communism with respect to its positive assessment of the masses, Evola mentions the following old joke. What's the difference between Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia? The Soviet state is proletarian, and the Nazi state is proletarian. In other words, both are based on the working classes, but in the German case, it's the Aryan working class. Evola writes that the presence of a proletarian aspect in Nazism is undeniable, as in the figure of Hitler himself, who had none of the traits of a gentleman of an aristocratic type. This vulgar proletarian character runs counter to what the traditional right expects from its leadership and from its doctrine of the state. In other words, it runs counter to the elite aristocracy of noble souls. Similarly, Evola criticizes Nazi initiatives at consolidating the social community under the banner of the folk, to the extent that these initiatives made voluntary work obligatory and ended up thoughtlessly and counterproductively mixing the nobility with the peasants in a failed attempt at political national education. Incidentally, if you want to read something truly amazing about what can happen when the nobility and the peasants mix, have a look at Book 8 of Plato's Republic sometime, where he discusses the transformation of oligarchy into democracy, and the turning point of that transition is somehow the mixing of the nobility and the peasants. It's worth considering what Plato says in relationship to what Evola says as we think through these issues. Evola turns next to economic policy, where he finally has some nice things to say. He speaks supportively of Hitler's war against the trade unions, praising in completely positive terms the occupation of union headquarters, the arrest of trade union leaders, and the confiscation of union property, as well as the Nazi Party's opposition to finance capitalism, which he opposes to entrepreneurial or productive capitalism. He likewise sees in Nazi economics some salutary limits on the principle of leveling integration, since the state left scope for the development of private industry and did not undertake the wholesale nationalization of all businesses. Evola finds positive features in the trade policy of the Third Reich as reflected in the following phrase from the time. We should not buy from countries where the goods are cheapest, but instead from those where we can pay for them primarily with our own exports. In other words, he endorses the principles of autarky and independence. And although, as we have seen, he does not condone Hitler's vulgar proletarianism, Evola does consider positive the Third Reich's defense of the dignity of the peasant farmer, as well as state protection of the inalienable hereditary plot or farm, which was transmitted to preserve through the generations, lest it fall into the hands of the class of wealthy bourgeois speculators. These various economic initiatives evince a healthy anti-modern spirit and are to be judged among the most positive features of the Third Reich, according to Evola. The next major topic that he discusses after economy is race. The party program distinguished between the juridical category member of the state on one hand and the biological or racial category of true citizen on the other. Hitler, Evola writes, had considered scandalous the fact that for so long the ethnic racial concept of citizenship was not taken into account. That acquisition of citizenship could take place no different from admission to an automobile club. That is, that all it would take is a request so that by the decision of a bureaucrat, something happens that not even heaven can do. By the stroke of a pen, a Zulu or Mongol becomes a pure German. Hitler had said that an ethnically German street sweeper was more honorable than a foreign king. This is an idea that for Evola reflects Hitler's purely plebeian spirit. Moreover, for Hitler, the state was a vehicle or vessel whose primary purpose it was to hold and protect the race, so that the state is not an end but a means, namely the means by which a superior race produces a superior culture. So in the Nazi teaching, the state exists to defend the race and the race is noble by the mere fact of being that race. These are all ideas that Evola does not share and that he thinks are wrong-headed. In fact, he's quite critical of Nazi race theory. The role that myth played in all this is clear, he writes, as well as it's confusing the concept of race with the concept of nation, which ends up basically democratizing and degrading the former. Further, no thought was given, Evola writes, to defining in positive, even spiritual terms, the concept of Aryan. It implicitly allowed every German to think that he was preeminently the Aryan to whom was attributed the creation and origin of every higher culture. This was the incentive for a baleful arrogance that was more than nationalist and completely foreign to the traditional right. Although some of the upper Nazi echelons held that within the German race there was a higher elite Nordic element, this idea could not but lead to ironic reflections among the people, since, as Evola writes, Hitler was not at all a pure Nordic type, nor were his closest collaborators and the heads of the party. Hitler's view that a German street sweeper was more honorable than a foreign king, Evola calls a demagogic aberration. He's not opposed to the idea of rank or superiority, provided that the stress is on spiritual rank and superiority. Excessive emphasis on biological race can lead to a lifeless, spiritually bastardized racial purity. Now, of course, we cannot consider Hitler in the issue of race without saying something about Hitler's policies toward the Jews, so Evola naturally turns to that topic next. We should recognize, he writes, that in Hitler, anti-Semitism played the role of a true idée fixe, of which, in this almost paranoid aspect, it is not possible to completely explain its origins, and which had tragic consequences. In his writings and speeches, Hitler over and again attributes to the Jew the cause of every evil. He truly believed that the Jew was the only obstacle to the creation of an ideal German national society, and he made this obsession an essential ingredient in his propaganda. Apart from Marxism, still quoting Evola here, for Hitler, all Bolshevism has been the creation and tool of Judaism. The same holds true for Western capitalist plutocracy and the Masons. These are all theses, Evola notes, of which he, Hitler, should have recognized the one-sided character early on. We may wonder whether Hitler, in his fixation, was not the victim of one of the tactics we have elsewhere called the occult war, a tactic consistent with turning all our attention to concentrate only on one particular sector, where the fighting forces are active, while distracting our attention from the other sectors where their activity can continue almost undisturbed. That was all quoting Evola. Evola does not deny the existence of a Jewish problem, but he's critical of the obsessive fanaticism with which it was treated in Germany. In some professional fields, he objects it would be difficult to prove that being a Jew gives a particular undesirable stamp to the relevant activity, whereas the Nazis assumed that Jewishness as a way of being, as such, was everywhere detrimental for Germany and Germans. Evola does suggest that there may be characteristics of Jewishness as a way of being that should be avoided, or against which it would be necessary to protect oneself, but in this work, he doesn't go into details on that point. Instead, he finishes the discussion on race and the Jewish question with the following sentence. We need to remember that if we can indicate the presence of Jews in various modern intellectual, ideological, and artistic currents that incontestably entail subversion and denaturing, this activity would never have been possible unless the terrain had been prepared for quite some time, not by Jews, but by Aryans, and often in irreversible terms. So you see, he blames ultimately not the Jews, but the worst sort among the Germans themselves for preparing the grounds of their own subversion. The last thing I want to say about this section is that Evola mentions Paul Lagarde's separation of the Jew who is faithful to his own tradition, whom Lagarde respected to a certain degree, from the secularized modern Jew. For it is the secularized modern Jew, according to Evola, to whom were attributed rootless cosmopolitanism, empty rationalism, and other denaturing characteristics. In other words, in some way, Evola is suggesting, at least in my view, that it was an error to blame the Jews, and not instead to consider more carefully the non-Jewish sources of secularized modernity. To do so would be to privilege the quarrel between the ancients and the moderns over the Jewish question. We have 3 more chapters to cover. The theme of chapter 5 is worldview. Evola ascribes as a merit to National Socialism that it felt the need to struggle for its worldview. But in defining the worldview, there was no success in achieving anything solid and unitary, especially with reference to the ethical, spiritual, and religious plane. He gives the example that National Socialism was opposed to every kind of atheism, but also turned against Christianity because of its Semitic or Hebraic strands. Evola calls the anti-Christian polemics, as well as the attempts to Aryanize Christianity, rationalizations and sophistries, or we might say ideological inconsistencies. Another example of a confused worldview is Hitler's Wagner infatuation. Since Hitler failed to recognize the degree to which, aside from the greatness of his romantic art, Wagner must be held accountable for the distortion of many Germanic and Nordic traditions and sagas. A third example is that whereas Nazi theorists saw in modern science a creation of the pure Aryan spirit, they unfortunately also failed to recognize that if technological conquests were due to modern science, so was the most destructive and irreversible spiritual devastation of the modern age, the desacralizing of the universe. Evola is particularly critical of the Nazi rejection of the division between body and soul, and hence its rejection of transcendence. A lack of comprehension for the dimension of transcendence constituted an insuperable handicap, even in the field of symbols, where, for instance, the restoration of ruins or ancient Germanic signs could not find its proper interpretation and was instead treated in a truly primitive and profane manner. About the swastika in particular, Evola writes that Hitler and his associates had absolutely no clue about notions concerning its orientation or the direction of its movement. In other words, they had no sense whatsoever of the spiritual significance of the symbolism that they were employing. Finally, where there did exist thoughtful books with a coherent worldview closer to the principles of the true teaching, official Nazi circles took no notice of them and willfully ignored them. In the next chapter, Evola discusses some ideas present in the German context that might have corrected Hitlerism in the direction of the true principles of the right. Two such ideas are the Order, like the Order of the Teutonic Knights, which formed the first small cell of Prussianism, and the Männerbund, men's associations comprised of a cadre of elites, defined by an exclusively virile solidarity and a type of special chrism. Both the Order and the association, the men's associations, were preferable to the party as the basis for a state. But although there were initiatives to develop a cultural order on these bases, they encountered a sort of handicap, as Evola writes, in the fact that an order in the true sense presupposes a chrism, a spiritual basis, which was lacking in Nazism. The topic of the last chapter is the ideology that was the foundation of the foreign policy of the Third Reich, and in particular of Hitler. Again, Evola states here that the most negative aspect of Hitlerism is represented by the fundamental and fatal part that the radicalism of irredentistic ethnic nationalism played in it. Hitler did not stop with ethnic national integration, but advanced in a direction close to a hegemonic pan-Germanism and inter-European colonialism based on the idea, false for Evola, of Aryan supremacy. Every properly Hitlerian component in German foreign policy for Evola worked against the true right ideal of a European New Order that could have referred to an organic, solidary, and synergistic coordination of states and communities whose characteristic traits and independence were respected. So once again, the false idea of Aryan supremacy and the leveling, centrality, totalizing equality, those two things affected the foreign policy. We're now at the end of Evola's study. His closing paragraph reminds us that there may be principles and ideas present in National Socialism that should not be disowned today just because they figured in the Third Reich and were often distorted by it, as he writes. In short, for Evola, it's possible to reject many characteristic features of National Socialism and of Hitlerism, which you see that he's done, without automatically assuming that there was no principle or idea in it of any worth whatsoever, since all valuable ideas must be liberal democratic or leftist. It is this post-war democratic brainwashing, as he calls it, that he says has led to an incredible ideological vacuum in the worldview of present-day Germany and perhaps of the West more broadly. We, for our part, can regard Evola's books on Nazism and fascism as an effort to sort through the rubble of those defeated, discredited movements to uncover what, if anything, can be preserved for a true teaching that avoids their vulgar errors and theoretical confusions. This has been an overview of Julius Evola's notes on the Third Reich. My name is Michael Millerman. If you enjoyed this presentation, please subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, and you can see my courses and other materials in the description below and at michaelmillerman.ca. Thanks for your time. See you in the next video. What's going on, everybody? I know that some of you have an interest in Spengler, Oswald Spengler's Decline of the West, and I was thumbing through, sorry that is so dusty, Heidegger's Ponderings 7 to 11, and Ponderings is the Black Notebooks, okay? That's the way that they're translated, or the title that they got in English. And I saw here some passages on Spengler that I thought I would share with you in case you find them interesting. The way that I'm going to do this, it's out of context. We're not going to go over the whole book, but I'm just going to launch into this, read it, and we'll see if you find it interesting. Spengler, Heidegger writes, in him, Nietzsche's inversion of Platonism becomes the mere sovereignty of mere facts over and against the impotence of truths, which for Spengler means the generalities of mere opinion. For Heidegger, Nietzsche inverts Platonism. Plato establishes being as more important than becoming, and therefore in the cave allegory, what does it mean to go out of the cave? It means to turn the soul around from the things that are becoming to the things that truly are. Being gets precedence over becoming, as it were. And for Heidegger, in a nutshell, Nietzsche inverts Platonism and puts becoming in the forefront. And yet, inverting Plato is not the same as overcoming Plato, which is what Heidegger seeks to do. So Nietzsche, for Heidegger, is an inversion of Plato. And in Spengler, Nietzsche's inversion of Platonism takes on the form of the sovereignty of facts over truths. The glorification of facts, Heidegger continues, which perhaps presents the most bleak and at the same time most blind romanticism, although the latter is for Spengler highly contemptible, leads ultimately to an extolling of Rome and Caesar. This is a unilateral Nietzsche, merely taken more historiologically, I'll tell you what that means in a minute, and decisively than the biological and swampy Nietzsche of Klages, another reader or interpreter. So historiologically, I should tell you very briefly what that means. Historiologically, for Heidegger in the English translations, as a rule, means having to do with, as it were, recorded history of deeds from the past. It's in contrast to history, historiology and history. Historiology, the recorded deeds of the past that we make useful for ourselves in the present. But history is the genuine unfolding essence of being itself. Sort of two different realms. And Heidegger tries to give us an understanding of history as the genuine unfolding of being itself, but he recognizes that often these other authors are thinking historiologically in a calculating way about the recorded past. So, in Spengler, the historiological approach to Nietzsche extols Rome and Caesar. It would be fruitless to start by ferreting out Spengler's self-contradictions, Heidegger writes. His blindness toward that which nevertheless confers a power to shock on his presentations and on his alleged experiences, which are indeed merely extracted from the historiological literature, is permanent. His blindness is permanent. For Heidegger, Spengler has a blindness that you can't do away with. Spengler can be taken only the way he must be taken according to his own doctrine. We apply what Spengler said to himself. And what do we get? We get him as a symptom of his era. An era he, of course, sees only from his own perspective, which he maintains as the absolute perspective. In Spengler's doctrine, Heidegger continues, neither pessimism nor relativism nor zoologism, and here he quotes Spengler, quote, humanity is for me a zoological greatness, unquote, is the danger. Neither pessimism, nor relativism, nor zoologism is the danger for Spengler, according to Heidegger. Here, nothing at all is dangerous anymore. There's only the very fixed consistency of succession, whereby the rudest slap in the face no longer has any meaning, since everything merely comes down to the operation of facts and their fatedness, kind of a calculable process of facts and their fate, the consistency of succession. The entire 19th century, quoting, does not contain one single question which scholasticism had not already discovered, thought through, and brought into an illustrious form as one of its own problems. That's Heidegger quoting Spengler. The 19th century does not contain one single question which scholasticism had not already discovered, thought through, and brought into illustrious form as one of its own problems. Now Heidegger continues commenting. Spengler's enthusiasm for facts seems to stop here, for otherwise he would have to know, yet what is knowledge for a scribe of facts, that scholasticism not only was completely unfamiliar with any problems, but was even so far removed from the 19th century, so different, that it never could have chanced upon the problems of that century. This is Heidegger saying Spengler is clueless when he says that scholasticism discovered the problems of the 19th century. Such statements of Spengler's, like the one just cited, may make an impression on unknowledgeable people of facts, like technicians and bank directors, is what Heidegger writes, and they may be recorded with a smirk by chaplains trained in apologetics, but they indeed merely demonstrate the ahistoricality of this prototype of all contemporary historiologists. Before all else stands this statement, quote, there is no actually new thought in so late a time. End quote. Heidegger quoting Spengler. There is no actually new thought in so late a time. What amazing honesty and modesty. Yet what immediately follows are enumerations, many lines long, of what Spengler has created as new. But the self-contradiction, it does present itself so crudely, is here without the self-contradiction being Spengler on one hand saying there's nothing new, and on the other hand supposedly offering something new. The self-contradiction, which does present itself so crudely, is here without significance, for it is proper to this sort of philosophy which surrenders to facts, to beings, insofar as something like that can at all be conceded to it. All right, so he says it's a self-contradiction, but it's not even worth noting how brutal it is, because this whole project is not philosophical. It's a capitulation to facts poorly thought through. What is a fact and what is thinking? Continuing. This complete immersion in Platonism, that it is an inverted Platonism, makes no essential difference, Heidegger writes. Another key thing here. You may, the Nietzscheans among you, believe that you can get away from Plato and Platonism by inverting Plato and Platonism. But for Heidegger, the inversion is not an essential difference. Therefore, whether you're pro-Plato or anti-Plato is not what's crucial here. And Heidegger in his other writings gives us a sense of what it would mean to overcome Plato and not just to oppose or invert. So again, we look here and we see that he's accusing Spengler of a vulgar version of Nietzsche's inverted Platonism. And this complete immersion, this ignorant proclamation of the abandonment of beings by being, so we no longer have to think about being, we're just left with beings, with all the facts, with all the doings, with everything that can be recorded historiologically. We've totally lost from sight this other realm or dimension. This ignorant proclamation removes from, or better denies, this way of thinking, Spengler's, any dangerousness. Consistent with this innocuousness is then the strategy to take as an opponent, in each case, only something weak, ordinary, supplementary, and uncreative. One derides inconsequential academic philosophy, and yet remains oblivious to even the very first presuppositions of, for example, a confrontation with Kant. Even here, Heidegger continues, Spengler is a worsened edition of a unilateral Nietzsche. Spengler's Nietzscheanism doesn't even understand something like what it would mean to think about Kant. What is at least astonishing, however, is that the immersion in Platonism thunders against Romanticism and derides everything that is called projection, and labels it idealism, i.e. dawdling. How is Platonism, especially if it is still standing on its head, supposed to recognize itself in what it forgets and never could conceptualize, since to it the concept can only be a concept? Forget about that, I'm not going to comment on it. Let's go further. This thoughtless thinking of Spengler, oblivious to any danger or plight, could never grasp projection as what originally opens up the truth of being, and thus is neither a mere program nor perspective nor a mere floating above life. Projection is an important word in Heidegger's thinking that's linked to his new understanding of what it is to be. And what he's saying is that Spengler cannot understand projection because he can't understand the meaning of being. It's not a question for him. Instead, he treats it as a program, a perspective, some abstract concept. But in order to see project in Heidegger's sense as program, perspective, or a mere abstract ideal or something, you have to be blind to the meaning of being. So this is what Heidegger's saying, okay? Spengler has missed the mark. It's not just that he's following Nietzsche who missed the mark, it's that he's a cheap version of Nietzsche. He's even further from the mark than Nietzsche might have been. Yet how does it happen that Spengler often does hit the mark in his critique of the times and proceeds so surely in his reproaches? On one hand, proceeding on the basis of such an erroneous misunderstanding of the meaning of being and oblivion to the question itself, and on the other hand, hitting the mark sometimes in his critique. How? Even here, Heidegger writes, Nietzsche is speaking, but again, only a superficial presentation of Nietzsche and never Nietzsche's genuine nihilism, which cannot be severed from his metaphysics and thus from Platonism. Wherever I'm doing this, it's because there are quotation marks in the text, and I don't just want to say that every time. The ahistoricality of Spengler, this philosophy of history, is perhaps illustrated by nothing so clearly as by his opinion of having said something about Hölderlin, a poet of great importance to Heidegger, as you may know. Heidegger wrote several commentaries and gave several courses on Hölderlin poems. Let me start here again. The ahistoricality of Spengler, this philosophy of history, is perhaps illustrated by nothing so clearly as by his opinion of having said something about Hölderlin, when ridiculing the fact that, moreover in a very dubious way, the circle around the poet Stefan George sought in Hölderlin an image of the Hellenes instead of affirming Roman civilization. Just leave all of that aside. Yet all misgivings about Spengler carry weight only if we concede that in him a genuine power of his era was put into words. Well, that's not nothing. That's something. This power, despite all the scholarly opposition it endured, has affected precisely those who afterward rejected and believed they had overcome Spengler's pessimism and his disposition of decline. Even though Spengler had written about the decline of the West, in putting into words the genuine power of his era, he served as a inspiration to a certain extent. You could probably see some of that today in some circles. Spengler helped, even if very superficially, to make available to tradespeople at least a superficial presentation of Nietzsche's thinking. That the consequence was a currently all the more assured disdain of philosophy is no wonder, since Spengler is precisely an expression of today's cultural soul and his incomprehension of what eventuated philosophically and metaphysically in Nietzsche's thinking. I'll just explain that briefly. For Heidegger, Heidegger is a philosophical supremacist. Philosophy above all. Philosophical thinking above all. A certain kind of questioning, a certain orientation, philosophizing. Well, this low-level cultural appropriation of a imitator of Nietzsche that allows us to feel better about the interpretation of ourselves as Roman and the denial of everything else as decayed, it offers something in terms of cultural politics, but it's not philosophizing. It's oblivious to the whole philosophical dimension on which it rests, and it's doing the thing that for Heidegger is the most important. It's forgetting being. It's abandoned by being. It's not attuned to the meaning. And in all of that, it's just a form of cultural politics, which to him is not the nicest thing that you can say about something. So I continue. For this very reason, it is precisely misbegotten Incorrect. To believe Spengler can be disposed of by way of scholarly refutations. He is not to be disposed of as long as the domain of meditation on Nietzsche's thinking is not put forward. And without this, the talk of disposing is senseless. So it's not like you're going to have a scholarly refutation of Spengler. You got to get to the underlying basis. The underlying basis is the failed encounter with Nietzsche. Let's say the failed the lack of meditation on Nietzsche. Can anyone know history? Remember, not historiology, history. And even want to speak of it in a binding way, a way that makes a difference and reaches into the root of things and grounds us in that root. Can anyone know history and even want to speak of it in a binding way? If to him the human being is a zoological greatness, as it is for Spengler. So a crucial closing thought there. If you think the human being is zoological, an animal being, even a rational animal, even the blonde beast, you're never going to get to the realm of binding history, because for Heidegger, to get to that realm is to overcome the interpretation of man as rational animal or blonde beast. It's to overcome Nietzsche's inverted Platonism. And so those of you who are reading Nietzsche, those of you who are reading Spengler, we now are faced with Heidegger's challenge to all of that. I'm going to pause the video for a minute because there's something else I want to add about Spengler that just comes to mind. Wait. Okay, so what I've pulled up on screen, well, first I had to grab it off my shelf and then see whether I find it on Google Books. This is Heidegger's Parmenides, and some of it is on Google Books, including a few passages on Spengler that we might as well read together. So this is from page 56. Let's just go over it. Exclusively on the basis of Nietzsche's metaphysics and without any original metaphysical thought, at the start of the 20th century, the author Oswald Spengler drew up a balance of Western history and proclaimed the decline of the Occident, or the decline of the West. Today, as in 1918, when the arrogant book of this title came out, an eager public snaps up only the outcome of the balance without ever considering on which basic ideas of history this cheap balance of decline is concocted. In fact, it had already been reckoned up clearly by Nietzsche, though thought out in a different way and in other dimensions. To be sure, the guild of serious researchers computed the quote-unquote errors of the book. This had the remarkable result that since then, historiography itself has been conducted more and more within the horizon of Spengler's views and schemata, even where it was naturally able to make more correct and more exact constatations. Remember, for Heidegger, the key thing is that Spengler may have set out a framework for the interpretation of facts in which you can go and correct his errors, but the problem, so to speak, is the framework as such. Only to an age which had already forsaken every possibility of thoughtful reflection could an author present such a book. That's scathing, isn't it? In the execution of which a brilliant acumen, an enormous erudition, and a strong gift for categorization are matched by an unusual pretension of judgment, a rare superficiality of thinking, and a pervasive frailty of foundations. This confusing semi-scholarship and carelessness of thinking has been accompanied by the peculiar state of affairs that the same people who decry the priority of the biological thinking in Nietzsche's metaphysics find contentment in the aspects of decline in the Spenglerian vision, which is based throughout on nothing but a crude biological interpretation of history. That's our zoological greatness. Modern views of history since the 19th century like to speak about meaning conferral. This term suggests that man on his own is capable of lending a meaning to history, as if man had something to lend out at all, as if history needed such a loan. All of which indeed presupposes that history in itself, and at first all of which indeed presupposes that history in itself, and at first is meaningless, and in every case has to wait for the favor of a meaning bestowed by man. Right? If man confers meaning, then that which he confers meaning on doesn't have it first. Man is such as to be able to confer it, and all of that. This is all backwards and messed up for Heidegger. But what man is capable of in relation to history is to pay heed to it, and to take care that history does not conceal from him its meaning, and refuse it to him. But as the case of Spangler shows, man has already lost the meaning of history when he has deprived himself of the very possibility of thinking about what, in the hastiness of drawing up historiographical balances, he's investing in the word meaning. We can't even take meaning for granted. What it is to mean. Is meaning something that we impute? You see, so Spangler is oblivious to this whole realm of questioning, and so are the people who follow him for Heidegger. Meaning is the truth in which a being as such rests. The meaning of history, however, is the essence of truth, in which at any time the truth of a human epoch is founded. We experience the essence of the true only on the basis of the essence of truth. I guess I'll say something about that in a minute. Which, in each case, lets something true be the true that it is. We shall attempt here now to take some steps in reflecting on the essence of truth. So, to continue that thought, you'd have to continue the Parmenides. I wanted to bring this up as some reflection on Spangler. But while we're here, I'll be really brief about this relationship between truth and the true. I'm going to give you just a rough first approximation, then you can develop it at another time for other videos and other courses of mine if you'd like, at millermanschool.com. You could see a truth, for example. Here's a being, inner worldly being, cup of coffee. Needs a refill. I'll say that. Cup of coffee, and what I say about it is it needs a refill. In other words, it's empty. There's no coffee in it. My statement about this being is a true statement. But it's a statement about something that's there for me. This cup of coffee, or cup with no coffee. That's the true. Okay, I'm gonna just tell you. I'll tell you the distinction. In order for me to say something true, in order for me to have my speech reveal a being in the world as it is, there must be there for me a world in the first place. This openness in which I encounter the cup, without which there cannot be my speaking about the cup, in Heidegger, whether you like it or not, whether it makes sense to you or not, you must begin to grasp this to a certain extent. That openness in which we encounter beings at all, and in which there can be true, i.e. revealing statements about states of affairs and things in the world, is also called truth. You're in the truth, as it were. This open space is initially related to this truth or essence of truth. And the reason why, and again, you'll see it in the Parmenides and in other books, is because when Heidegger reflected on the Greek word for truth, aletheia, it's roughly like unconcealment. Something brought out of concealment. Something brought into the open. And therefore, part of the essence of truth for Heidegger, roughly stated, because I didn't even plan to talk about this, is the openness within which anything comes to be. Now, there's another, as it were, part or aspect to the essence of truth, the concealed side. Remember, if aletheia, the Greek word that gets translated eventually as truth, means unconcealment, well, the primary phenomenon is concealment, and then being brought out of concealment, into the light, into the open, or the openness as such. So Heidegger does two things. He orients us towards, he does what he calls a critical reduction from the notion of truth as just a proposition about something in the world, to truth as the openness of the world, to the aspect of truth that is concealed, self-concealing, withdrawal, refusal, staying away, hiding, as it were. But that's a different story. So I wanted to just go over these passages. It felt like it, okay, about Spangler. And if you go to the Parmenides in Google Books and you just want a shorthand, oops, I should see what I have on screen here. What I wanted to show you is that you can just see there are a few other pages in which he talks about Spangler, and we're not going to go over them together. I'll leave that for you. I'm Michael Millerman. This is Millerman Talks. See you in the next video. Hi guys, great to be with you again. My name is Michael Millerman. I make videos on philosophy and politics. And today I want to talk to you once again about Heidegger's notion of Dasein. So the first thing you should know is that before Heidegger, for example, in the philosophy of Immanuel Kant, the German word Dasein means existence in the sense of the existent thing. So for example, you could talk about the Dasein of a tree, you could talk about the Dasein of a cup, you could talk about the Dasein of any old thing, and in the same way you talk about the Dasein of the human being. And Heidegger made an extremely important observation. Now, it's not so easy to understand necessarily when you read him if you don't have the background in understanding dense philosophy, but I think it's something that I can convey to you here informally, quickly in this video. So he said, all philosophers have done something that we ourselves have a tendency to do, but it's a mistake. So we have a tendency to do it, but it is not something that we should do if we're trying to understand what it is to be, what it is to be human, what it is to be anything. And that tendency is that we take the way that we interpret the world and we interpret ourselves through the same lens. So in other words, we take, for example, my cup as an existing thing, as an extant thing, as a thing that's just there, as an objective thing, okay? Or my pen, my paper, my computer, whatever, okay, the world of objects and the way that we understand them, the way that we understand what it is to be an object, what it is to be a thing, what it is to be a useful instrument or an implement lying at hand, a tool, okay? And we treat the human being as the same sort of thing. Now, you might think, come on, what are you talking about? I don't treat the human being as a cup of water. I don't treat the human being as a pen or pencil or piece of paper or book. Because haven't philosophers always distinguished, for example, between the animate and the inanimate, and between different ways in which something can be alive or ensouled? So I'll give you an old example. Aristotle says that you have, for example, the vegetable soul, which is shared with all plant life. After all, plant life has nourishment and growth, doesn't it? The animal soul, which includes also sort of locomotion and perception. And then let's say the human soul with its specific acts of intellection. So you have these distinct, because they're all ensouled in a certain way, but there are these different ways of being. The plant, of the animal, of the human being, of angels, if you wanted to go up above even the human realm. So what does Heidegger really mean? Well, when he did his study of Kant, when he did his study of Descartes, when he did his study of what we ourselves are liable to do in the ordinary course of our lives, he said, fine, you might say the human being has different properties. Okay, I have different properties than the paper, cup, pen, pencil, camera, and computer. Obviously, I have different properties, but I'm still a thing with properties. Okay, I'm still a thing with properties. So underlying the interpretation of the human being is still a specific notion of thingliness or thinghood, or what it is to be anything. And Heidegger said you can sort of see that in the fact that there's no distinction even in some fundamental terminological way. In Kant, you have the word Dasein, as I said, applied to mean both the existence of non-human things and the existence of human beings. In Descartes, you have the idea that there are two fundamental kinds of thing: extended thing and mental thing. He uses the Latin res, R-E-S, from which we get reality and so on. It's a similar root there in the words. And Heidegger says, look, what you must understand, why all philosophers prior to Heidegger have hit a stumbling block in their understanding of many fundamental questions, but in particular the fundamental question what it is to be human, as well as, for example, why, when we think about things, do we distinguish between their essence and their existence? What they are and that they are. Heidegger says that's a puzzle. We need to try to understand where that comes from. and other sorts of puzzles that he's interested in. He tries to understand where they all come from. And he says the reason philosophers prior to Heidegger himself have not made a fundamental breakthrough. Now, they've made incredible discoveries. They have eternal significance. What they accomplished for philosophy can never be taken away from them. But still, from Heidegger's perspective, they somehow failed to break through to the correct domain in which they can pose their problems and questions and actually begin to answer them. So he says a lot, he writes this over many, many hundreds and in effect thousands of pages. Okay, so I'm giving you a quick breakdown here of it. And what he says is they have failed to inquire properly into the being of the human being. They lack the methodological access for that. They don't understand that they're treating the being of the human being in the same way as they're treating the being of non-human beings by categorizing both of them as a res extensa or mente thing, as Dasein, the Dasein of the human being or the Dasein of the tree. They don't understand that human existence is somehow the genuine ground and basis and foundation for the possibility of understanding being and thinking about the being of human and non-human things. So in Heidegger's writing and Heidegger's thinking and Heidegger's work, Dasein no longer means the existence of any extant thing. Book, pen, paper, coffee cup, camera, television, tree. Dasein is reserved to mean human existence specifically. And human existence is analyzed as having a fundamentally different structure, fundamentally different character than non-human existence. It's not just, as it were, the same sort of thing but with different properties. It's totally different. And it requires a completely different type of analysis. And Heidegger shows you why, and he also shows you what it looks like to do this sort of analysis. For example, in Being and Time, one of his famous books, which I teach at my school, millenniumschool.com, and other of his lecture courses, he explains why this is necessary, why it is that we can't understand the being of things unless we understand how ontology, the study of being, the science of being, is rooted in the correct analysis of the being for whom being is a question, the human being. Okay, trees do not raise the question what it is to be. Books do not raise, as books, the question what it is to be. I mean, people write in books what it is to be, but my coffee cup can't ask what it is to be. My watch can't ask what it is to be. My son's what's this thing called again? Magnifying glass. Can't raise. Only the human being can raise the question what it is to be, because the question of the meaning of being, the question of the truth of being, the inquiry into being, it takes place in language, which means that language itself has a fundamental ontological significance that must be understood. What is logos? What is speech? What is discourse? What is our ability to uncover things as they are, if we have that ability at all, to cover things up so that they're unclear to us? How can speech conceal? How can it distort? How can it hide? What are the various ways in which it can show? What is showing at all? Why does showing and appearing have to do with being at all? Is seeming and showing and appearing like a second-rate version of being? Or is seeming and showing and appearing the way that being sort of emerges? Okay, so we won't get into all the nuances and all the difficulties, but the key thing that you must know, the key idea from this video, as you begin to try to understand Heidegger's terminology, as you make some effort in progressing in your understanding of Heidegger's thought, Dasein used to just mean any sort of existing thing. Heidegger, as it were, greedily, says no, we should reserve the word Dasein all for ourselves, for the human being, for human existence. We should set the human being apart as fundamentally distinct from everything non-human. Question mark over the animals. Okay, Heidegger says some things about them. Sometimes they waver. Other authors come in, like Derrida, and they try to work through the nuances and complexities of Heidegger's thought about the animal. But generally speaking, Dasein is reserved to the speaking being, the human being, the being for whom being is or can be questioned. And he wants to show how it was a mistake in the past not to make that distinction, and instead, having had some way of interpreting the world and the thingliness of the world, the reality of the world, the substantiality of the world, okay, the existence of the world and of the things in the world, then to mirror that back onto the human being and interpret ourselves using the terms and the categories and the key concepts that apply to the world and the things in the world, as though we are just another one of those things in the world. As an example, I'm in a room. My room has all this stuff in it, and I'm one of the things in the room. You might think that, right? There's like a list of things in the room, and I'm on that list. That the human being is just another of the things in the world. Heidegger said, no, that is wrong. That's incorrect. I mean, from a certain perspective, that is correct. I am in a certain way, from a certain perspective, in this room. I mean, it would be different if I was not in this room, if I was in the adjacent room, okay, or if this room were empty, if there's no human being in this room whatsoever. So in some sense, yes, I'm itemizable. You can always look at the human being from the perspective of our mere substantiality, our bodily presence, and all the rest of it. But that's not the fundamental truth about who we are and what we are. And it's not that the fundamental truth is, you might say, this is loose, you might say the fundamental truth about who we are is more spiritual, or that, or I'm not just a body, I'm a body and a soul, or a body and a spirit and a soul, or there's something more to me than the body that's sitting here in the chair. That doesn't capture the whole totality of who I am and, you know, what it means for me to be. But Heidegger has a rigorous way of thinking this through that does not, in the main works, let's say, in Being and Time and so on, does not invoke, it doesn't jump quickly from the puzzle about our existence to an answer like soul or spirit. He doesn't quite go there. Okay, or you might know esoteric or occult accounts of the human being that say you have many different bodies. You know, yeah, your physical body is one body, but you also have your energy body, your mental body, and your emotional body. And that's why you have the possibility of astral projection, because there are different planes of existence, and you can be here and there depending on which vehicle you're using. You know, maybe that's remote viewing at work too, if you know anything about those programs. How are there remote viewers who can tell you what's going on in another part of the world while they're sitting where they are? They've never been there before. Can they project themselves astrally? Is that what's going on? Heidegger doesn't go into all of that. Heidegger doesn't talk about the esoteric occult constitution of the hidden human energy body. But what he does is he says that we have to try as much as we can, as clearly as we can, to state the basic facts as they are accessible to us, bringing to light what's distinct about human existence, the structure, nature, and character of human existence, in a discourse, philosophical discourse, that makes ourselves as much as possible transparent to ourselves, enacts the possibility of understanding. Understanding being a certain sort of comprehending transparency, for example. So what does Heidegger say? He says, well, my cup is in the world, my computer is in the world, the trees are in the world, the birds are in the world, but Dasein, meaning now the human being understood as distinct, Dasein is a little bit different. It's not a being in the world, like water in a cup or a shoe in a closet, hand in a glove. It is being hyphen in hyphen the hyphen world. So he says in Being and Time, in der Welt sein, hyphenated. Being in the world. Why being in the world? Why hyphenated? What does that mean? What is he talking about? Why should we care? Because for Heidegger, somehow the human being brings with himself, carries with himself, has essentially built into himself or as a part of himself. Okay? The very phenomenon of world as such. Now this is the difficult thought. This is where all of the introductions to Heidegger, they require that you have a fundamental shift in perspective. And I have tried many, many times on this channel, in my courses as well, in my books, to say the things that for some people will click on this. But it really is like it's a philosophical operation. And it's not easy, but it's worth it. But it's not like you actually have to sort of grapple with this and struggle with it. So he says, unlike the view that just takes the world as this big box or big bowl or big open space or big entity, and we are separate from the world. Here's the world, here's ourselves, and we are in the world like that. Heidegger says, no, my friends, that is not accurate. You have never been a worldless subject. You have never been an individual deprived of exposure to or being in a world or the world. You have never been. It's phenomenologically wrong. Phenomenology is the idea that you don't let theory get in the way of observation in some sense. Okay, I'm stating this roughly to sort of make the point. You actually just want to try to see what's there. What's there is you've never been a worldless subject. You have always, already been together with world as a certain sort of ordered structural phenomenon. Okay, so for Heidegger, this is crucial. Now, I have to tell you something before we get too far astray and before this video absolutely loses everybody. Remember here, this is me just trying unscripted to walk you through some pointers and some hints and understanding what Heidegger means by Dasein to help you get started or to clarify something if you've already begun. You have to know something about Heidegger. And this is going to help you as you learn through Heidegger and with Heidegger to philosophize. For Heidegger, philosophy largely is concerned with things that we take as self-evident, but that are not as self-evident as they seem. So oftentimes he's saying something or discussing something or reflecting in a way, and you're like, this is too basic. It's too simple. It's too obvious. We already know. Why are you inquiring into something that's so already well known? Why are you kind of opening doors that have been closed for so long and that your people have even forgotten that they've ever been opened or closed? Like, do you really need to ask, has the human being ever experienced himself or ever been, or does he have any phenomenological access to being a world-less subject who then enters a world? I mean, maybe we derive that view from the experience of childbirth, for example. And you're like, there was nothing. I mean, so you have the preconditions of childbirth, but then you just sort of have a coming, apparently, right? If from the point of view of an external observer watching the, or describing the process or recounting what it is for a child to be born, you have somebody new coming into the world. The world existed without this person, and then suddenly the person appears in the world. That seems pretty straightforward. Humanity has experienced that many, many, many times over many centuries and millennia. So what could possibly be a mystery about that? But Heidegger says, if you think about how modern philosophy understands human subjectivity, okay, it's not straightforward either, right? What does it mean to be a human subject? What does it mean to be a human being? Who is the human being? How do we fundamentally understand ourselves? Psychologically, neurologically, genealogically, historically, biologically, physically, chemically? What's distinctive? What's the right access point? Maybe you say all of the above. Is there some privileged perspective? Is there something that gets us closer to the truth about what it is to be a human being? And the great philosophers always include reflection on what it means to be human in their work. Kant does it when he describes the human being as transcendental a-perception. Don't worry about it, but that's like one of the fundamental notions in his philosophy, or when he describes us as moral agents. And other philosophers have different accounts, but Heidegger says you must start with the fact that the human being exists in a distinct sort of way. And he doesn't just stipulate that. He doesn't just posit it. He doesn't just say, here are 10 starting points, and mine is the 11th, and mine is the right one. He goes through Kant. He goes through Descartes. He goes through medieval thinkers. He goes through an analysis of our everyday, ordinary experience, up to and including what does it mean for there to be a pen on my table? Seems pretty banal, right? Seems pretty simple, like stupid. How could you be a philosopher who writes about why is there a pen on my table? But how do I understand the being of my pen? What is this? What is this? What is a pen? What is it? How do I characterize it properly? Just by describing its materiality? Just by describing where it was made and who made it? What's more important in the account of it? Its utility? Does it have to be all of these things? In order to answer the question about the being of my pen, I have to tell you who made it, where it was made, what it was made out of, who it was made for, what it was made for. Is it possible to even understand something like a pen without understanding the fact that there are people who write, people who need to communicate, people who have something to say, or people who draw, people who want to depict, people who want to show? So can you really understand the being of the pen without thinking about the different ways that the human being exists? As drawing, as producing, as writing, as sketching, as taking notes, as remembering, as observing, as doodling, as passing the time, as being bored, as being attentive. Suddenly, it's not possible to think about the being of the pen without thinking about the human being, the way the human being is, the way the human being expresses himself or herself, the way the human being does things or doesn't do them. And then you maybe have heard before Heidegger and his hammer, what happens when a hammer breaks or something. So what about the where of the pen? If I want to know where the pen is, am I really just thinking about spatial coordinates? Am I really just thinking about measurable distance? Do I really just want to take a ruler, which happens to be here? It's not a prop for this part of my thinking out loud with you. Do I just have to take it and measure it, make sure my pen is always whatever, 30 centimeters, 15 centimeters? Heidegger says, when it comes to the human being, things are different than they are with the non-human beings. And they're not just mathematical, they're not just physical, they're not just chemical. He says, if I want to know the distance between two objects, let's say I can measure that distance. Okay, if I'm just treating somehow a world of mathematical abstraction, I can treat distance under the rubric of mathematical abstraction. I can take a measurement, there's no problem. Heidegger knows you measure, right? If I need to put up a light or put up a painting or something like that, I'm going to need to measure, let's say. But he says, measurement, even measurement, it's not so straightforward when it comes to human affairs, because if I'm walking down the street to see my friend, the street under my feet is closer to me from the point of view of measurement than the friend who's down the road, whom I'm encountering. But existentially, somehow, the person is closer to me than the ground. Now you might think, oh, look, Heidegger, come on, you're fudging words here. When you say existentially, you just mean what? Psychologically, emotionally? No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He means that the being of distance has a different character when we're talking about the human being. The being of time has a different character when we're trying to understand the being of the human being. The being of space has a different character when we're trying to understand the being of the human being. What it means to be in. This is the craziest thing. If you don't know Heidegger, he has a whole section in the book Being and Time on what it means to be in. Remember what I said? A shoe is in the closet. In means one thing when it relates to two objective, unhuman things. Okay? Shoe closet. Okay, now shoe is still a human thing in the sense that you have their style, fashion, footwear, walking, and basketball shoes, tennis shoes, dance shoes. That's not my point though. My point is the relationship of two non-human objects to one another. When we say the word in, we mean that one of them is spatially enclosed by the other one. But Heidegger, and again, if you want the full details, you have to read Being in Time. You can do my course on Being in Time. You could read somebody else's stuff on Being in Time. Okay, but when he says the human being is being -in -the-world, remember that? In der Weltsein, that's what Dasein means. That's the human being is characterized like Being in Time. What it means for the human being to be in the world is different. It doesn't mean we're spatially enclosed by the world. It means that we're always involved in a certain way, expressing a mode of existence. Okay? Being concerned, being active, being bored, being engaged, being reflective, being indifferent, being tranquil, being worked up, being in the zone. Those are the human being's ways or modes of being in the world. You couldn't say that about a shoe in a closet. You couldn't say that about water in a cup. But you can say that about Dasein. You can say that about in der Weltsein. You can say that about being in the world. Okay? As I say, it's not easy. It is not abstract theorizing. It is Heidegger's attempt, after thousands of years of a philosophical history, to put things into words that bring out a distinct but overlooked truth of the human being and our relationship to being as such, and our distinction from non-human beings. Okay, well, I want to tell you something really briefly, which is that if you follow this channel, or if you're new to this channel, you'll see I put out videos on politics sometimes, article readings and things like that, on philosophy, videos on Heidegger, Nietzsche, Derrida, and other thinkers, and sometimes discussing a few books, sometimes prepared remarks, sometimes like today, off-the-cuff remarks on a topic that some of you might find interesting. And I do that kind of ad hoc. I don't have a regular publication schedule, but I have decided to put out one video a day for the next 5 days. That's the goal here. Okay, just to try to see what that's like for me, for you, for the channel, what sort of topics do well, what I enjoy talking about, what you enjoy hearing. So today was a little bit more on that topic. What is Dasein, or rather, who is Dasein? What's unique about the human being compared to other beings? How do we get new access to Heidegger through this reflection? You know, my last video on the channel was another explanation of other components of Heidegger's thought. You should know I have other videos on this, but I might as well tell you. For me, and for the people who are important to me, many of whom you'll see me talk about on this channel, Heidegger is not just another philosopher. Okay? It's not like there are 10 philosophers, pick and choose whichever one you happen to talk about. For everybody, it doesn't really matter if they're on the left or on the right, if they're in the center, if they are this, that, or the other thing, okay, if they're in this country or that country. For really most of the thinkers who are the most meaningful to me personally, and who I find most insightful and thoughtful, Heidegger is somehow the bar. You know, Heidegger is the standard. Heidegger is the great question for all of them. Leo Strauss, Derrida, Rorty, Dugin, those are the four I wrote about in my dissertation, my book, beginning with Heidegger. Okay, there are others as well. Emmanuel Levinas, okay, for example. Jewish thinkers, non-Jewish thinkers, Christian thinkers, Islamic thinkers. These people all found something truly insightful, profound, lucid, exciting, true in Heidegger's works. And Heidegger is just the sometimes acknowledged, sometimes unacknowledged grand master of various schools of thought. You may not even know the extent to which Alain Badiou or these other thinkers, whoever you might be interested in at a certain time, owe some fundamental part of their reflections to what they learned from Heidegger, whether they follow him or not, whether it was this book or that, whether it's what he says about anxiety or what he says about understanding or what he says about the they or what he says about something else. Okay, but Heidegger is often, as I say, the acknowledged or unacknowledged Grand Master. Take Jordan Peterson, if you've been one of the however many tens of millions of people in the world who read 12 Rules for Life, read the first few pages of that and you'll see. I think he's got a substantial footnote there where he credits Heidegger's notion of being. He says, oftentimes throughout this book, I'm going to say something about being, and I have in mind Heidegger, what Heidegger wrote about being. So acknowledgement of the significance of Heidegger's work to Peterson in the introduction and some lengthy footnote, I can't remember, one of the early pages. And the fact that all of these great thinkers, okay, as I say, Leo Strauss, if you've never heard of him, top 3, top 2, when it comes to political philosophy, number 1, most insightful and important thinker for us, in my opinion. And Leo Strauss acknowledged Heidegger as the greatest thinker. He was constantly trying to understand what we can learn from Heidegger, what Heidegger got right, what he got wrong, what he means for philosophy, what he means for political philosophy, what he means for our understanding of the human situation, of the truth of things. I was always thinking about Heidegger. Not only Heidegger. Strauss wrote books on everybody. Plato, Xenophon, Aristotle, Machiavelli, Maimonides, Hobbes. Leo Strauss is a whole separate topic. If you're here for the Heidegger and you don't know Strauss, you have to know Strauss. Just like in my other videos, if they're there for the Strauss and they don't know Heidegger, they have to know Heidegger. Okay, Derrida. I have videos on Derrida on this channel. Derrida has said, basically, no Heidegger, no Derrida, if you need to put it in 2 words. And Derrida has written some things that are extremely insightful about Heidegger, like Heidegger's Ear, for example, and other pieces of writing. All right, so that's why we think about him, not just because of his influence on these other great thinkers across the political and ideological and intellectual and theoretical and geopolitical spectrum, not just because of his influence, but also, I'll just share this with you. As I told you, this was an unscripted kind of video. What would you call it, a rant? No, it's not a rant. But, okay, if you're here and you're listening, then you might find this interesting. A lot of the people who studied Heidegger with me when I opened my school, millermanschool.com, or when I told people that I was doing private tutoring, they had a background, which I didn't know, I didn't expect it, I wasn't looking for it, it just happened to be the case, and then I got interested in it. They had background in Buddhism, in Zen Buddhism, and other religious or spiritual practices, often, but not always, Eastern. And they told me, since I'm not an expert in those fields, but I knew Heidegger and tried to explain him as best as I could when we read Being and Time together or other books of his together, they told me that they were having insight after insight and boom, light bulb after light bulb in reading and discussing Heidegger in a way that connected to their understanding of their other religious practices. Zen, Buddhism, as I said, in some cases, mysticism of certain kinds, in other cases, spirituality, this, that, and the other things. So Heidegger allows, in some cases, people to have breakthrough insights into basic human concerns. What does it mean to be? What does it mean to exist? Not at the level that you sometimes get it, popularized spirituality or pseudo-spirituality or pop spirituality. Also, not just your typical Stoic self-control. You can't affect that, but you can always affect this. Somehow at a deeper level. There's something that I always hear when I'm discussing Heidegger with my students. Okay, my students, you have to understand the professionals in their 30s and 40s in tech, law, finance, and education who come to me to reconnect with a love for philosophy or to understand something that they have reason to believe is important. One thing I always and inevitably hear, rightfully so, it's my experience with Heidegger too, is that it's just a different level of depth. It's more foundational. It's more fundamental. It reaches the ground floor. Okay? If all of these great thinkers are somehow operating in a hotel, I've used this image somewhere before, Some of them are on the 5th floor and they're different, but they're kind of like your room 505, your room 503, your room 515. So yeah, you're different, okay, but you're all on the same floor, and it's not the ground floor. But Heidegger, he goes to the bottom of things. At times that can mean spending 200 pages or 300 pages or several books on something that seems extremely self-evident, but it isn't. That's the amazing thing. There's a deep and deeply satisfying mystery at the heart of even ordinary everyday life that Heidegger brings to the surface without it just being, as I say, anything other than beautiful philosophy. Okay, meaning he's not invoking supernatural entities, although he does talk about the god or the gods in some places, which we'll have to talk about and think about another time. He doesn't talk about astral bodies. He doesn't talk about how astrology influences the mind. He's not Aleister Crowley in the Ouija board. He's not talking about initiation societies. And somehow, through the pure, pristine, crystalline, beautiful, just transparency of philosophical inquiry, somehow allowing himself to just be dedicated to the task of bringing the understanding of being to light through language. It's like something that many people have never experienced before. Okay, what can I tell you? I'm not the first, and I won't be the last. I'm just trying to pass it on to you to a certain extent, those of you who find something here to be interested in. And it's not hero worship, and he's not a guru. Okay, he's important to understand for the history of Western philosophy. He's influenced several fields of thought. There are many great thinkers that you can't understand without knowing their background. In Heidegger, Heidegger himself is independently extremely insightful and valuable. His commentaries on thinkers like Kant can be extremely helpful. He should be a part of your intellectual apparatus. He shouldn't be the only person you study, in my view. Leo Strauss, at a minimum, because Heidegger talks about being, and philosophy and the history of philosophy. But Leo Strauss reminds us that you must understand political philosophy. Not just what it means, but what it means to be just. Not just what it means to be a human being, but what it means to be a good human being. Okay, so it's helpful to have somebody else besides Heidegger. And I talk about Dugin all the time on this channel. Dugin introduces more than Heidegger does. There's some of this in Heidegger, but Dugin introduces much more of it. Parallelisms to other thinkers. And the dimension as well as politics, so to geopolitics. Heidegger is a crucial component of Dugin's model of a multipolar world, for example. So it's incredible stuff. But to go back to the basics, I doubt anybody's still watching this video 30 minutes in. How could that be? If you are, congratulations. It's the kind of patience you're going to need to have understanding with Heidegger. Dasein used to mean existence of just anything. Now it means, for Heidegger, the specific human existence. Why? Because the way of human being is distinct from the way of any other being. And that means everything needs to be reconsidered from the beginning, including such apparent banalities and trivialities as the meaning of being in. So, if you enjoyed that, please like, share, comment, subscribe. My book is HeideggerBook.com. I have a course on being in time, HeideggerCourse.com. My school is MillermanSchool.com. Okay, I write on Substack. Everywhere where I try to share things with you that are, to me anyways, beautiful, interesting, exciting, thought-provoking, and life-enriching. So take a look at that, and thank you for spending your time here. Hope this was helpful to you. See you in the next video.
The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower.
Hi everybody, in today's video we're going to take a look at the thought of Julius Evola. Here's a book of his, A Traditionalist Confronts Fascism. I have a few other videos on Evola on my channel. We're looking at his 1950 orientations, 11 points, meant for young people, to get a quick sense of where he's coming from and what message he wants to convey. So the first point he makes is that we live in a time of the end of a cycle. All hymns to progress ring hollow, and the German and Japanese and Italian responses to Anglo-American liberalism, they were a kind of patchwork solution to deal with the problem, and there wasn't a very clear, as he puts it, discrimination between the essential and the accessory in these currents. In effect, you had this ideological struggle of the 20th century, but where has it left us? Now, when Dugin writes about it, he addresses it at the end of the Cold War. When Evola writes about it, he addresses it at the end of the Axis powers, okay, so the start of the confrontation here between Russia and the United States, or the Soviet Union and the United States. But what's the issue? The issue is that it's a world in ruins, and are there still real men in this world of ruins? Can you still find real men? Not political parties, not institutions, not programs, not slogans, but men. And so that's the point he transitions to next, where he says, we're not really focused on coalitions. We're dealing with the real problem of the surrender of character and every true dignity, as he puts it. A society of consumers and democracy and ideological wasting away. The supremacy of the lowest interests and living day by day. All of these characterize post-war man. So the real problem, he puts it, is of an internal character. Getting up on your feet, standing up inside, giving oneself a form, and creating in oneself an order and uprightness. It's crucial, if you're trying to understand Evola, that that's the key area of interest for him. The inner man, the order of the soul, the principle or idea that you're committed to. Then, as we're going to see, the loyalty and brotherhood and spirit, legionary spirit, as he says in point 3, that unites this type of person to other kindred souls. And all solutions on a lower plane are ultimately inadequate. So number 1, the world is in ruins. Are there still men? Number 2, the task of building men is really the key question. We should therefore take a stand against that false political realism that thinks only in terms of programs, partisan political issues, and social and economic recipes. He says all this belongs to the contingent, not the essential. The essential question is slowly to construct the new man to be animated by means of a determined spirit and an adequate vision of life, and fortified by means of an iron adherence to given principles. So point number 3, the legionary spirit. The attitude of one who knows how to choose the hardest life, to fight even when he knows that the battle is substantially lost, and to put loyalty above all things, because such a man, in him the traditional idea is affirmed. Okay, the traditional idea here means the idea of tradition, not of modernity, not of taking it easy, not of comfortable self-preservation, not the bourgeois spirit, not the left social justice spirit, but commitment to something higher and to the people that are united in that commitment. A sense of honor and shame, not half-hearted measures drawn from half-hearted morals, okay, but rather this sense of honor and shame that creates a substantial difference, an existential difference between beings, almost as though between one race and another race. So this is not biological racism, this is a racism in the spirit. The higher type of man, the lower type of man. So that's the next crucial point. The style that has to achieve prominence in all this is that of one who holds his positions out of loyalty to himself and to an idea. An intense absorption in a rejection of every compromise, in a total commitment that must manifest itself not only in the political struggle, but also in every expression of existence. The fourth point is basically that this new movement of men is, to repeat, a kind of right-wing anti-liberalism. So neither the bourgeois consumption of the ordinary middle-class capitalist type, nor the social justice of the left, but rather something else. He says it has contempt for the bourgeois myth of security, and the petty life that is standardized, conformist, domesticated, and moralized. So it has a contempt both for the bourgeoisie and for the proletarian. And next, still within this point, something essential will have been achieved when we revive the love for a style of active impersonality, through which what counts is the work and not the individual. Now, there's a line in Christian thought that I like in the New Testament, which is this: I'm crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me. Beautiful, powerful image. And what does it mean? It means the self has been set aside so that a higher principle or a higher task, in this case, Christ, can work through you. That's a kind of active impersonality. It's active, but it's not yourself, because I am crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me. So you can take that structurally and say for Evola it's similar here. You're there, you're actively participating, but you've set yourself aside in the service of a higher principle that works in you and through you. As he puts, what counts is the work and not the individual. Through this, we become capable of not seeing ourselves as something important, since what is important is the function, the responsibility, the task accepted, and the end pursued. Okay, in some sense, the work you're doing, the great work, your destiny, your fate, and the active principle that's working through you. Where this spirit is achieved, spirit of active impersonality, many problems will be simplified, including problems of economic and social order, which would otherwise remain insoluble if confronted from outside. So once again, you could say two simple approaches to the solution of political problems. One that deals with parties, organizations, institutions, arrangements, policies, somehow dealing with the externalities, and another one that's focused on character building, soul, personality, race in the sense of spiritual race, whether or not you're building up the true man. Evola very clearly here puts his emphasis on the first part, and then all organization follows from that starting point. Point 5, I'd like to read. It is important not only for doctrinal orientation, Evola writes, but also in regard to the world of action, that the men of the new group, which is what the first 4 points have been talking about so far, precisely recognize the chain of causes and effects and the essential continuity of the current that has given life to the various political forms that are jousting today in the chaos of the parties. So in other words, this new group of men must understand the cause and effect on the ideological plane, what's going on. They have to have an understanding of the ideological dimension of the present. Liberalism, then democracy, then socialism, then radicalism, and finally communism and Bolshevism only appeared historically as steps taken by the same evil, as stages in which each one prepares the next in the complex unity of a process of decline. So Evola would like the people he's addressing to see that it's one spirit that animates liberalism, democracy, socialism, radicalism, communism, and Bolshevism, one spirit in its decline. The beginning of this process is the point at which Western man shattered the fetters of tradition. So the beginning is the onset of the anti-traditional modern mentality, the point at which Western man rejected every superior symbol of authority and sovereignty, claimed a vain and illusory liberty for himself as an individual, and became an atom instead of a conscious part in the organic and hierarchical unity of a whole. So Evola here very clearly taking the side of the anti-modern thinkers who see modernity as a shattering, a massification, an atomization, a destruction of community, and to repeat here, a rejection of every superior symbol of authority and sovereignty. In the end, the atom was bound to find that the mass of the other atoms, the other individuals, had turned against him, and he was dragged into the plight of the kingdom of quantity. Now you may know here René Guénon, another traditionalist, who has a book called The Reign of Quantity. So man was dragged into the kingdom of quantity, of pure number, of masses that are given over completely to materialism and who have no other god than the sovereign economy. So somehow massification, atomization, and quantification equals sovereignty of the economy. In this process, there's no stopping halfway down the road. Without the French Revolution and liberalism, there would not have been constitutionalism and democracy. Without democracy, there would not have been socialism and demagogic nationalism. Without the preparation of socialism, there would not have been radicalism and finally communism. So I won't continue reading all of this, like maybe one or two more lines. The great illusion of our days is that democracy and liberalism are the antithesis of communism and have the power to stem the tide of the forces of the low, of the progressive movement and the jargon of the labor movements. In other words, you're saying, don't be a communist, be a liberal. Don't go down the road of the labor unions and the progressive movement. Rather, emphasize individual and political liberty. But for Evola, it's all of a piece. It all tends in one direction. It's all destructive of tradition. And it produces those ruins among which we are looking for real men. And the real men that we find or that we help to create must understand this. Therefore, he calls for us to rid ourselves of ideological distortion, which unfortunately is widespread even in some of our young people. Then he addresses the point of being a reactionary. He says, yeah, don't worry about being called a reactionary. He says the following: as to the charge of reactionary, ask them the following question: while you are acting, destroying, and profaning, do you then want us not to react, but to stand by passively watching, or maybe even shouting, good work, keep it up? We are not reactionaries only because the word is not strong enough, and especially because we start from what is positive, and we represent what is positive, values that are real and original. So in other words, what's he saying? On one hand, it's correct for us to react because we're reacting against degeneracy, decrepitude, decay, and destruction. And on the other hand, we're doing more than reacting because we're acting in accordance with a higher principle. That is point 5, where he also says that both Americanism and communism are the enemy. Point 6, no economic supremacy. You can't allow economic analysis to dominate your thought. That sort of follows from point 5. So just because you're anti-proletarian doesn't mean you're pro-capitalist. Just because you are anti-capitalist doesn't mean you're pro-proletarian. Beyond this sphere, beyond this economic sphere, we need to separate an order of superior values, which are political, spiritual, and heroic. So this is a kind of anti-economism. You have to rise above the plane of economic dispute rather than becoming one of the parties in that economic dispute. It is only in terms of this order, this higher order, that it's proper to define the things for which it is worth living and dying, which establish a true hierarchy, as a hierarchical thinker, which differentiate new ranks of dignity. You must have rank, you must have dignity, nobility. And at the top, place on the throne a superior function of command and imperium. So you see here we have a structure of nobility, dignity, hierarchy, superiority, authority, command, versus the market and its extremes, whether the labor unions on one hand or the capitalists on the other. So moreover, he says that we should have a deproletarianization. Deproletarianization means, he says, disinfecting those parts of the people which are still healthy of the socialist virus. Only then can one or another reform be studied and implemented without danger according to true justice. So the proletarian interpretation of social justice is dangerous, misleading, and you've heard of denazification. Well, here Evola is calling for deproletarianization. Okay, another author who has an analysis of the proletarian, not Evola, but also from a right-wing anti-liberal perspective, is Arthur Moyler Vandenbroek in his work called The Third Reich. So that is point 6. We're replacing the economic idea with an integral hierarchical idea. Point 7 distinguishes between totalitarian and organic conceptions, and Evola is against totalitarianism. If you watch my video, Julius Evola, Fascism Viewed from the Right, you'll get some more details of that, how he criticized fascism from the perspective of a more genuinely traditionalist right. So this is part of it. You don't want to be totalitarian. You want to have an organic conception of the state and its people. But crucially, he says these new structures need a center, a highest point of reference. A new symbol of sovereignty and authority is necessary. The commitment in this regard must be precise. It's important to say clearly that we are dealing here with commitment to an idea. Commitment to an idea, okay? And this is going to be a point that he makes. We're not talking about, in point 8, we'll just move to point 8. He says, we're not talking about a nationalism of blood and soil. We are talking about a nationalism of the idea. So the political level per se is one of superior unities when compared to unities defined in naturalistic terms like those to which the general notions of nation, fatherland, and people correspond. On this superior level, the one that Evola wants us to think about, what unites and what divides is the idea. An idea born by a definite elite intending to achieve concrete form in the state. As he puts it in his summary to point 8, idea, order, elite, state, and men of the order, we should maintain the battle lines in these terms for as long as possible. So he started with the 5th at the beginning of this set of reflections, right? The question was, where are the men? Can we still find the men? But now he's gradually leading us up to the idea as being the most important thing. So you have the men, they should be organized in a state, they should be organized under an elite. An elite should be ordered in a certain way, and at the top of that order should be the authority and sovereignty of the idea. Hierarchical, vertical, ideocracy. Okay, rule of the idea. Point 9, something must be said in regard to the problem of culture. And here what he says is that we have 3 important movements we have to reject: Darwinism, psychoanalysis, and existentialism. Against Darwinism, we must reclaim the fundamental dignity of the human person by recognizing its true place, which is not that of an individual, more or less evolved animal species among so many others. Rather, it is one which can be elevated virtually beyond the biological level. Okay, so there's a spiritual element in Evola's teaching, which is not compatible with Darwinism. Darwinism removes that spiritual level, and Evola would like to transcend Darwinism by reintroducing the spiritual level. The biologistic Darwinian myth, in one variant or another, has the precise value of a dogma defended by the anathemas of science in the materialism of both Marxist and American civilization. Modern man has gotten used to this degraded conception, tranquilly recognizing himself in it and finding it natural. So you have to oppose Darwinism. Next, you have to oppose psychoanalysis, and in particular the ideal of an ego which does not abdicate and which intends to remain conscious, autonomous, and sovereign in the face of the nocturnal and subterranean parts of the soul and the demonic character of sexuality. In other words, according to psychoanalysis, an ego can feel repressed and torn apart, and you have the whole subterranean psychosexual energies playing on this authoritarian ego who tries to keep everything suppressed and in control. But in Evola's view, no, the ego does not feel repressed or psychotically torn apart. The ego achieves an equilibrium of all faculties ordered in accordance with the higher significance of living and acting. So it's kind of like it's a democratic dogma that you have to put your emphasis on the psychological proletariat, the psychological demos, the psychological lower classes, the psychological marginalized, the subconscious irrational, and all of that. It's kind of like the psychology here, the psychoanalysis, is following an a priori strong democratic commitment. But in Evola's model, there's a different model of the psyche. There's a different model of the soul. It's not all about subversion and the revolutionary substitution of the higher by the lower, as he puts it, and contempt for every principle of authority. No, you can actually just have a well-ordered soul ruled by the best parts of the soul. In this sense, a very classical teaching, okay, because that's true of Plato and Aristotle as well, where the psychoanalytic is not predominant. Rather, desire has its place, spiritedness has its place, and prudence and wisdom have their place, and they can be well ordered without it being necessarily the case that there's an unwinnable war, unwinnable by the higher part of the soul, and that the revolutionary, subterranean, underground, psychosexual madmen are always going to tear authority and sovereignty from limb to limb. There's that threat. Everybody knows that. But for Evola, it's also possible to just be a healthy soul. And apparently for psychoanalysis, that's less the case in his presentation. So no Darwinism, no psychoanalysis. And finally, as for existentialism, he says, even if we distinguish what is properly a philosophy, a confused philosophy that up until yesterday remained relevant only to a narrow circle of specialists, it's necessary to recognize in it, so even if you just think it's this little academic movement, it's necessary, which existentialism spilled out by this time into something broader than just a little academic movement, as he knows, It's necessary to recognize in it the spiritual state of a crisis that has become systematized, being the truth of a shattered and contradictory human type which experiences a liberty by which it does not feel elevated as anguish, tragic fate, and absurdity. So just roughly, don't think about Heidegger's Being and Time if you've never read it, but what's your gist, your sense of existentialist thought? Your freedom is related to nausea, to an abyss, to anxiety, to tragedy, to absurdity, to meaninglessness to some extent. And as Evola characterizes it, he says, such people feel rather condemned without escape and responsibility to this end in the midst of a world stripped of value and meaning. So existentialism is a teaching about the abyss and meaninglessness. But all this should be rejected, especially when the best of Nietzsche had already indicated a way to rediscover a sense of existence and to give oneself a law and value untouchable even in the face of a radical nihilism, under the banner of a positive existentialism, according to Nietzsche's own expression, that of a noble nature. So Darwinism, which reduces us to biologistic evolutionary interpretation and deprives us of the higher spiritual type. Psychoanalysis, which does the same thing, it deprives us of the possibilities of a healthy spirituality by subsuming everything under the neuroses and psychoses of the lower basement of the soul. And existentialism, which leaves us with a sense of meaninglessness and tragedy. All of those things should be rejected. And the rejection should not just be intellectual, it should be lived and realized in the inner life and its conduct. Getting back on our feet is not possible as long as we remain in any way under the influence of similar forms of false and twisted ways of thinking. So these wrong teachings can set you on the wrong path, overcome them, and you have the possibility of living a noble life like a real man among the ruins and building up a new world. In point 10, Evola ultimately says that this new man who's anti-bourgeois and anti-proletarian, as we saw, he's still going to have an intolerance for every form of rhetoric and false idealism, for all those big words that are written with capital letters, okay, capital H honor, capital T truth, capital L love, for everything that is only gesture, phrase, effect, and scenery. So just because you're a right-wing anti-liberal, just because you're anti-bourgeois and anti-proletariat, just because you have this commitment to a brotherhood of loyal soldiers in subservience to a higher idea or ideal, it doesn't mean that you want to fall back into just rhetoric, just a false idealism, just big words, just big talk. The essential, on the other hand, as he puts it, is a new realism in measuring oneself exactly by the problems that will face us, and in acting so that what counts is not appearance, but being, not gossiping, but accomplishing, in silent and exact manner, in harmony with related forces, and adhering to the command that comes from above. So you don't want your right-wing anti-liberal sophistry. You don't want your right-wing anti-liberal performance, LARPing. You want the real deal, being, acting, accomplishing, and not just yapping and play acting. So that for him is very important. And he said that under the fascist regime, the human substance was not equal to the task, and it was possible to make rhetoric even from the steadfast rejection of rhetoric. So there were not men equal to the task in the fascist regime for Evola. And it's very important that in a genuine traditionalist right, that problem is overcome. No mere talkers, but you want to be. You don't just want to see him. You want to do. You don't just want to say. Point 11, the last point of his 11 points, has to do with religion. He says, let us briefly consider relations with the dominant religion. For us, the secular state in whatever form belongs to the past. So he's not a proponent of the secular state. He's not a proponent of the ethical state, which is primarily focused on secular protection of human rights and all of that sort of thing. No, secularism out the door. So what does that mean? What's the opposite? He says, well, if we oppose similar ideologies in the secular state, in other words, on one hand, everything that denies the political relevance of religion at the official level of state organization, for us, a clerical and clericalizing state is equally unacceptable. So not to be secular doesn't mean you want rule by clergy. So how do you understand then the relationship between religiosity and the state in Evola's model? Here's what he says. A religious factor is necessary as a background for a truly heroic conception of life, such as must be essential for our group. So you need a religious factor. That's necessary. Necessary to what? To a truly heroic conception of life. It is necessary. Why? Because it's necessary to feel the evidence in ourselves that beyond this earthly life, there's a higher life. Because only someone who feels this way possesses a force that cannot be broken or overwhelmed. Only this kind of person will be capable of an absolute leap. So on the basis of evolutionary dogma, no absolute leap. On the basis of psychoanalysis, apparently, let's say, no absolute leap. Existentialism, even though there's talk of a leap there, it deprives you of this breakthrough, a force that can go to something higher with a will that can't be shattered. Religion is necessary for that. When this feeling is lacking, challenging death and placing no value on his own life is possible only in sporadic moments of exaltation and in an unleashing of irrational forces. Nor is there a discipline that can justify itself with a higher and autonomous significance in such individuals. So a religious belief that beyond this earthly life there's a higher life, it allows you to challenge death and place no value on your own life, which is necessary for a heroic order, if you think about it. In fact, the story of modernity, partially, is a story of depriving men of belief in a higher life, so that they no longer are fearless in the face of death, but begin to believe that death is the greatest evil. So that the new scientists, the philosopher scientists, can now sell you the things that guarantee that your life will be long and comfortable and good. Because if death is the greatest evil and life is the greatest good, and philosophy can be made to serve life, meaning not the best life, but the most comfortable life, a life of security and the satisfaction of basic needs, a life of production and consumption, then it helps to deprive people of the belief in a higher order. You see? That's a long story. But here we just go back here. You need the religious belief. It allows you to face death. It allows you to aim higher. Nevertheless, although you must have this among the people, it need not take the obligatory dogmatic formulations of a given religious confession. Meaning, he's not saying the traditionalist order must be Catholic, or X or Y. In fact, he says the lifestyle that must be led is not that of Catholic moralism, which aims at little more than a domestication of the human animal based on virtue. Doesn't sound very heroic. Politically, this spirituality can only nourish diffidence before everything that is an integral part of the Christian conception. Certainly says if Catholicism were capable of making a capacity for high asceticism its own, in other words, if you could restore the spirit of the best aspects of the Middle Ages of the Crusades, almost the new order of Templars, in effect, he says, in a case like this, then we would choose Catholicism. But the way things are now, as things stand, given that is the mediocre and essentially bourgeois and parochial level to which practically everything that is confessional religion has descended, and given its surrender to modernism and the growing opening of the church to the left, for our men, he says, the mere reference to spirit can suffice. Okay, so you need to have a religious background. Can't necessarily go all in on Catholic Christianity or on the other religious movements that have opened their doors to modernity and to the left. You need something to invoke, and it's enough for our men to invoke spirit as evidence of a transcendent reality. We must invoke it to inoculate into our force another force, to feel in advance that our struggle is not only a political struggle, and to attract an invisible consecration upon a new world of men and leaders again. That's his 11th point. Now I will read you his summary, and you can walk away from this video with some overarching sense of Evol's teaching in 1950 concerning the world in ruins and the possibility of a new order of men. These, Evola writes in conclusion, are a few essential guidelines for the battle we have to fight, directed especially to young people, so that they may grasp the torch and the commitment from those who have not fallen, learning from the errors of the past and knowing well how to distinguish and revise everything that was affected by, and still affected today by, contingent situations. It is essential, he writes, not to sink to the level of our adversaries, not to be reduced to manipulating simplistic slogans, we saw that, and not to insist excessively on the past, which, even if worthy of being remembered, does not have the contemporary and impersonal value of the force idea. In other words, this is true of Arthur Moiler Vandenbroek, the German conservative revolutionary I mentioned earlier. These traditionalist thinkers, when they talk about tradition, they're not just talking about what lies in the past. They're talking about that which is eternal, and which therefore exists in its own way in the past, present, and future, a point Alexander Dugin has written nicely about. So you don't want to insist excessively on the past. It's likewise mandatory not to yield to suggestions of a false politicizing realism, which is the weak point of every party. So remember, you have to rise above the plane of the economic. You have to rise above the plane of the merely political. Our forces must also act in the hand-to-hand political struggle, so it's not an abdication of the realm of political, in order to create room for us to maneuver in the present situation and to limit the assault of the forces of the left. But beyond that, it is important, indeed essential, to form an elite that can define an idea with intellectual rigor and intellectual intransigence in rapt intensity. We must unite around this idea, remember that point, and affirm it, especially in the form of the new man, the man of the resistance, the man who stands upright among the ruins. Okay, that's who Evola is trying to reach. And that's who Evola is trying to summon. If it is granted to go beyond this period of crisis and unsteady and illusory order, the future will look to this man alone. The destiny that the modern world has created for itself is now overwhelming it. Even if it is not fated to be contained, if we stand by these premises, the ones that we just went over in this writing called Orientations 11 Points, our inner state will be maintained. Whatever happens, what can be done will be done, and we shall belong to that fatherland that no enemy will be able to occupy or destroy. Julius Evola, hope you learned something from that. Hope you enjoyed it. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, comment if you wish, and you should always visit millermanschool.com for courses on certain traditionalist thinkers, and political philosophers, and others, including Carl Schmitt, Vandenbroek, Heidegger, Nietzsche, and others. No courses on Evola. I put all my work on him here on my YouTube channel for free so far. Okay, guys, thanks for watching. See you in the next video. Hi guys, nice to be with you. Today I'm going to talk to you about the most scandalous book of 2023, Selective Breeding and the Birth of Philosophy by Costin Alamariu. Some people think he's the man behind Bronze Age perverts, whom you might have heard of. So if I read to you from the back of the book, you'll get a sense of what the thesis is, because he states it many times, he states it quite clearly, and here's what it is. I'm going to tell you, and then we'll see what's the big deal about it. Why is it interesting? Why is it scandalous? What does it mean? And how can you start to think about it? This book, he writes, is an attempt to show that the aristocratic regime and aristocratic morality is the origin of the idea of nature. That at the point at which a historical aristocracy starts to decline, its defenders, in abstracting and radicalizing the case for aristocracy in the face of its critics, come upon the teaching of nature and the standard of nature in politics. It is precisely this teaching of nature, so corrosive of all convention and all morality, that is politically explosive, and that explains the deep connection between philosophy, the criminal study of nature outside the city and outside the myths and pieties of the regime, and tyranny, the criminal and feral regime of rule outside and above all law and all convention. Okay, so that's the thesis. I'm going to try to explain that to you, but we have to start from something very basic. Nature? What are you talking about? Aristocracy and nature? What does he mean by that? Like, a lot of people, when they hear nature, they think, what? I like to be out in nature. The trees, you know, the mountains, going for a hike, and all of that. Nature walks. Well, that's one way to think about nature. That's how we think about it now. You know, I see a beautiful tree, I love nature. But there's another sense where nature is to be thought of in contrast with convention. So there are some things that are by convention, and there are some things that are by nature. What's an example of something that's by convention? Whether you drive on the right or left side of the street, for example, in your car if you drive. Okay, That's a convention. That's not natural. You could imagine a situation where it's flipped, and I'm sure you know of some situations that are just like that. Okay, in this country, you do it like that. In another country, you do it like this. And so there's always been a question in the history of political philosophy about whether certain laws and practices, customs and all of that are merely by convention or whether there's a natural standard. Okay? But you have to get the first distinction between nature and custom. So there's an argument. Leo Strauss makes this argument, and Strauss is an important source for this book. There's an argument that philosophy begins with the discovery of nature. That means not the discovery of sticks and stones and rocks and trees and rivers, but with the discovery that there's something other than convention, something that we didn't make. And all kinds of questions come up around that. For example, traditional belief in gods. Are the gods merely conventional? Or standards of justice. Are standards of justice merely conventional? So you have not just the distinction between the natural and conventional, but the superiority of the natural to the conventional. And therefore, question, as he puts it here, philosophy is the criminal study of nature outside the city and outside the myths and pieties of the regime. Why criminal? Why outside? And why outside the city and outside the myths and pieties of the regime? Because if to be a good citizen is to follow the law, to believe in the law, to believe that the law is just, to believe what the law tells you is true, and all of that. But at some point you begin to doubt whether the law is by convention or by nature, then somehow by that very fact you put yourself outside of the authoritative legitimacy of the law and of its beliefs, of its, quote, myths and pieties, and you begin to study what's true by nature. Okay, so when Socrates did that, it ended up leading to his death. He was accused of corrupting the youth. As you may know, he was accused of not believing in the gods of the city. And he was found guilty, sentenced to death, and killed. An event that became one of tremendous significance for the history of philosophy and for the history of political philosophy. But the philosopher is not the only figure who breaks with custom or convention in order to try to put himself into a kind of correlation with the natural, or who tries to study nature, or who tries to transcend custom and convention. There's also tyranny, which does that. Tyranny which puts itself outside of convention, above all law, which breaks through the dominance of custom. So one of the scandalous ideas of this book is that there's a kinship, a necessary kinship, between philosophy and tyranny, that they are, as it were, twins. They were born from the same set of conditions. Those conditions are what? The breakdown of the rule of custom. But we have to see a little bit more precisely how that happens. So in the first chapter of this book, Alamariu, he says that the original social form, the first society basically, was what he calls a fundamental democracy. It was totally dominated by custom. And the question is, how within a society that is totally dominated by custom can there be introduced to the principle of a break from custom? So think about it. You don't have the discovery of nature, precondition for philosophy, or as Strauss said, philosophy begins with the discovery of nature. You don't have the discovery of nature unless you have a weakening of custom and of custom's hold on your thought and on your practice, on your what you do, what you say, what you think, how you live. But where does that principle of a break from custom, how is it introduced? Where does it come from? So he first says, it might look like there are figures within the closed society of fundamental democracy with the totalitarianism of custom who sort of get some distance from it. For example, the shaman, the magician, since after all, they seem to manipulate natural forces. And they also seem to have a knowledge that is different from, distinct from, elevated in comparison to the knowledge of the rest of the people. And so they seem to be a kind of possible prefiguration, but they culminate in the idea of a sacred king. And what Alamario argues in chapter 1, using the works of Fraser and other sociologists, as well as other points of reference, is that even the sacred king is bound by all kinds of customs. So it doesn't really actually affect the break, the radical break, without which you don't have an explanation of the birth of philosophy. So what does he say? He says that, in fact, you need to posit, and in fact, he does his best to show this and to demonstrate it, a foreign conquest. When an aristocratic conquering people takes over the fundamental democracy, when it overruns them, when it conquers them, then you have introduced into the body politic the set of conditions that allow for the break with custom. What are they? Well, first of all, just by virtue of the fact that you have a ruling class, a foreign ruling class, a conquering class, the conquering class can use the conquered class for all of the labors of mere life. In other words, on the basis of the conquered people, the conquering people have a certain leisure, a leisure that lends itself to intellectual activity, to science, to philosophy, to study. They're able to separate themselves from just working, just subsisting, bare life, mere life, that kind of thing, okay? So that's one consequence of the imposition of a conquering people on a conquered people. But another one is that the conquering people, they come with some specific virtues. They come with the virtue of courage and deliberation, which they needed in order to be able to conquer successfully. So this is important because it, for him, starts to set the groundwork for thinking about the virtues. Why, when the Greeks thought about human excellence, did they think of the virtues? And why were these two central ones for them? Courage and prudence in deliberation. They're not the only two. There's justice. There are other ones. Wisdom. But he says you can begin to get a sense for why the Greek virtues developed the way they did, because they are, in all places and in all languages, the virtues of a conquering people. So in order for an aristocratic society to become a conquering people over a fundamental democracy, not only does it produce this leisured class, also not only does it introduce these military virtues, but it also had the custom of the Mannerbund, or the war band. Young men who are kind of like a pack of wolves, who live outside of the city and who are sort of free to roam and to learn what they need to learn in order to become successful conquerors. And in Alamario's presentation, this institution, the war band, the Mannerbund, it inherently facilitates a break with the dominance of custom, because these people live on the periphery. They break with the city. They become roamers. They become like wolves, okay? Pack of wolves. So he says, number one, the stratification of society. Number two, this principle of the war band is important, okay? Another thing he says is that an aristocratic society is one that typically, and I won't give you the full analysis, but this is an important point, it's one that practices eugenic breeding among its animals, among its flocks. Okay, aristocrats have experiential knowledge in practices of selective breeding as concerns their animal stocks, their flocks, and all the rest of it. And their familiarity through that with the principle of a biological nature, blood, body, okay? Nature not as an abstract concept, nature not as the rocks and the trees, but nature as a vitality of life, an intensity of life, but in particular as this biological bodily excellence, one that can be developed through a program of breeding and eugenics. So, in short, the preconditions for a break with custom are made manifest only under the conditions of aristocratic conquest of fundamental democracy. Okay, so that's why if I go back to the thesis on the back here, this book is an attempt to show that the aristocratic regime and aristocratic morality is the origin of the idea of nature. But now we have to add something here, that at the point at which a historical aristocracy starts to decline, its defenders in abstracting and radicalizing the case for aristocracy in the face of its critics come upon the teaching of nature and the standard of nature in politics. So I gotta say something about that very briefly. So, the aristocratic regime isn't just by virtue of its thinking about nature in terms of selective breeding, it's thinking about the break with custom in this other way, it doesn't automatically become philosophical. It doesn't magically become philosophical, okay? But what he does show in the second chapter is that the pre-philosophical notion of nature in an aristocratic regime, again, has to do very much with body, blood, vitality, intensity of life, a certain embodied excellence, one that becomes manifest or is revealed through the qualities of its most intense exhibitors. Okay, so he spends chapter 2 looking at the odes of Pindar in praise of certain aristocratic athletes in order to show, again, what was nature for the aristocrats prior to the philosophical conceptualization of nature. It was bodily vitality, life, intensity of life. So you look at an incredible, beautiful, strong, vigorous, healthy, outstanding athlete, and that person has more nature than somebody else, okay? More intensity of life, more being, as it were. You could say that person is more real if you wanted to use the language of reality. If you know Plato's cave allegory, you've got the shadows on the wall, then gradually you go see the objects that are casting the shadows on the wall, and then gradually you go up to the outside of the cave where you see the things themselves, and then you see the idea of the good, the sun. Now, that has one interpretation and one context in the Republic, and Heidegger has something to say about it, but consider that all of those various phases and stages, from the shadows on the wall up until the most beingful beings and the very idea of the sun, the idea of the good, the figure of the sun itself. Consider that those were intensities of degrees of intensity, vitality, and life. So that some people in their existence are like shadows on the wall, and some people in their existence are like the blazing bright sun. And that's degrees or extent of nature. You could really say that for the aristocratic pre-philosophical regime, nature is that intensity of life. And again, his goal here is to show that those people who talk about the link between the origin of philosophy being the discovery of nature, they sometimes treat nature in its conceptualized or abstracted character and forget that the abstracted, conceptualized notion of nature was preceded by, is informed by, is essentially related to this pre-philosophical, aristocratic, biological, vital interpretation of nature. So that's another scandalous thing about this book, not just that it links philosophy and tyranny, but also that it links philosophy and biology, philosophy and a non-egalitarian account of the reality of human existence, where somebody's existence could be more real, more intense. In the fullness of a human existence, that's how nature becomes manifest. In the paucity or lack of human intensity, somehow those people are not even fit to be considered human, maybe. Okay, but for sure the eugenic, as it were, dimension is there, the biological, the vital, all of that. So, chapter 1, the fundamental democracy, rule by custom, introduction of the aristocratic principle, and how that begins to set the stage for a break from custom, one which apparently could not have been accounted for just within the primary fundamental democracy, the first society. Therefore, you needed a foreign conquest. Chapter 2, Pindar, the pre-philosophical notion of nature, showing the bodily dimension of it and this notion of intensity and all of that. Chapter 3 is on Plato, on Plato's dialogue, the Gorgias in particular, okay, in particular. And the point of that chapter is to show that even in this Platonic dialogue, there's a figure called Callicles, and you have Socrates. And Socrates is typically thought, let's say, a lot of readers who read that dialogue say Callicles is the voice of tyranny. He's the voice of like, laws are for weak people and strong people should transcend the law and do what they will. And, you know, really like the Nietzschean voice of rebellion against law and morality and the assertion of will and strength. Okay, I'm just trying to give you an impression here in case you've never read the Gorgias, and so that we don't have to go into all of the details. There's a element of Callicles, the figure representing that. It's sort of a tyrannical, translegal option. And Socrates is thought to be like the refutation, the moral refutation of tyranny, the defense of justice against the attack on justice as merely conventional. Okay? And what chapter 3 is designed to show, in a nutshell, trying to be short and sweet about it, is that there's an agreement, if you read Plato correctly, between Socrates and Callicles about the kinship between philosophy and tyranny, in that Socrates agrees that both philosophy and tyranny are concerned with the well-born or the well-turned-out natures, with those young men who have this particular intensity of life. And he recognizes that that particular intensity can become expressed in a break from custom either through philosophy or through tyranny. And therefore, if philosophy is concerned with the best natures, it must also recognize the possibility that the best natures can express themselves in a tyranny. Best nature in the sense of an intensity that breaks through the dominance of custom. So Alamariu, sorry about the pronunciation, shows in chapter 3 that even Plato's Gorgias teaches us that for Plato, there is this kinship between philosophy and tyranny, and it's a kinship based on the recognition of nature, understood, as it were, in that aristocratic sense. But Plato carefully and cautiously masks the tyrannical potentials of philosophy through Socrates' speeches, but in a way that shows you Socrates and Callicles are nevertheless akin in their concern for the intense nature, the vital life, since that's what can become a philosopher. They don't care about the average, middling non-entities. They care about the potential philosophers who, ipso facto, are potential tyrants, okay? That's a big part of the argument there. And I will just add that I liked this part of the exposition. I learned something from it that I thought was valuable. He says that Callicles believes that you can appeal to these potential tyrants, get them away from the dominance of convention, somehow merely through rhetoric. Whereas Socrates shows, and in this sense he's superior to Callicles, that you must take into account not merely rhetoric, but also force or violence. And what's the connection? What's the link? What puts everything together? Socrates does say, and Callicles does not say, that what's very important is the politeia, the regime. Politeia is the word, by the way, that's translated as republic in the title of Plato's Republic. You must take into account the politeia, and the politeia is a combination of persuasion and force. Okay, so Alamariu reads this as a sign of the superiority of Socrates' approach. Socrates and Callicles agree as to the kinship of philosophy and tyranny. They agree as to the goal of protecting the better natures, but Socrates sees what Callicles doesn't see, that mere rhetoric is not enough. Okay, and the sign of that is his invocation of the centrality of the politeia or regime. So that's very nice. And then in chapter 4, the book shows how these themes are present also in Nietzsche. Okay, that there's a preservation of the aristocratic origin of the notion of nature in Nietzsche. There's a preservation of the fundamental insight of the kinship between philosophy and tyranny in Nietzsche. And in discussing that, he also can say a little bit about the similarities and dissimilarities between Plato and Nietzsche. Similarity, concerned with the better turned out natures. Similarity, understanding of the relationship between philosophy and tyranny. Difference, Plato tried to have an exoteric teaching, a mask that preserved morality and that preserved convention in a certain way. And Nietzsche is much more brutal, even though he himself wears a million masks, in unmasking that moral veneer. Why? Because Nietzsche seems to have thought, in the presentation of chapter 4, that Plato's moral veneer over the threatening and dangerous side of philosophy culminated in Christianity with a moralism that completely forgot about the goal of protecting the better natures. And in order to restore philosophy's central task, Nietzsche had to destroy the moralism of that veneer. He had to undo the success of Plato's rhetorical project, a success that culminates in Christianity and in the harms that, for Nietzsche, Christianity has done to philosophy. You see, so it's like a big kind of project. And that's it. Okay, there's an appendix on Strauss because, as I mentioned, Strauss is an important figure in this book. He's referred to often, he's discussed often. Alamario doesn't follow him in every point, and at times he goes out of his way to say, here's what Strauss got right, and here's what he didn't, or here's what he said, and here's where I go beyond what he said. Simplest case I can tell you is that Strauss doesn't really talk much about the eugenic dimension of classical philosophy, not so expressly that he ever would have titled the book Selective Breeding and the Birth of Philosophy. In this sense, you could say Strauss was much more Platonic in trying to make sure that the dangerous elements of philosophy were understood, but not necessarily front and center. And he didn't see that it was appropriate to talk about them in a loudspeaker. And you could say that Costin is therefore much more Nietzschean. But okay, that may not tell you much because there are all of these subtleties between Costin, Strauss, Nietzsche. And in my view, it's worth keeping in mind as you read this and as you think about his argument, not only the figures who are explicitly on his mind, but also somebody who, in my opinion anyways, we should include in any conversation about the nature of philosophy, about the birth of philosophy, about the relationship between philosophy, thought, and politics. And by that, I mean Heidegger. So even though you won't see a chapter here on Heidegger, and even though as best as I can recall, you don't see Heidegger's name mentioned in the main text, though he is there in the footnotes. These are the kinds of questions that are always worth thinking through with the help of all of the best guides that we have. Strauss, without a doubt. Plato, needless to say. Nietzsche, fully admit it. And I say we add Heidegger and we can round out the picture and just help us to think about the nature of philosophy in relationship to politics and the body. So there you go. That's like a quick overview of Selective Breeding and the Birth of Philosophy, the most scandalous book of 2023, written by Costin Alamario, reputed to be the man behind Bronze Age Pervert, though I don't know, don't comment. And it's an interesting suggestion. Make of it what you will. I think even without that, the book is well worth reading on its own merits and for its own arguments. Especially if you are a reader of Leo Strauss, you may enjoy this. But if you are a follower of Nietzsche, you may also learn quite a lot from it. And if you're somebody who thinks that there's like an unbridgeable gap between Plato and Nietzsche, you may also enjoy this. If you're one of those young men who is nihilistic with respect to the boring, incompetent, and in some cases deranged and delirious ruling bureaucracies and administrators, and who are attracted to the new findings of biological science about inherent qualities and differences between groups and all of that. If basically you are a young right-wing, how would you put it, anti-liberal, you could also learn from this book. What you learn is going to be something that is out of the control of anybody but God, I would say. It's between you and the book, what you come out with and an encounter with it. But I would say that The significance of this book, among other things, is that it reminds us not only of the centrality of philosophy in the best human life, but of the fact that you can't just take philosophy for granted. You can't just treat it as something ornamental or, how could you put it, flaccid. That if you're in the realm of thinking about philosophy, then you are presented with all kinds of fundamental problems, problems of the intensity of a human life. Oh, sorry, I left something out that I should say. Excuse me. I definitely left something out. So you have the aristocratic regime, but as I said, that's not yet philosophy. Okay, it may have a notion of nature, it may have selective breeding, it may have discovered certain preconditions, it has a sense of the intensity of a human life, but it's not yet the philosophical notion of nature. So one of the things he says is that, sorry, I thought I left this out. When an aristocracy begins to decline, and you get a lot of this in the Nietzsche chapter because Nietzsche seems to have caught this point. When an aristocracy begins to decline and the aristocratic customs begin to lose their hold, then there will be a corruption of many of the people who were previously held together by the aristocratic custom. But some free spirits or some genuine natures will, at the moment of the collapse of the aristocracy, have their energies freed. And in freeing their energies, they will try to recapture the nub, the heart, the essence of aristocratic life, of the aristocratic regime, namely the notion of nature, but now in a conceptualized or abstracted form. And the discovery of nature, in that sense, the philosophical discovery of nature, the preconditions for the philosophical discovery of nature, are not only the presence of the aristocratic notion of nature, but also the collapse of the aristocratic regime, therefore the weakening of aristocratic custom, and the attempt at salvaging the aristocratic notion of nature through its conceptualization. So philosophy saves nature. Philosophy is concerned with the salvation of the aristocratic notion of nature in the conditions of the collapse of an aristocratic regime. Okay, that's, anyway, another piece of the puzzle. So I haven't told you everything there is to say. This is not a substitute for reading the book. Okay, you have to always go to the primary sources. Then reading this book takes some effort because you have to read it carefully and you may want to see whether all of the interpretations of the other figures are correct. But my goal here was just to give you the gist of it. Okay, the gist of it. So that if you read the book, hopefully this is a nice first step for you, a helpful preparation. And if you don't read the book, hopefully you took something away from this brief overview anyway. So there you go. Selective breeding and the birth of philosophy. Costin Alamariu, Bronze Age pervert? I don't know. Like, share, comment, subscribe. Let me know what you think. And as always, don't forget to visit millermanschool.com for courses on political philosophy. Thanks, and see you in the next video. Space travel, it's an amazing thing because not only is it a sign of human ingenuity, which, after all, it is, isn't it? It's also us wanting to explore the big, beautiful, majestic, divine cosmos. And somehow, both of those things give glory to God. That there is a world for us to discover out there, and that we have the ability to discover it. Hi, everybody. It's great to be with you. This is Michael Millerman from millermanschool.com. Today, we're going to be looking at an article about the tech right and the Trump administration. It's a theme we've covered on this channel before, and it's an extremely interesting and important topic. I don't know how closely you've been following all of these things, but take even something like yesterday, I think it was now, where Trump launched the Trump meme coin, which, took off and made a bunch of people millionaires. It's kind of weird and unthinkable almost that you'd have something like that happen on the weekend before his inauguration. Trump launches, I mean, even the whole phenomenon of meme coins, you might think is completely bizarre. You may even have no idea what that is. So it shows you that there's some new, I mean, it's one of the many things that shows you that there's some new component or some new element to this Trump administration, like something that would be helpful to know and to understand, whether because you're just trying to make sense of weird financial speculation that's taking place, like what is Solana? What is a meme coin? How is this generating revenue at all? What does it mean that there's a crypto czar in the new administration? What is crypto? How do we make sense of, I mean, many of you will already know these things, but some people won't. Like my father, who's sad to say, passed away over the holidays. He was a Trump supporter. He's interested in the Trump movement. And, you know, you could say kind of like an old school mentality on these things, but no idea what a meme coin is, no idea what these new technologies are. You know, just watching it from the outside as a layman who supports Trump. But now we have to begin to understand in a more sophisticated way, what is this tech dimension of the Trump administration? Not just the crypto side of it, but other examples like companies such as Palantir, Anduril. Okay. And I think there are others that you're going to learn about, some publicly traded, some still privately held, that are staffed with people who are close to the Trump administration, who are supporters of the Trump administration, who are sort of in the network of tech right industrialists, inventors, entrepreneurs, financiers, and so on, who see a crucial shift taking place in the economy, in the zeitgeist, and in the culture in and around Trump. Okay, JD Vance, Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, Mark Andreessen. These are some people that you may have seen recently do prominent interviews. For example, Mark Andreessen was on the podcast circuit. You may have heard him on Joe Rogan. He spoke with Jordan Peterson recently. Alex Karp has this great book. I have it downstairs. I wish I had it here to show you. The Technological Republic, coming out in February. I got an early copy. Strongly recommend that you either read that book, The Technological Republic, or watch some interviews that Alex Karp has given about it. We covered Peter Thiel and JD Vance, as well as Curtis Yarvin, who was interviewed today in the New York Times. We've covered them on this channel previously. So this is kind of the world that I'm trying to help you to begin to understand, just pointing you to certain resources, certain topics, themes, authors. Like I mentioned, the Technological Republic book, probably have to cover in a separate video. So in this video, we're looking at something that came out today. This is a guest a guest essay in the New York Times, published today, Saturday, January 18th, 2025. How long can the alliance between tech titans and the MAGA faithful last? So I would like us to take a look at that together, by James Pogue. Mr. Pogue is a contributing opinion writer who covers the tech world and the new right. Just quickly before we turn to that article, you may even have seen some tension between these two factions. And in fact, before Trump was, before he was the president-elect, we had discussed here together on this channel that one of the new tensions, perhaps in a Trump administration, would be between the tech right and the trad right. Kind of a tension between those who believe that America's salvation requires a certain kind of technological optimism, and those who are predisposed for other, perhaps more religious, more spiritual, theological reasons to consider an overzealous attachment to the salvific power of technology to be akin to a kind of, it's like being overly tech oriented is the way of the Antichrist. Being overly tech oriented is the way of the great deceiver. And technology, so far from being our great liberator, is going to be the cause of our great demise. So those are two sorts of tensions. But even if we take it out of the realm of the metaphysical, theological, spiritual, and even philosophical, there were more kind of lower level cultural and economic issues that played themselves out in the immigration visa debate, which many of you perhaps followed as that was taking place in real time. Vivek, for example, took his position in that debate, and many of the MAGA faithful were really opposed to the position that he took. So you could say, it's in the interests of the tech right to have all kinds of immigration. If it's high caliber immigration, provided that we're attracting the best and the brightest of the world's talent into America to help build our great companies. And then the MAGA faithful right says, well, wait a second, why are you using these H-1B visas? Why are you using foreign labor? Not to import, Manhattan Project style, top of the top IQ, greatest possible scientists, but, for $30, $40, $50,000 a year jobs, $60, $70, $80,000 a year jobs, positions that could go to Americans, to local Americans, to the people who need jobs. Why are you importing foreign labor? Maybe it's just for the sake of your bottom line. So that H-1B visa immigration debate started to show some potential rifts on the economic and cultural level between the interests of tech companies who do not see their primary, or to the extent to which they do not see their primary goals as a kind of national, a certain form of national prosperity, but their own bottom line. This was the accusation. And the MAGA faithful, who, from the other point of view, they want the local workers, but what about actually bringing in the top talent from around the world? Where do you strike the right balance there between the competition for human resources globally when it comes to building these companies, and how can you sort of find that in the right way? So I'll give you another little just data point, okay? Another little example. You can dig into it on your own to try to make heads or tails of it. But there's this company Anduril. Many of you may have heard about it before. Some of you will be hearing about it for the first time. I heard about Anduril for the first time when I was flying to El Salvador to give my talk on Plato's Laws, and I had pulled up, like I often do, just a bunch of random articles to read on the flight. One of the articles that I pulled up to read was in Tablet Magazine, Tablet Mag, I think tabletmag.com is the site, and it was a profile of the company's founder, Palmer Luckey. So I had never heard of this person before. I didn't know any of the backstory. Apparently, he's the founder of Oculus Prime virtual reality headsets. Then he had a falling out at Facebook under the old administration, because he donated to Trump, something like that. So he gave a $900 or some relatively small, relatively insignificant donation to Trump. But because of the political censorship at big tech against Trump, he was booted out of Facebook, something like this, okay? And he's a character, all right? So that's what I kind of like about these new philosophically inclined pro-Trump tech bros who are in and around the administration, that they're all a little bit eccentric. Alex Karp is a nice example of this in one of the recent interviews that I was listening to him give about the book, The Technological Republic. He's open about the fact that he was dyslexic and that he's sort of attracting around him, not other people who are dyslexic, but people who are eccentric in that they're extremely capable in a small number of things, and they can be, wildly dysfunctional in some other aspects of their lives. But to the extent to which they're extremely capable on some metric or in some dimension or concerning some question, and by extremely capable, I mean like artistic, creative geniuses, okay? The kinds of people for the sake of which disciplines exist in the first place, for their greatest exemplars. So Palantir, Alex Karp is the CEO of Palantir. He was explaining how he tries to attract such people into the company, and they're building that kind of culture. So they're weirdos in a way, eccentrics in a way, but eccentric, artistic, creative, tortured madmen, geniuses who have something to show, not only for their madness, but in particular for their genius or for their talent and creativity. So this Palmer Luckey at Anduril, he was presented in this Tablet Mag profile as somebody like that, okay? Not somebody who went through your typical, well-paved path, got all the credentials in the right way. Sometimes Peter Thiel talks about this aspect of his own history. You got really good grades at this stage so that you can go to Stanford Law, so that you can graduate at the top of Stanford Law, so you can go to the best law firm, and da-da-da-da-da, right? A path that's neatly laid out for you. A lot of these guys, they had something like that and then soured on it, like Peter Thiel, for instance, or they just avoided that whole world altogether, like Palmer Luckey. So if you get a chance, read that profile. But Anduril, they just announced in the last couple of days they're building $1 billion manufacturing plant in Ohio. And in this interview that I was watching, I think it was on Bloomberg TV, Palmer Luckey was mentioning that they're going to be bringing in X amount of outside laborers into Ohio. So he said in this previous location, the mix was like 80% outsiders and 20%, local population, I guess. And he said that in the Ohio factory, it's going to be some other split. It's not going to be as high as 80. And it also wasn't clear from that interview whether he meant they're going to be people just from outside of Ohio or whether they're going to be, outside of the country, are going to be brought in from outside of the country. So that was one place, the H-1B visa immigration visa debate, where you saw potential split between the MAGA right and the tech right. I understand there are other signs. There maybe even something comes up in this article. Somebody had said to me recently that Steve Bannon, whom we've discussed on this channel before, has really been hitting Musk hard. Now, I haven't seen that. I haven't followed it. I haven't been tracking that particular dispute. Again, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it comes up. The reason I think it comes up in this essay is because the URL, nytimes.com, 2025, January 18th, opinion, and the rest of the URL is Donald Trump Tech Musk Bannon.html. So that's why I assume that the Musk Bannon debate will be a part of this piece. So with all of those preliminaries out of the way, let's just go through it. I used to do these article readings on a live stream, and we'll get back to doing that soon. As I mentioned to you, I've been a little bit out of the rhythm, in part because of the death in the family, but let's not dwell. Let's not make excuses. Let's just read the article. So how long can the alliance between tech titans and the MAGA faithful last? Here we go. On Sunday evening, the night before Donald Trump's second inauguration, scores of luminaries from across the new right are expected to gather for a dinner and gala called the Coronation Ball at the Watergate Hotel. Okay, so in other words, tomorrow. The event is being hosted by the young right-wing publishing house Passage Press, known for publishing the neo-reactionary writer Curtis Yarvin, one of the earliest of those luminaries, most famous for advocating a monarchy run like a startup. So let me just pause here. Passage Press, okay, you should look into them. They publish Curtis Yarvin. They publish a bunch of other authors. They do good work. You should take a look at what they're doing, Passage Press. Today, this upstart coalition of thinkers may be best described simply as the intellectual wing of Trumpism. Celebrate the inauguration of Donald J. Trump, the publishing house announced, with the people and organizations that will shape the culture in his second term. The ball, meaning, again, okay, this coronation ball at the Watergate Hotel to be held Sunday, January 19th, put on by Passage Press, will celebrate more than the re-coronation of a president. It seems intended to mark the ascent of a new counter-elite with aspirations to supplant the existing establishment in everything from high politics to business and culture. But this is a loose alliance colored by rivalries and complex divisions. It has brought together people who previously had little in common. Word had it that Mark Andreessen, the billionaire venture capitalist, would be at the ball. Steve Bannon, avowed enemy of the Silicon Valley billionaire class, was to be a keynote speaker. Many guests were a bit nervy about outfits and expectations. They would also be navigating these fissures within Mr. Trump's coalition. Mr. Andreessen and Mr. Bannon stand on either side of the biggest of these divides, and the one presenting the greatest challenge for Mr. Trump's governing project. It's a gap in worldviews that went overlooked in the heady days of the campaign. When Elon Musk endorsed Mr. Trump putting a great deal of personal money and energy into the project of MAGA populism, he joined figures like the venture capitalist and podcaster David Sachs and the crypto exchange founder Tyler Winklevoss in what represents one of the most surprising and disruptive alliances in American political history. Tech emerged as an alternate power center to the Republican establishment. Silicon Valley money filled in for dollars lost from the traditional donor class. As the presidential transition took shape, tech figures stepped in to supply elite human capital, as they put it, to staff the new administration. All the biggest tech companies made sure to offer $1 million tribute to help fund the inauguration. I'll just pause here quickly. If this side of the story is new to you, please check out the other videos that I have on this channel about Trump and the tech right. Okay, all of that. We covered several different videos in the run up to the election. We made several different videos on a bunch of different articles outlining this theme. Okay, the core of the aspiring Trumpian aristocracy are still reactionaries and nationalists aching to restore an American way of life, thought to be lost after decades of globalist technocracy. They are often deeply skeptical of the idea that the innovations promised by tech companies represent progress. And they describe America as not just a country, not just an economy, but a people with a common history. As Jeremy Carl, a Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Interior in the first Trump administration, and a senior fellow at the Claremont Institute, told me, the author writes. The tech figures who came to the movement in 2024 were often sympathetic to Trumpian nationalism, but they tended to be more interested in making money and launching a new era of American dynamism. Over Christmas, a bilious debate over the federal H-1B visa program, which brings in approximately 85,000 foreign workers, most of them Indian and most of them working in tech, unfolded on Mr. Musk's X. It first erupted on December 23 after Mr. Trump appointed an Indian-born venture capitalist named Sriram Krishnan to work with Mr. Sachs, who is said to be the administration's crypto and AI czar. The MAGA influencer, Laura Loomer, quickly found a post in which Mr. Krishnan had called for removing caps on how many green cards can be awarded to applicants from individual countries and for expanding skilled immigration. In a separate post on X, Ms. Loomer described it as an effort to welcome third world invaders from India, said our country was built by white Europeans, and mocked Indians as defecating in the water they bathe and drink from. Mr. Sachs came out to defend Mr. Krishnan, and the fight spiraled over Christmas. By early January, it had started to look like an epochal battle within America's new ruling coalition. Mr. Musk, whose companies benefited from the visa program, initially threatened to go to war on the subject, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend. But he seemed shaken by the backlash from the MAGA base. Thousands upon thousands of erstwhile fans were rising up online to denounce him as a traitor or a globalist, more concerned with his profit margins than the fate of the nation. The trouble between the two camps will now be an unavoidable undertone at the inauguration. Be there, Passage Press teased online for its inauguration event, as MAGA meets the tech right. The debate has genuinely high stakes heading in the first days of a wildly ambitious presidential administration. People like Mr. Bannon see the tech right almost as an existential enemy to the natural human order they want to restore. More moderate allies on the MAGA side just hope to keep things calm and friendly. If a true conflict emerges, Mr. Trump himself might well end up siding with the part of the coalition that offers vast supplies of cash and new friends socializing and scheming with him down at Mar-a-Lago. The coalition is achingly close to achieving a long-held conservative dream of fashioning a high-low alliance powerful enough to supplant the liberal establishment and remake America. It is a project that might well collapse if one side or the other gets too much of what it wants and ends up driving the other away. So, there's a new sense of gravity when you talk to people who want to hold the coalition together. In 2017, the rough equivalent of the coronation ball had been the gaudy deplorable. Now, people would be wearing black tie. Before, we were the outsiders looking in, and now we're walking in the front door, the podcaster Jack Posobiec told Politico, because this is a regime change. Okay, pause for a minute. So, nice article so far, setting the stage, discusses the H-1B visa. Topic that we gave here in the preliminary remarks. I just want to say very quickly, okay? As we continue to go through the article and as you yourselves continue to think about the tension between these two factions and what's desirable, are they really factions, what's the middle ground, and all the rest of it. There's one book that I have always liked, that I teach in my school, and that not everybody has heard of. Most of you know Plato, most of you know Aristotle, many of you know Nietzsche, Heidegger. These names are more or less familiar to. There's one author, Rabbi Joseph B. Soloveitchik, an Orthodox Jew, who has a book called The Lonely Man of Faith. Nice short little book. You don't have to get my course on it. You can just read the book or just take my word for what it contains in a minute. What I really like about it, which you don't find, in all of these authors, they all go deeply into some fundamental questions. That's true. There's no doubt about that. you should read all of these people: Plato, Aristotle, Nietzsche, Heidegger, Leo Strauss, Carl Schmitt, Alexander Dugin. You can never read too much of these authors because you're always going to get profound insights into the human condition, into the nature of political life, and as it happens, into all kinds of contemporary debates as well. But what's nice about this book by Joseph B. Soloveitchik is he argues that there are two fundamental drives, you could say, in the human soul, each of which is divinely sanctioned, each of which is legitimated in the Bible, the authoritative text for him in the Old Testament or Hebrew Bible, in particular in the creation stories of Genesis, the two creation stories at the start of the Bible. There are two, okay, in Genesis. And the idea is that these two elements or aspects or dimensions, drives and tendencies in the human soul, they're not perfectly reconcilable. It's not that he says, oh, they can be so easily harmonized that you're never going to have any problem, and kumbaya, we can go on living forevermore in eternal peace and harmony. No. But we distort the human reality if we overly suppress one or the other of these dimensions. And for whatever reason, I find that to be a helpful lens when looking out onto the tech right and the MAGA right. And the two elements are, on one hand, doesn't map perfectly, okay, but I find it to be sort of helpful in thinking this question through. The two elements are, on one hand, our drive for technological discovery, conquest, innovation, enterprise, represented for Rabbi Joseph B. Soloveitchik, first and foremost in space travel. Okay, so you've got SpaceX as a perfect example. You know, space travel, it's an amazing thing because not only is it a sign of human ingenuity, which, after all, it is, isn't it? It's also us wanting to explore the big, beautiful, majestic, divine cosmos. And somehow, both of those things give glory to God. That there is a world for us to discover out there, and that we have the ability to discover it. Not completely, but increasingly. And that's truly amazing. The problem, though, for Rabbi Soloveitchik, is that when this majestic scientific impulse, when it completely crowds out this other dimension, the dimension of sort of interiority, inner salvation, faithfulness, redemption, prayer, and that kind of community. Now, I don't say it's exactly the same, but maybe it's like, Mary and Martha in the story in the New Testament. Maybe it's like action versus thought, or action versus contemplation, activity and passivity. Maybe there are all of these different sorts of divisions and distinctions that you could lay on top of this. But the way that Soloveitchik puts it is kind of like what I said. He gives due place, due regard. He has due regard for our technological, for our desire to try to understand the world through engineering, through experimentation, through conquest, and to take pride in that, and again, to have it be to the glory of man and to the glory of God, which I think that is true. I mean, I personally am uncomfortable with the notion that we're going to denigrate human scientific discovery and achievement. For those two reasons. It shows us a capacity that we have, and it shows us a character that the world has, and both of those things seem to me to be praiseworthy. And at the same time, it's obvious that you can blow that so far out of proportion that you risk the dystopian tech world, or the post-humanist or transhumanist vision, where you've somehow left something vital behind. And what you've left behind seems to be akin to like this inner world. And maybe it's not just an inner world, because for Soloveitchik, the people who experience that inner world, they end up forming a community, again, a community of the faithful, something like that. So in some way, the MAGA faithful and the tech right, again, can be mapped onto that division. And to repeat, the goal is not a perfect harmonization, which according to Rabbi Soloveitchik is not really possible. But it's also not a total rift. It's not a civil war. It's not an attempt to dominate or to erase the other. It's just somehow these two things have to be kept in, they have to both be kept in play. And so I personally find that the presence of these two elements in the current administration somehow the tech right and the somehow, you know, I'll call it the tech optimists and the tech pessimists, or, you know, the ones who see man's splendor in American dynamism, and the ones who, you know, are in some other way the community of the not primarily technologically faithful. So it's definitely a real tension, and it's not self-evident how to resolve it, even the best way of characterizing it. But again, I've always liked that Slovakian book. I taught it even before there were these rifts in the Trump administration, and I find it to be a useful way of thinking about that. So let's just go back to the article. I hope you don't mind that aside. You can always skip ahead or skip back, play this however you like to watch these videos. Earlier this month, Breitbart published an article that seemed calculated to make the dissonance between MAGA and the tech right into a real and perhaps irreconcilable split. It included translated snippets of an interview in the Italian daily Corriere della Sera, in which Mr. Bannon, who retains a huge amount of influence in both the incoming Trump administration and the wider MAGA sphere, presents himself as an uncompromising chief of the nationalist populist core of Trumpism. In the article, Mr. Bannon, quote-unquote, declared war on Mr. Musk and by extension the whole set of tech barons who had gained such influence in the Trump sphere. Okay, so let me just tell you that there's a link to that article. I haven't read it, and I will read it, and you should read it as well. Just go to this New York Times article and click on that link. Breitbart published an article that seems designed to put a split between these two factions. Probably worth reading. Okay, in the article, to repeat, Mr. Bannon declared war on Mr. Musk and by extension the whole set of tech barons who had gained such influence in the Trump sphere. I will have Elon Musk run out of here by Inauguration Day, he said, calling him a truly evil guy. Before, because he put money in, I was prepared to tolerate it. I'm not prepared to tolerate it anymore. This challenge was widely seen as a new cycle in the H-1B visa wars, but when I called him, the author writes, Mr. Bannon articulated a very different and bigger reason for his challenge. I asked him if he saw the same deep-level philosophical tension I did. A tension, he asked, I would almost argue it's an unbridgeable gap. He named a roster of major figures on the tech right, whom he saw as enemies, Mr. Andreessen, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, the neo-monarchist writer Mr. Yarvin, and Balaji Srinivasan, an investor and technologist who promotes the idea of network states, new countries run on blockchain. Mr. Bannon accused the tech barons of promoting techno-feudalism and transhumanism, bending human life into technologized and unnatural new forms. This thing is all tied together, he said. They have a very well thought through philosophy and a very well thought through set of ideas, and they're trying to implement that. And to me, everybody's afraid, everybody's scared because of their power. I'm a populist nationalist, and I'm dug in on this, he said. I know I can take them on. He had already seen criticism. Everybody's coming to me to say you can't do this. Isn't it going to show a rift? I said, what do you mean a rift? It's better to get out now. And guys, those of you who have followed me for a long time, just permit me to make a little joke here. Right here, if you're looking on screen. So I'm a populist nationalist. I'm dug in on this. Get it? Dug in. Dug in. I'm dug in on this. Okay, thanks for letting me crack that little joke. So what do you mean a rift? It's better to get out now. To Mr. Bannon, the chasm went deeper than some small bore spat about visas. These people are techno-feudalists, and it's a dangerous, dangerous thing, he said. Here's what I'm glad about. It's going to be the populist nationalist movement that'll take them on and break them. Because quite frankly, the established order is too gutless. The established order will go with anything that keeps their privileges. This disconnect between MAGA and the tech right has deep philosophical roots. And guys, let me just repeat that one of the aims of this channel, especially in the last several months, again, except for that period where I wasn't posting for personal reasons, it has been designed to try to get you to the philosophical roots of this debate. Now, that's why you can see Curtis Yarvin, J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, videos on Elon Musk, Plato, Aristotle, Nietzsche, Heidegger, Dugin, everything from A to Z that helps you to understand the philosophical dimensions of this debate. So you should know that Steve Bannon has some interest in traditionalist authors, which you can read about in the book War for Eternity. You should have some sense of the relationship of the traditionalist authors and their attitude towards technology, particular technology as the dominant spirit of modernity. Because for the traditionalists, modernity is somehow the enemy, or modernity is a negative thing. It's primarily characterized by scientific rationality and technology, then you begin to see the picture forming. If these are your philosophical sources, these are likely to be your political positions. Not necessarily one-to-one correspondence, but enough to give you some way of navigating these divides. So to repeat, the disconnect between MAGA and the tech right has deep philosophical roots. The political theorist Patrick Deneen, in his book Regime Change, makes a point about the American right that has been plainly true for decades, that for most of modern history, it has not actually been a conservative movement. He calls Republicans of the Liz Cheney or George W. Bush mold right liberals, and argues that their unwavering support for a free market, ideally unhindered by regulation and political limits, frequently resulted in economic disruptions and dizzying change that undermined the stability of the very social institutions that conservatives claimed to prize. So to interject here, they weren't conservatives, they were right-wing liberals. So a very important essay I've written that I think will help you to understand some things is called The Virtues of Right-Wing Anti-Liberalism. Because if you start to see mainstream conservatism as right-wing liberalism, then it becomes very, very important to conceptualize correctly right-wing anti-liberalism, okay, which is why I wrote that essay. In a widely read 2022 essay titled Why Conservatism Failed, a young Catholic University of America assistant professor named Jonathan Asconas sharpened this point. He described how the old Republican Guard failed to account for the power of technology, as they claimed to be standing for the American flag and family. When you descend from lofty rhetoric about traditions and values, he wrote, a huge number of the actual practices and social institutions which built those values have disintegrated, not because of progressivism or socialism, but because of the new environment and political economy generated by technology. So in other words, you can't be a conservative who talks about tradition and we're going to conserve and the old way of life without factoring in the significance of technology. You can't be technologically illiterate. You have to factor in technology. So all the best thinkers did that. Heidegger reflected on the essence of technology. Leo Strauss reflected on the significance of technology for political community. Alexander Dugin thinks about technology, even though he writes as a traditionalist, anti-modern, and yet postmodern thinker on the right, even incorporating elements of the left. So you can't just be like, oh yeah, you have to think deeply about the essence of technology. That's why another reason why I think it's extremely significant, even before I had read the book, that Alex Karp of Palantir's book was titled The Technological Republic. To my mind, if you know that, for example, Karp did his schooling in Germany in the social sciences, and he's considered to be he's by his colleagues like Joe Lonsdale, he's called the philosopher of the company, then even without reading the book, a title like The Technological Republic, you should right away be thinking, okay, you've got The Republic by Plato, so you're going to have reflection on the nature of political life that incorporates the dimension of technology very explicitly, which is, in effect, what you do get in that book in some sense. So, yeah, you cannot ignore the meaning of technology. So back to the essay. When I spoke to Mr. Carl, the former Trump administration official, he brought up an infamous interjection into the visa debate by Vivek Ramaswamy, who wrote a very long post on X in December describing an American culture that has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long and extolling nerdiness. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ, he said, or the jock over the valedictorian, will not produce the best engineers. The response was savage. Everything he posted in the days afterward continued to be flooded with vitriolic and often racist mockery, bringing back up the H-1B debate and coloring him as an enemy of the movement. And I'll just add, this continues. If you look up Vivek today, I think he announced that he's running for governor of Ohio, and you'll see that all kinds of people are piling on to him, piling on against him, and for what he said during that H-1B visa debate, partially for what he said. Mr. Carl is the author of a book called The Unprotected Class: How Anti-White Racism is Tearing America Apart. So it's pretty obvious which side he falls on in these debates. But he's intent on keeping the coalition together. That post was silly, he told me. Even so, he didn't think Mr. Musk or Mr. Ramaswamy should be viewed as enemies. The thing about Elon, Mr. Carl said, is that it's not really clear what he thinks. Mr. Musk had defended the H-1B program by arguing that America needed to attract the top roughly 0.1% of engineering talent. But he had also just waded into politics in Britain and Germany, where he'd promoted parties like the more or less openly ethno-nationalist Alternative for Germany. So that would seem to contradict what it looked like he was saying in the immigration debate here, Mr. Carl said. It might be that he kind of picked this fight as a way of showing he has complex views. On the flip side, some people have ended up finding a place in this new counter-establishment without even being necessarily conservative. We're all really trying for the same basic American dream sorts of things, said Julie Fredrickson, a venture capitalist who backs crypto startups. A friend of Mr. Carl's, she is also a kindred spirit with prominent figures on the tech right. Ms. Fredrickson describes herself as a liberal, but she's grown increasingly frustrated by a federal government that she believes acts almost like a moat, preserving the power of huge established interests over both smaller businesses and technological innovation, big banks over crypto, giant inefficient defense contractors over the new military tech startups emerging in Southern California, oil and gas production over companies like a small-scale nuclear startup she had just invested in. And in this passage, guys, I'll just add, you see sort of the flip side thesis, right? So little tech, crypto, military tech startups, small-scale nuclear startups, right? So on one hand, the big banks, inefficient defense contractors, oil and gas, no, those things aren't necessarily going to go away, but the question is the opposite thing going to increase? And, you know, you see the Trump meme coin, some of the companies that I mentioned, Palantir, Anduril, and so on, Shield AI, and you get a sense that, yeah, military tech startups are going to have their moment, and the small-scale nuclear startups are going to have their moment. So very, very interesting set of influences and trends here. So back to the article. To her, meaning to Ms. Fredrickson, the H-1B issue was just another example of the basic problem that had driven the tech right toward Mr. Trump. Small companies, she said, rarely manage to navigate the visa system. That's the area in which both MAGA and tech really agree, she said. The current system only helps the multinational consulting corporations that are using it. She was still leery of the anti-immigrant talk that emerged in the debates. We should want the 1% minds, she said, and I mean that partially from a security state perspective because I'm terrified by the prospect of China winning on that. I do actually think that, yeah, I want to win is a stronger message than I want to do it only with people who look like me. She was voicing the twinned sense of possibility and frustration animating the tech right today. Can we just get back to winning? When I spoke to Mr. Bannon, he articulated a criticism of the tech world that perhaps surprisingly is one that at least some right-wing tech figures share. We haven't created anything on the technology side like the airplane or the internal combustion engine or the steam engine or anything big, he said. It's all been algorithms. Peter Thiel, who emerged in 2016 as the first prominent tech billionaire to back Mr. Trump, has described to me his view that technologies like social media or smartphones can offer an illusion of progress while offering dubious benefits, at best to the world at large. After Mr. Trump's first win, he led a quickly abandoned effort to begin dismantling the regulatory state. I just want to say something here really quickly. Two things. First one, again, about Peter Thiel. If you're interested, several videos on this channel going into Thiel's thought in detail. But about this point in particular, let me just restate it. Right? So Thiel has described to me, the author, his view that technologies like social media or smartphones can offer an illusion of progress while offering dubious benefits. It's another one of the main points in the book called The Technological Republic, that Silicon Valley, which was originally born out of major national security related projects of world historical and civilizational significance, gradually withdrew into itself, shrank away from questions about the national good, in fact, shrank away from any really basic and fundamental why questions at all, and just started making trivial consumer gadgets without really thinking about whether that is what the best and brightest engineers in the country and in the world should be doing. And having lost track of an important sense of their civic duty, they started to do what I think Peter Thiel mentions here, do just things that are trivial in some sense. Yes, maybe they made people money. Yes, maybe they made your life a little bit more comfortable. Yes, maybe you got your pizza in 10 minutes instead of in 15 minutes or whatever else, you know, something was made faster and more efficient, but it wasn't connected to the fundamental pressing questions. And moreover, in the Technological Republic book, the argument is made that Silicon Valley companies, they forfeited their civic duty ultimately. Because, for example, when I'm slightly here beyond my area of expertise. Actually, let's say I'm quite a bit beyond my area of expertise, but something along the lines that when the United States federal government needed the expertise of the tech companies for national security purposes. Now, I don't mean when they were pressuring them to censor speech. Let's leave that issue aside. But when they needed, for example, they needed some actual contribution on the tech side, Google engineers, they protested. They said, we oppose the militarization of this software. We don't want to work for the state. We want to make consumer gadgets and consumer products. And a very important government contract, I think it's called Project Maven, that Google was supposed to fulfill. They did not fulfill, again, because of the opposition of the engineers, who didn't want to have anything to do with national security or military issues. And instead, if I understand correctly, that Maven contract was taken up by Palantir. Okay, Palantir, who's Alex Karp, co-authored this Technological Republic book. So that Silicon Valley, number one, has to start asking questions again about the good, about why we're doing things, about what we owe to the country, about the origins of the military technological relationship in the first place. All of those sorts of questions are reemerging in a fundamental way right now. Okay, these are the questions that are very much living questions now. Okay, so back here, right? So Peter Thiel, there were questions in 2016, but they're really amplified by 100-fold this time around. Okay, so after Mr. Trump's first win, Thiel led a quickly abandoned effort to begin dismantling the regulatory state. But Mr. Thiel ended up largely sitting out of the 2024 election, skeptical that a second Trump administration could carry out a serious project to remake American governance. Now, Mr. Musk and Mr. Ramaswamy, Vivek, are leading a much higher profile effort through what they call the Department of Government Efficiency. Mr. Musk and Mr. Ramaswamy are both slightly comic public figures, prone to dopamine-addled mucking about in arguments on X. The outsized attention they draw can end up obscuring the complicated interplay between the imperatives of MAGA and the tech right. I think the tech right is going to win in the short term, said Rezi Khan, a geneticist and tech consultant who's friendly with many figures in both the MAGA and tech right spheres. As he saw it, the talent and money were mostly on the side of tech. The tech right is pro-American, he said, but it's pro-American in the sense that they see America as an empire that takes over the world and goes interplanetary. This was too rationalist of an approach for many on the MAGA side, which is shaped in large part by Christian faith, and at least for some, a belief that America should be a homeland for heritage Americans of Northern European extraction. They are not excited about the American empire, he said, or racing into space. They care more about the values of a pre-1960s America, the values of a Western civilization. Both sides see their path as the best approach to make America more dynamic. The MAGA intellectuals through a hoped-for refounding that would restore a sense of national identity and purpose, and the tech right through drawing the best talent from a worldwide pool and letting competition and capitalism rip. Mr. Trump himself has kept something like a kingly remove from the early squabbles of the aristocracy emerging in his shadow. His vice president, J.D. Vance, might be able to act as an intermediary between these rival wings. A former venture capitalist married to the daughter of Indian immigrants, he nonetheless adopted the populist nationalist style of politics. He probably leans more towards the populist, Mr. Khan said, but the dude cooks vegetarian food and hangs out with Indians all the time. Mr. Vance has a foot and many friends in both worlds, and a strong political interest in bridging the gap. I feel like he's the one that can keep the energy going and go between the two, Mr. Khan said, and I don't think either side will totally win. By the way, that would be a beautiful way of understanding Vance's symbolic significance, that he's actually the figure who is best positioned, and it's extremely significant that he's chosen as a VP because he's best positioned to sort of work as that conduit between, or the mediating factor between, the tech right and the MAGA right. Mr. Vance once told me that he thought something genuinely seriously bad was coming to America unless conservatives could assemble a coalition of populists and traditionalists that can actually overthrow the ruling class. The MAGA sphere has now managed to draw some of the richest people on earth into this project, with figures like Mr. Andreessen and Mr. Musk casting themselves as unlikely allies in a populist overthrow of the American elite. For now, some within Trump's orbit are happy to give them a chance, but others are already looking toward a struggle to decide who really holds the power as their revolution gets underway. It's time to have the debate, Mr. Bannon told me. You've got to hit them while you're strong. Okay, extremely, extremely interesting. Wouldn't you say so? So if you're looking for more background on this, again, check out the videos on this channel about the tech right, Trump and the tech right, JD Vance, Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, Mark Andreessen, Curtis Yarvin, and some of the other figures who can help you to think through this very fascinating, emerging, latent, maybe even more than, maybe it was once latent and now it's in full force, or at least you see the signs of what it might look like as it takes effect, this split between these factions. And maybe it's not even right to factionalize them in this way. We'd have to see. Again, it's bizarre. It's not straightforward in any one of these cases. Musk, even if you were the kind of person who thought that technology run amok is akin to some sort of Luciferianism, Satanism, or dominance of the Antichrist, if you saw it in those sorts of terms. Still, though, as you go through the other side of the equation, what Musk did with X was hugely significant, wasn't it? What he did with Twitter was hugely significant. Don't you think so? I mean, didn't it play a very important role in allowing certain debates to come to light that were being suppressed? Hasn't he really taken a principled position against what was taking place with government-enforced tech censorship? I think you have to give everything its due. If you're going to credit Musk and his technological imperatives as negative, we also have to say, well, what has he done that's been positive? And I would think that what he's done for free speech with the Twitter acquisition and with other stances that he's taken have been, for this part of the political spectrum, largely positive. Or wouldn't you say so? Nobody claims it's been perfect, but hasn't it been largely positive? Again, some things are almost unthinkable, that he came out in support of the AFD in Germany. Now that's pretty big. And that is not something that you could have expected a highly placed, extremely visible, a central and influential figure in American politics to have done. You have to remember where we were a couple of months ago, where we have been for the last few years. What world configuration is coming to an end? What has been the status quo? And just think about how far we've moved from that. And Musk has played a pretty significant role in moving us away from that. And he's not the only one. Some of these other figures that are mentioned in the piece, as for example, enemies of Vannon's, my personal opinion is that they too have contributed extraordinary, how could you put it? Whatever they may have been in the past, whoever they may have supported in the past, and however they may have thought about politics in the past, it's clear that for many of these people, the Biden administration just went so far that it truly forced a reorientation. Now, it does not seem to me in all cases to be a cynical ploy, like, oh, we're just gonna, you see where the bread is buttered, so we're gonna become pro-Trump because we know that that's just where the wind is blowing, and we're opportunists. If it wasn't Trump, then we'd be kissing somebody else's butt. In some of these cases, I think the evidence is pretty strong or compelling that for principled reasons, there has been a reorientation. And that makes sense, because I think that's true for a lot of ordinary people who were pushed by democratic excess, by woke leftism, by their first and second graders being taught about pronouns and transgender people, and by many, many, many other such things. They were pushed away from the Democratic Party. They were pushed away from mainstream liberalism. They felt abandoned by a movement that had gone insane. And then they turned to a movement that's offering something less insane. That somehow, it's not rocket science. What Musk does is rocket science. Why people would support Musk is not rocket science. Biden gave Musk no credit. If you're entrepreneurial, if you're innovative, if you're enterprising, you don't like death by 1,000 regulations. You like to see new things being made and built, and many people do, all the way up and down the chain, from highly placed, billionaires all the way down to your next door neighbor. They look at someone like Musk and he inspires them. Maybe he inspires their children. They want to learn about space travel, engineering, physics. And Biden gave him no credit. And worse than no credit, he put obstacles in his way. You could say he really was like denigrating him, demeaning him, and therefore denigrating and demeaning everybody who is inspired by him. And Trump, complete opposite. Not only are you acknowledged for your expertise is critical for the country because the country will flourish depending on how it treats its geniuses, which is what Trump said. It's very important how you treat your geniuses. That's true. I think that's, I would say, almost indisputable. So we had a period in our very recent past here where genius was attacked. Now we have a period where it looks like genius is going to be protected, encouraged, supported. My artistic friends on the right, publishers, sculptors, poets, painters, musicians, the other people like myself who are drawn to philosophy primarily or to religious thought, mystical thought. All of these people seem also, to my mind, just to give you a sense of the atmosphere, my personal anecdotal perspective on this, they also all feel liberated. You know, we covered on this channel many, many times that the prevailing atmosphere, it called, I think my most popular video on this channel is Why is Everything Normal Called Fascist? And you saw a million op-eds, oh, beware if your sons start going to the gym, it probably means they're, you know, today they're going to the gym, it's more than Nazis. Today they're reading Aristotle and tomorrow they want to go around killing everybody. What are you talking about, right? That was the intellectual atmosphere, if you can call it that. That was the atmosphere in which intellect had been suffocating. Creativity had been suffocating. Every spark of life had been snuffed out. Well, you can't snuff out every spark of life. You can try to, and it looks like the administration had been trying to. They wanted degrowth, depopulation, de-sanctification, de-spiritualization, demotivation, everything. It was going in the wrong direction. So now it shouldn't be surprising that all the people who felt suppressed now feel emboldened. Okay, what you're used to reading about is that, oh, the people who feel suppressed and are emboldened, that's like, you know, the people, the racists and the Hitlerites and the misogynists, you know, your typical, let's say, Trudeau rhetoric, your typical Biden rhetoric, right? If we're talking about who have we been suppressing? Well, we've been suppressing the bad guys. And when Musk took over X, what did he liberate? Oh, he liberated the bad guys, right? Now you have just like hateful white nationalists who are allowed to post in public or something like that. But what they didn't see and what they didn't say and what is indisputable is that among those who had been suppressed and who now feel liberated are in fact talented, industrious, intelligent, enterprising, hardworking, patriotic people who just, they want to, you know, not all of them, not every one of them thinks he's going to be a great man of history. Not everybody thinks they're going to be a world historical, artistic figure. But they all want to contribute something to the life of the country. And not just in America, because this, you know, Trump effect and Musk effect, it works, you know, it works everywhere. I have some Russian-speaking friends and family. We talk about Musk in Russian. Okay, we talk about Trump in Russian. Everybody in the world is looking at these examples. Everybody in their countries is looking at these examples. And everybody from, again, the highest placed leader to the lowest placed foreign worker or a citizen of the country who sees these things can ask himself, do I want to live in a country that seems to be getting better? That seems to be fighting crime like El Salvador's Bukele? That seems to be creating prosperity? That seems to be, you know, valorizing things that I consider to be good? Or do I want to live in a country where everything is getting worse and weird in a bad way? Okay, there's a good eccentricity, there's a bad eccentricity. So those are all kinds of things to consider. You know, I think it would be a huge mistake to be too quick to judge at this point. if you're somebody who's looking at these factions on the right. I mean, there may be some that you consider whatever, okay? There may be others that you consider whatever. But it's, if it's true, like some commentators, intelligent commentators, think that it is, that this second Trump win really represents the end of an era. Okay, like 2016 was a first little, it seemed like a false start or something. Biden seemed like it could be, what was Biden? Was Biden, it could have been the beginning of the Great Reset, could have been, Trump was the anomaly. As it turns out, Biden was the anomaly. So we have this new moment, this new configuration, and it's so not self-evident how that's going to play out, what it looks like, how these groups are going to manage their relationships with one another. Is it true that we're now in an era where all of the insults and all of the, standard operating procedures of the last 4 or 8 or 12 years, whatever last period we have just put an end to, apparently, it looks like and it feels like a lot of that is just completely now, no bullets in the chamber. So that's probably a bad analogy, but you know what I mean? Like, much of it has lost its force. Like one of the X memes says, all of that was defeated at the ballot box. Now, there's a pendulum, these things swing, and they might come back, but, Francis Fukuyama, not a big Trump supporter, he's writing, this seems to mark the end of global liberalism. Other liberals are analyzing it in the same sort of way. So it's not just the Trumpists who think that, this is a first turning, or that this is the beginning of something completely new, some truly significant reconfiguration of the global moral, cultural, and intellectual order. It's possible that it is. It's interesting to think about it as though it is. And as I say, that's why it's interesting for us to have our finger on the pulse of these things. Now, I'm just going to mention something. I don't know if anybody's even watching this. We're 1 hour into the video. So I'll just say this for those of you who are here or who skip ahead this far. It's very helpful. I would recommend doing this. It's what I myself try to do. I have found it to be helpful. My students have found it to be helpful. To connect the two levels, the cultural, political, economic, daily. Okay, like this article, right? Trump is coming in. We have Bannon. We have Musk. We have this thing with the H-1B visas. That's like topical, today's news, cultural, political dimension. Yes, absolutely. And economic. That's very important. And as you see, even from this article, and as I try to show in almost all my videos, there's a deeper dimension. There's the philosophical dimension. Okay, there's Musk and the threat of transhumanism or posthumanism. There's Bannon and the traditionalists. There's Yarvin and Aristotelian political science. So try to operate at both of those levels. Do read the fundamental texts and supplement them with an understanding of contemporary affairs. Do study contemporary affairs and supplement them with a serious study of the foundational texts. Somehow, there are probably other things you can do and other ways that you can triangulate and do this sort of intellectual operation, but it's the one that I find most satisfying. It's the one that I try to do on this channel. Go back between those two levels. If you're just in the fundamental texts, if you could only pick one or the other, probably pick the fundamental text. But I think you're going to get the most if you keep both of those in view, and if you allow yourself to ping pong between the two levels and try to understand how do they link together. Again, I'll give you one last simple example. In this book, which isn't even published yet publicly, The Technological Republic, co-written by Alex Karp of Palantir. Nice book. I recommend it. There's mention of Leo Strauss and his essay, What is Political Philosophy? Foundational, fundamental, crucial, beautiful, amazing, insightful. And these two things, they link together. That's the sweet spot, if you can see where they link together. That'll help you understand the world, as well as the big questions, as well as yourselves, to the extent to which we can have self-knowledge. The Oracle at Delphi said, know thyself, and thou shalt know the cosmos and the gods, whatever the exact phrase is. But self-knowledge is the goal here. It's elusive, it's difficult, but this is as fun and interesting and insightful a way as any to get at it. So guys, Michael Millerman, millermanschool.com. Thank you for watching. Like, share, subscribe, comment, do whatever you'd like to do to help my work grow, this channel grow, so we can cover more videos like this in the future. Let me know what you think. Feel free to post articles as they come up that you'd like me to cover. Guys, take care, be well, enjoy whatever day it is when you're watching this. And if you happen to be watching it in the next day or two, enjoy the Trump inauguration and the coronation ball if you happen to be going. All right, guys, take care. Guys, in this video, I want to say a few things briefly about what Martin Heidegger writes about Christianity and the Christian faith in Remarks 1-5, Black Notebooks from 1942 to 1948. Heidegger's Black Notebooks are deep reflections on and meditations on all kinds of things like language, silence, being. And from time to time, he will mention contemporary political and quote unquote cultural affairs. He reflects on liberal democratic German anti-fascism and things like that. But in this particular section, he has some reflections on faith and thinking and on Christianity as a system of thought and Christianness as faith that I wanted to share with you in case you have an interest in this topic. So he says the following: understood in a Christian manner, faith is the unconstrained trust in the claim of God, who as Father speaks through Jesus as his anointed Son, and is thus the Redeemer from sin. Faith.
I've told this story before, but in 2013, I was on a commercial flight from Los Angeles to Kittery, Maine, or whatever the nearest airport was in Maine. I was on my way to SEER training, which is the military survival school. Somewhere midway through the flight, somewhere over the Midwest, I'd have to imagine, maybe the Rocky Mountains, possible. So I had been watching patches of city lights and town lights and stuff underneath the plane, 35,000 feet. The lights would go away. It was just complete blackness, like no lights whatsoever. So possibly the Rockies or some mountain range or something. And then I started seeing these two lights. And my first immediate impression when I started looking at them, and I was just staring intently at them, was that they were headlights on a car moving through a forest down below us, because it seemed like there was like a flickering of the lights, like something was passing over them. In hindsight, it could have been cloud cover, right, that was causing that. But whatever these lights were, they just continued for a very long time, like 15, 20, 30 minutes. I'm still looking out the window and there's these lights. My immediate impression was then, okay, this can't be headlights because the ground is too far down below us for me to be seeing headlights. And whatever road that this car is driving on, it doesn't go this far. So then I thought, okay, it must be something inside the plane. And I could not make heads or tails of what inside the plane, what light, one of the little emergency lights on the aisle or something, like what could possibly be reflecting at this vantage point far down below the plane, like 20,000 feet below the plane. I couldn't make sense of it. And so I wanted a sanity check at least, and there was a master sergeant sitting next to me. I didn't know him, I had met him on the plane and I started chatting with him. So I tapped him on the shoulder and I said, excuse me, can you please look out the window and double check that I'm not seeing things? I see these two lights down below the plane. So he leans over me and he's looking out the window and he's like, yeah, that's weird. I wonder what those are. And then he leans back and he's talking to his wife. So I still today have no idea what both of us saw outside that plane. And honestly, my rational mind wants to tell me, look, you were just both seeing something reflected. It wasn't anywhere near the wing of the plane. I'll tell you that. It wasn't something attached to the plane. I have no idea. But that story, whenever I think about it, because it remains the most unexplained, unidentified flying object story that I have to memory, it reminds me of another story. While flying missions over Germany and the Pacific Island during the last months of the Second World War, the Allied command started receiving an alarming number of strange reports from pilots. Reports about encountering some kind of unidentified aircraft. Strange objects that seemed to glow and demonstrated flying capabilities far beyond any known aircraft. Because they were fighting the Germans and assumed it was some kind of new technology, some of the airmen referred to them as Kraut fireballs or Kraut meteors. But there was another name they had for them that ended up sticking and became a permanent part of paranormal war history. This is the story of the Foo Fighters of World War II.
is under attack. By the power of Gorus.
The mist which hangs before you
Offers you a choice.
to pass through,
Or to escape.
beyond it are
Stories.
which defy
The explanation.
and fly in the face.
Of what we know to be real.
It is a void of both
reality.
and impossibility.
Of both fact
And superstition.
You alone are left to discern
what to believe. As you pass through what we call the fog of war.
As much as I love the holiday season each year, I think the reality for a lot of people, including myself, is that the holidays can be the most stressful. The expectations from friends and family, and then starting a new year where by the end of the first month you are falling way behind on all those big resolutions you made, and now you feel even more discouraged. You feel helpless. You know what helps me? Talking to someone about this stuff. And while I love my family and my friends, it's not like they're always the best listeners, and heck, they have their own problems. Therapy is what has helped me take a pause, get clear about my goals, and start the new year with the right mindset. And that's why I'm so grateful to have BetterHelp as the sponsor of this video. They have been such a big supporter of not only this channel, but giving me and so many others solutions to things we just can't tackle on our own. And BetterHelp makes therapy feel accessible and flexible, so it can fit into real life. With over 30,000 licensed therapists and the ability to meet by video, phone, or live chat, you can choose what feels most comfortable and supportive. And 72% of BetterHelp clients report a reduction in symptoms within 12 weeks. Whatever you're carrying into the new year, click the link in the description or go to betterhelp.com/wartime stories for 10% off your first month. And let BetterHelp support you in feeling lighter in 2026. All right, let's get back to the stories.
Fiends take you.
Radar is coming back clean, Ed. Nothing up here for miles around. Looks like we have the whole sky to ourselves tonight.
Roger that, Donnie. All right, boys, you know the drill. Keep your eyes peeled. You see anything that looks like a supply train or a convoy, I want to hear about it. Just make sure you don't fly us into the side of a hill, all right?
That'd be one hell of a telegram, huh? The Secretary of War regrets to inform you that your sons were killed because they were dumb as rocks.
Speak for yourself, Freddy. Your parents are going to get that telegram no matter how you kick the bucket.
Oh, real funny.
We got something off to our left in the hills. See it? About 8 or 10 lights strung out in a row. Yeah, I see them. Could be stars. Hard to tell from here. Ed, charts show that there are no hills in that direction. Those things are airborne. Yeah, look at them.
Holy hell, are they moving quick? What gives? I got nothing on radar.
Freddy, get command on the radio and see if they can give us a clue as to what the hell we're looking at.
That does not actually cry.
By late 1944, the Nazis were just months away from total collapse. The Soviets were kicking in the door from the east, while the Allies had succeeded in pushing the Germans out of North Africa, and most of Italy, France, Belgium, and Holland. Now they were taking the fight into Germany itself. Many people were hopeful that the end of the war was finally in sight. But none of that was on Lieutenant Ed Schluter's mind as he nursed the twin-engine Bristol Beaufighter off the runway and into the air above Dijon, France. For him and the other airmen of the U.S. Army Air Force's 415th Night Fighter Squadron, the chilly November evening was shaping up to be another routine flight. The night's mission was simple. Schluter and his crew were tasked with patrolling the skies of the Rhine River, near the French city of Strasbourg, right on the German border. Under the cover of darkness, and with the help of the Beaufighter's advanced radar detection gear, the night fighter would seek out any targets of opportunity. German aircraft, supply trains, military convoys, communication centers, barracks, all were fair game. And Schluter was itching to put the aircraft's 4 20mm cannons to good use. Riding along on the flight were his crewman, radar operator Lieutenant Donald J. Myers, and rear gunner, Lieutenant Fred Ringwald. Now airborne and flying at low altitude, Schluter crossed the Rhine into Germany, his eyes carefully scanning the darkness below for signs of enemy activity. For a while, it seemed all was quiet. Meyer likewise reported no contacts on the radar screen. It felt as if they had the whole sky to themselves. Suddenly, from his position in the rear, Lieutenant Ringwald's voice cut across the plane's intercom. He reported seeing what appeared to be a string of 8 to 10 bright orange lights in the hills, a few kilometers off their left wing, possibly an enemy convoy. But Schluter wasn't so sure. He knew from flying dozens of night ops that stars hanging just above the horizon could easily be mistaken for lights on the ground. In total darkness, the earth and sky tended to blend together. Ringwald came back across the intercom, sounding puzzled. Based on their navigation charts, there weren't any hills in that area. Whatever the lights were, their elevation meant they were in the air, and as they observed them, they saw the lights were moving at a high rate of speed. Scanning the plane's radar, Lieutenant Myers was also confused. He expected the oscilloscope to start showing blips on the screen at any moment, but the small round screen stayed blank. The crew then radioed their base's command center, asking if ground radar was picking up any other aircraft in their vicinity. The answer they got back was no, it was just them. Schluter had no idea what they were looking at, but he wasn't about to let themselves get duped by some new kind of enemy aircraft. He told everyone to hang on before throttling the engines and pulling the stick, veering the plane into a hard left turn to face the formation of lights head on. As their Beaufighter closed in on the lights, Schluter peered through the gun sights, his thumb resting on the trigger as he drew a bead on one of the unknown craft. But then, only a split second before he fired, the lights suddenly went out. Schluter pulled the night fighter out of its attack run, and the three men began frantically scanning the sky around them, looking for any trace of the lights. Moments later, the formation reappeared, but now they were very far away in the distance, once again flying along at high speed and burning as brightly as they had before. Now even more wary, Schluter decided to follow them while keeping his distance. The men tracked the lights for another 5 minutes. Then, the same as before, the lights suddenly flickered and went out. This time, for good. Schluter kept the aircraft on the same flight path, the men scanning the skies all around them, but the lights never reappeared. To say the aviators were baffled would be an understatement, but with nothing else they could do to locate them, the lights had seemingly been nothing more than a distraction. They still had a full payload of ammunition and a mission to complete. Returning back to their initial route, they carried on with the plan. By the end of the night, tracing along the railways below, they did spot and successfully destroy 7 German steam locomotives. With the excitement now over, after arriving back at their airfield, the men held a quiet meeting to discuss the mission, and particularly to talk about the strange lights they'd encountered. They just couldn't figure it out. Each of the men was familiar with all kinds of German aircraft, even some of the newer jet fighters, but the lights moved and behaved unlike anything they'd ever seen. For the time being, they decided to keep quiet about the whole thing. The last thing any of them wanted was to be diagnosed with combat fatigue and have any future flights be grounded. But as the days went by, their strange experience would become more and more common, as other members of the 415th Squadron returned from their missions with their own unusual stories. For example, just a few nights later, on November 27th, Lieutenant Henry Giblin, his radar observer, Lieutenant Walter Cleary, were flying in the same region of Germany at an altitude of 1,000 feet. But about 1,000 feet above them, they noticed a huge red light moving through the sky. They estimated it to be going about 200 miles per hour. Slightly baffled, the two men brushed it off as some kind of illusion, maybe the effect of something funny they'd eaten at the mess hall. But on the night of December 22nd, into the early morning of the 23rd, 1944, 2 more members of the 415th, choosing to remain anonymous, encountered the lights. This time, they were flying at 10,000 feet, near the French town of Hagenau, just to the north of Strasbourg.
At 0600 hours, we saw two lights climbing toward us from the ground. Upon reaching our altitude, they leveled off and stayed on my tail. The lights appeared to be large orange glows. After staying with the plane for 2 minutes, they peeled off and turned away, flying under perfect control. Then, they went out.
On another mission just a few nights later, Lieutenants David L. McFalls and Ned Baker had their own run-in, describing what they saw as, quote, a glowing red object shooting straight up, which suddenly changed to a view of an aircraft doing a wing-over, going into a dive and disappearing. What they described in aviation terminology was essentially the object making a swift transition from a vertical ascent to a controlled inverted turn, followed by a steep descent, something impossible for a traditional aircraft to do because an aircraft flying straight up would stall, let alone be able to pull such a fast turnaround to go back in the opposite direction. With all of these strange sightings, one mission after another, talk of these strange objects spread like wildfire. It soon felt as if every member of the 415th Squadron had had some kind of experience with flying lights. They became so common that the men started to assign them nicknames as if they were any other aircraft. On account of their bright red and orange appearance, many simply called them Kraut fireballs or Kraut meteors, attributing their appearance over Germany as some kind of experimental technology being used by the enemy. But it was Lieutenant Donald J. Myers' moniker that really stuck. A popular American comic strip at the time was the Smokey Stover comic strip about a screwball firefighter. In the comic, Smokey often referred to himself as a foo fighter instead of firefighter. The word foo was a nonsense word, often used throughout the comic strip. It appeared on signs, lists, menus. It was spoken by characters. The comic strip creator Bill Holman claimed he found the word on the bottom of a Chinese figurine, meaning good luck. However, it may have also come from a shortened form of the word fooey, or inspired by the French word feu, meaning fire, which would make sense, foo fighter. According to Lieutenant Myers, because of his affinity for the comic strip, he took to calling the fiery orbs of light foo fighters as a sort of pun, essentially referring to the strange objects as fiery fighter planes. Whatever they were, the Foo Fighters were quickly becoming something of a legend in the 415th Squadron. Things only got more exciting when other air wings started reporting run-ins with similar phenomena, even in broad daylight. In the skies over Germany, near the town of Neustadt, an unknown pilot of an American P-47 eventually reported seeing a gold-colored ball with a metallic finish, which appeared to be moving slowly through the air. At the time of the sighting, the evening sun was low in the sky, so it was hard for the pilot to tell if light was reflecting off the object's smooth surface or if it was producing the light itself. Meanwhile, another P-47 pilot operating in the same area reported seeing, quote, a phosphorescent golden sphere 3 to 5 feet in diameter flying at 2,000 feet. Also around the same time, bomber crews in the 8th Air Force reported their own encounters with unknown objects described as huge silver Christmas ornaments floating in and around their flight formations. With the new year just around the corner, reports of the Foo Fighters were now flooding into Army Command. Even news outlets back home in the United States started to catch wind of the stories, the first known report making its way into print on December 14, 1944. That Thursday edition of the New York Times featured an article titled, Floating Mystery Ball is New Nazi Air Weapon. A Reuters report from the previous day, December 13th, also discussed these phenomena. It described how airmen of the American Air Force had reported encountering silver-colored spheres over German territory, appearing singly or in clusters, with some being semi-translucent, and that they could offer no explanation as to what held these objects in the sky, their contents, or their purpose. Another article published around the same time carried the intriguing title, Xmas Bulbs in Nazi Skies, New German Secret Weapon? This report described the objects as resembling huge glass balls that adorned Christmas trees. Possibly a reprint of the original article in Reuters, it described them as transparent spheres, colored silver and other shades. seen floating individually or in groups over German-held territory. Perhaps with him being a kindred spirit in the work of diving into paranormal wartime mysteries, these articles caught the attention of a journalist named Joe Chamberlain. Hoping to investigate the strange stories, he wasted no time in catching a flight to Europe, going straight to the airmen of the 415th Night Fighter Squadron for answers. By the time Chamberlain was able to catch up to the 415th Squadron in Germany, it was October 1945. The war was now over, and it seemed like the Foo Fighters had all but vanished. Nonetheless, Chamberlain would get his story. The men of the 415th were still eager to share their experiences with him. Chamberlain later published them in the December 1945 edition of the American Legion magazine. As he sat through the many interviews with the airmen in Germany, Chamberlain couldn't help but remark on the strangeness of the whole thing, sharply contrasted by the very, well, how else to put it? These men were entirely normal. War can take its toll on the mind of anyone, but these men were anything but quacks, just a group of combat veterans with some very strange experiences.
Although confronted with a baffling situation, and one with lethal potentialities, the 415th continued its remarkable combat record. When the writer of this article visited and talked with them in Germany, he was impressed with the obvious fact that the 415th Flyers were very normal airmen, whose primary interest was combat, and after that came pinup girls, poker, donuts, and the derivatives of the grape.
During these interviews, Chamberlain also asked the pilots, gunners, and radar operators about the theories and possible explanations behind Foo Fighter sightings being offered by both the Army and scientific community. But in the eyes of the 415th, none of these explanations could fully account for what they saw.
It was said that the Foo Fighters might be a new kind of flare. A flare, said the 415th, does not dive, peel off, or turn. Were they to frighten or confuse Allied pilots? Well, if so, they were not succeeding. And yet the lights continued to appear. 8th Air Force bomber crews had reported seeing silver-colored spheres resembling huge Christmas tree ornaments in the sky. What about them? Well, the silver spheres usually floated and never followed a plane. They were presumably some idea the Germans tried in the unsuccessful effort to confuse our pilots or hinder our radar bombing devices. What about jet planes? No, the Germans had jet planes, all right, but they didn't have an exhaust flame visible at any distance. Could they be flying bombs of some sort, either with or without a pilot? Presumably not, with but one exception. No one thought he observed a wing or fuselage. Weather balloons? No, the 415th was well aware of their behavior. They ascended almost vertically and eventually burst. Could the lights or balls of fire be the red, blue, and orange-colored flak bursts that 8th Air Force bomber crews reported? It was a nice idea, said the 415th, but there was no correlation between the Foo Fighters they observed and the flak they encountered. In short, no explanation stood up.
The term Foo Fighters was first publicly referenced in Joe Chamberlain's American Legion article in December 1945. His report noted that the appearances of the Foo Fighters over Germany ceased around the time Allied ground forces moved east of the Rhine in March 1945. The last appearance of the objects was an incident where a pilot turned his plane directly into them, and they disappeared, only to reappear behind his plane. In early January 1945, following the New York Times, Reuters, and other articles published about the strange objects a few weeks earlier, a group of scientists in New York had attempted to explain away the Foo Fighter sightings. They speculated that the airmen were just seeing an electrical phenomenon known as St. Elmo's fire, which is commonly seen on the tips of church steeples, tall trees, and ships' masts during stormy weather. It's worth noting that these scientists made no effort to speak to any of the men of the 415th or the 8th Air Force who witnessed the Foo Fighter objects. Well, when Joe Chamberlain explained all of this to the airmen during his interviews, this egg-headed scientific attempt to dismiss their profound experiences as some kind of bizarre weather really got the men of the 415th heated. They were seasoned aviators, highly familiar with St. Elmo's fire, and knew exactly what it was and how it looked. But the Foo Fighters were nothing of the sort. The scientists, they thought, could stuff their theories. The airmen told Chamberlain in no uncertain terms, the things they saw weren't a naturally occurring phenomena, but had to be some kind of aircraft or weapon, clearly being operated under intelligent control. The more he listened, the more Chamberlain became convinced that the men were right. Not only were the Foo Fighters capable of great speed, agility, and formation flight, but they also possessed the uncanny ability to evade and even disrupt Allied radar. In one of the 415th's last recorded encounters with the Foo Fighters, the anonymous pilot told Chamberlain that he got the distinct, unnerving feeling that whoever or whatever was at the craft's controls was actually toying with him.
The last time the Foo Fighters appeared, the pilot turned into them at the earliest possible moment, and the lights disappeared. The pilot was sure that he felt prop wash, but when he checked with ground radar, there was no other airplane. The pilot continued on his way, perturbed, even angry, when he noticed the lights far to the rear. The night was clear, and the pilot was approaching a huge cloud. Once in the cloud, he dropped down 2,000 feet and made a 30-degree left turn. Just a few seconds later, he emerged from the cloud, with his eye peeled to the rear. Sure enough, coming out of the cloud in the same relative position was the Foo Fighter, as though to thumb its nose at the pilot, and then disappear.
As he was compiling the reports for his article, Chamberlain noticed something rather interesting. By the time Nazi Germany surrendered in May 1945, all Foo Fighter activity in Europe had seemingly come to a halt. But around this same time, bizarre as it may seem, airmen fighting in the war over the Pacific, half a world away, they had suddenly started reporting eerily similar sightings of flying objects.
I command it. Carcor.
Navigator to pilot, another 10 minutes on this bearing before we make the turn for the IP.
Roger, Navigator. 10 more minutes.
Upper gunner to pilot. I've got a bogey several thousand feet above us to our 7 o'clock. Man, he's way up there.
Zeros?
Negative. It doesn't look like it. Besides, I don't think Japanese Zeros can even fly that high. Or that fast. What the hell is that?
Talk to me, Mikey. What are you seeing?
It's like a big ball of fire or something.
Maybe a chunk of space rock? My uncle had a meteor land on his farm once.
Yeah, but this one looks like it's following us.
Stay calm now. All right, guns up, fellas. Keep your eyes on it. Be ready for anything.
While the war in Europe had ended, the war in the Pacific against the Japanese Empire raged on. And during the final few months up until the atomic bombs were finally dropped, a number of airmen aboard B-29 bombers started encountering what were described as balls of fire during raids over mainland Japan. Following his trip to Germany, journalist Joe Chamberlain continued his investigation into these more recent reports. He discovered that these objects behaved in similar ways to the Foo Fighters seen in Europe. The objects over Japan were said to often follow the American bombers along their flight path, sometimes coming close enough to practically sit on the aircraft's wingtips. Some were even observed changing colors mid-flight, flashing in sequence from orange to red to white and back again. In one instance featured in Chamberlain's article, a B-29 pilot got spooked and attempted to shake a Foo Fighter off his tail, which was described as being about 3 to 5 feet in diameter and following at a distance of 500 yards. Ducking into a dense formation of clouds, the pilot put the Superfortress through a series of turns in hopes of throwing the object off track. But when they emerged from the cloud, the stunned crew looked back to find the ball of light tailing them in the exact same position. It was as if the object was tied to the aircraft with a long piece of invisible string. The Foo Fighters stayed with the B-29 for several more miles before vanishing in the early morning sun. In another account, taking place much further south of the Japanese mainland, a B-24 Liberator bomber was in the middle of flying a night mission against the Japanese stronghold of Truk Atoll. Cruising at 11,000 feet, the crew noticed 2 bright red lights rapidly closing in from below. The men readied their guns, but the twin lights made no aggressive maneuvers. They kept their distance and simply followed the American plane. It was hard for the airmen to tell at a distance, but they estimated the objects to be about the size of basketballs. They described them changing colors with pulsing red, orange, and white light, much like what was observed by their fellow airmen in the B-29s. The objects followed them for about an hour before one broke off and turned back towards Truk Atoll, leaving its wingman orb to carry on. This object kept pace a couple hundred yards behind the Liberator until it suddenly shot forward with incredible speed. It effortlessly overtook the bomber before slowing down to maintain distance about 1,000 yards in front of their nose. When dawn started to break over the eastern horizon, it then climbed to about 15,000 feet. The crew lost visual contact in the low morning sun. The whole thing put the men on edge, watching the orb disappear like that. It was a common tactic of Japanese fighters, climbing up into the sun before turning around to attack. The B-24 crew again readied themselves for something to happen, but nothing ever did. The Foo Fighter was gone. After radioing nearby island radar stations to ask about any enemy planes or unknown contacts in the skies around Truk Atoll, the bomber crew were told the exact same thing as every other Foo Fighter witness. Radar screens were clear. The skies were empty for miles around them. When Japan finally surrendered on September 2nd, 1945, World War II was over. And in the midst of all the post-war activity and flurry of media coverage about the war's end, the strange story of the Foo Fighters, like so many other bizarre wartime stories, was slowly forgotten about. Aside from the men who witnessed them firsthand, nobody seemed all that interested in uncovering the truth behind the strange lights seen over Germany and Japan. Well, that is until 2 years later, during what became known as the flying disc craze. Beginning in the summer of 1947, people all over the United States began noticing strange things in the skies, bright lights and sleek saucer-shaped craft that were unlike anything they'd ever seen. Things came to a head when, in early July, one of these unidentified flying objects supposedly crashed into the desert just outside the small town of Roswell, New Mexico. The U.S. Air Force was quick to react, maybe a little too quick, some thought, with the military telling local newspapers that the whole thing was the result of a downed weather balloon. But the heavy military presence, combined with the subsequent media blackout, led many to suspect that the U.S. government was trying to cover something up. Theories about what could have been were all over the place. Some suggested that the military was attempting to recover the wreck of some kind of experimental aircraft, but others wondered if the object could have come from someplace else. As tales of UFOs and alien abductions spread like wildfire through the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, those who recalled the World War II Foo Fighter encounters started to theorize that these objects might have been extraterrestrial craft. After all, no known man-made aircraft or technology in any Air Force came close to matching the description or capabilities of the objects airmen reported seeing over Germany and Japan. There was one man who disagreed with this idea, however. His name was Renato Vesco. Born in the Italian town of Arona in 1924, during his 20s and 30s, Renato Vesco would go on to develop a passion for aircraft engineering. And it was during this time in the late 1940s and early 50s that Vesco became fascinated by the reports of flying disc-shaped objects popping up all over the United States. But while debates raged over the alien nature of the objects, Vesco's mind remained firmly grounded to planet Earth. He couldn't shake the thought that what they were witnessing was some form of cutting-edge, man-made technology. As a teenager growing up in war-torn Italy, an aircraft aficionado like young Vesco likely would have heard stories of advanced German air weaponry, like the Me 262 jet fighter and the V-1 and V-2 rockets. During his lifetime, Vesco would go on to write 11 books on the supposed origins of UFOs. Though most were only published in Italian, his two most popular works, Intercept UFO and Man-Made UFOs 1944 to 1994, 50 Years of Suppression, co-authored with David Hatcher Childress, gained enough traction to warrant English translations. In these books, Vesco states that the Foo Fighters and flying saucers weren't alien visitors. They were the terrifying result of Nazi efforts to construct a new kind of weapon, one that the Germans called the Führerball, or fireball. Referencing post-war investigations conducted by both British and American intelligence committees, Vesco stated that the Nazis began development on the fireball as early as 1941. The project was spearheaded by the SS Technical Branch and constructed by engineers of the Weiner Neustadt Aircraft Works. The fireball itself was, of course, unlike anything to ever take to the skies. Devoid of a tail, wings, flaps, and measuring only about 3 to 5 feet in diameter, it was essentially a sophisticated unmanned drone. According to Vesco, it resembled an armored tortoiseshell and was powered by a special, flattened turbojet engine. The machine would be launched by a catapult, similar to those used by V-1 rockets, before an operator on the ground would then take control via remote radio signals. Capable of flying at speeds of up to 500 miles per hour and equipped with onboard plume sensors that allowed the operator to hone in on the exhaust fumes of Allied bombers, the fireball would identify and close with its target. Once it drew as close to the target as possible, it would let loose with its primary electrostatic field weapon. By burning high concentrations of chemicals like myrrole, acetylene, vinylic ethers, and aluminum powder, the fireball was able to create a powerful electrostatic field meant to interfere with aircraft engines, radar systems, and other onboard electronics. According to Vesco, the distinct glowing appearance of the Foo Fighters was due to these burning chemicals during the weapon's activation. As for their evasion from American radar systems, Vesco described that the fireball crafts had klystron tubes built in. These tubes are still used today and are part of the radar systems that amplify the radar signal to make it more powerful. The tubes in the fireballs, Vesco explained, operated on the same frequency as Allied radars, which he said allowed them to mask their radar signature. Vesco goes on to say that development of the fireball by the Nazis was slow going and often hampered by the many drawbacks that came with such an advanced concept. But by 1943, a number of smaller, more primitive prototypes were ready for testing. In an extensive research article published by Rob Arndt, a man with a clearly devoted interest in the many mysteries of the Third Reich, the fireball's first field test is said to have occurred on September 6, 1943, during an air raid over the German city of Stuttgart. As we segue between Arndt's and Vesco's writings, it's important to clarify that Renato Vesco can be considered a more foundational researcher on this specific topic due to the timing of his early publications, which helped shape later interpretations of the Nazi UFO narrative. Arndt, publishing later, acts more as a secondary source who synthesizes and builds upon information, including that provided by Vesco. Not to discredit either of them, but just clarifying that Rob Arndt's research is a compilation of multiple sources contextualizing the overall narrative around the Nazi UFO mystery. Getting back to the fireball's first test, as the B-17s of the 384th Bomb Group approached their target over Stuttgart, observers evidently noticed a peculiar cluster of small silvery discs approaching their formation. The gunners swung their weapons around, tracking the objects. There's no mention made by Arndt of anyone actually shooting at the strange crafts. The men evidently just watched the discs in stunned awe as they then began flying in and around their formation. Things got very serious when one of the discs suddenly struck the wing of a B-17. Despite its small size, the disc exploded in a massive inferno, destroying both it and the unfortunate bomber. Though they'd lost one of their prototypes, this incident apparently gave German engineers valuable insight into how Allied gunners would behave when confronted with such strange, unidentified aircraft. The Nazi engineers knew from testing that in order for the electrostatic weapon to be effective, the fireball had to get as close as 30 yards to the target aircraft. And the engineers knew there was no way its thin armor could stand up to a burst of 50 caliber shells. But if the gunners themselves were too apprehensive to even shoot at them in the first place, getting close to the bombers would be that much easier. As 1943 turned into 1944, things were starting to look more and more bleak for Germany. The war had turned firmly against them, and the Nazi government was desperate for any weapons that could turn the tide. Renato Vesco's research indicates that under this massive pressure, the SS fast-tracked the completion of the Fireball craft. And by November 1944, what few production models were available took to the skies near Strasbourg along the Franco-German border. This was the same area of operation as the 415th Night Fighter Squadron. The Nazi Führerball's bright-burning appearance, incredible speed, and ability to avoid even the most powerful Allied radar systems definitely bears an uncanny resemblance to the Foo Fighter objects that the airmen described encountering. But according to Vesco, the Fireballs weren't the only experimental aircraft launched into the skies over Germany during the last months of the war. As it turns out, what American airmen had dubbed as Foo Fighters may have actually been 3 entirely different aircraft. According to Vesco, one of these types of aircraft were specialized balloons called Seifenblasen, or soap bubbles. Inspired by another German defense weapon, the Aphrodite anti-radar balloons used by U-boats, the soap bubbles were covered in a layer of metallic coating and carried strips of aluminum-coated glass fiber. When floating at high altitude near Allied bombers, radar waves striking the balloon's metallic material would produce a large radar cross-section, creating numerous false targets that were difficult for the operator to make sense of. Basically the high-tech equivalent of throwing sand in someone's face. When these balloons caught the sun's reflection, they were said to glow extremely bright, a description that aligns fairly well with what was reported by the 2 P-47 pilots and 8th Air Force bomber crews referenced in Joe Chamberlain's American Legion article. And then there was the third weapon. Sharing the sky alongside the fireballs and soap bubbles was their figurative little brother, the Kugelwaffen. As per Rob Arndt's article, Kugelwaffen drew on much of the same technology as the fireball, only packed into a much smaller frame about the size of a medicine ball. In the early stages of its development, Kugelwaffen lacked the bright-burning electromagnetic weaponry of the larger fireball. Without the Foo Fighters' trademark flaming appearance, these were often said to resemble large Christmas ornaments by the pilots who encountered them, a common trademark of daytime Foo Fighter sightings. Towards the end of the war, the Germans are said to have adopted a more compact, less powerful version of the fireball's electromagnetic weaponry. But in order for it to be effective, the little machines needed to be deployed in squadrons of 3 to 10 in order to create the power needed to disable enemy electronics. Regardless of what was behind the Foo Fighter mystery, the general opinion seems to be that the aircraft in question were designed for the purposes of electronic warfare, not interception or dogfighting. Interestingly enough, this hypothesis was also mentioned by Joe Chamberlain back in 1945 when he was laying out the Army's theories behind the Foo Fighter phenomenon. But with all of the previously mentioned designs in mind, the Fireball's final evolution was said to be something else entirely. Al Pinto, a former U.S. Navy petty officer and UFO commentator, wrote an article in the late 1980s titled Foo Fighters and the Kugelblitz. Pinto likewise referenced Renato Vesco's published research as his source material. The Kugelblitz, or ball lightning, was a Nazi weapon designed for maximum lethality. It was built on the same template as the Fireball and outfitted with similar electrostatic weaponry. Armed with advanced infrared sensors and packing a payload of aerosol bombs, the Kugelblitz's sole purpose was to hunt down and destroy Allied heavy bombers. In his article, Pinto detailed how the Kugelblitz was used in combat during World War II, if only once, and the results were said to be nothing short of devastating. A lone Kugelblitz was sent up against a flight of 12 Allied B-24s during the final weeks of the war. As the aircraft approached their targets over Italy's Lake Garda, the German craft made an attacking dive on the Allied formation. Moving at incredible speed, the Kugelblitz released its bombs, which began bursting in and around the B-24s. The aerosol spray of chemicals was carried on the wind momentarily before igniting in a massive fiery blast that engulfed the entire squadron before any of the crew had time to react. As the Kugelblitz then peeled off, its German controllers on the ground watched in amazement as the flaming wreckage of all 12 bombers fell from the sky. It's not known if any of the crew survived. This new weapon's first combat trial was a stunning success, but by that point, it was too little too late. With the Third Reich on the brink of defeat, all research and production models relating to the Fireball were ordered to be destroyed in April 1945. However, some of these machines had already been shipped to the other side of the world for continued testing and research by the German ally, the Japanese. Renato Vesco's writings indicate that these few remaining prototypes would have been the unidentified objects reported by American bombers over the Japanese mainland. In times of war, or even peace, it's not uncommon for allied nations to share research and technology. Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan were of course no different. During World War II, it's known that the Germans provided the Japanese with all kinds of advanced designs and components for jet aircraft, rocket engines, advanced radar, and more. If they had a weapon like the Führerball, or Kugelblitz, or any of the others, it's reasonable to assume this technology would also have been shared. According to Rob Arndt's combined research, the Japanese started getting their hands on this technology as early as 1942 and began tests in 1943. But unlike their enthusiastic German counterparts, Japanese engineers are said to have been uncomfortable with the nature of the technology itself. With its otherworldly design, unmanned systems, and capabilities that seem to break every law of aerodynamics, the more superstitious among the Japanese men thought the fireballs were spirit-driven or even demonic. Perhaps this discomfort was what led them to only using the aircraft as a last resort against B-29 raids in August 1945. Whatever the case, when Foo Fighter sightings started popping up in the Pacific, Allied intelligence quickly dismissed the airmen's reports. They were likely aware of the media attention and mania that came with the sightings over Germany. Pilots flying missions over Japan were told that what they were actually seeing were tests of a prototype surface-to-air missile being developed by the Japanese, specifically the Funryu-2 missile. Though not many accounts outside of the ones given in Joe Chamberlain's article seem to come from documented military records, B-29 encounters with Foo Fighters over Japan are said to have continued right up until the Japanese surrender. To prevent the Americans from getting their hands on the technology, it is said that the Japanese piled all surviving examples into a pit loaded with dynamite. When the dust settled, that should have been the end of the Fireball, but some of the top scientific minds of the Third Reich were ultimately brought to the United States in the war's aftermath under Project Paperclip to work on highly classified rocket and other military tech. Development on the Fireballs is believed to have thus continued. This could explain why, in 1947 and beyond, with the flying saucer craze, it looked as if the Fireballs were taking flight once again. But this time, it was in the skies over North America. Like many UFO stories, it's hard to discern fact from fiction when it comes to the Foo Fighters of World War II. It's no secret that the Germans were developing some incredibly advanced aircraft. Look at the Horten 229 Flying Wing and tell me it doesn't bear an uncanny resemblance to the modern B-2 stealth bomber. But unmanned flying discs or glowing orbs and large Christmas decorations armed with stealth technology and electrostatic weaponry? For many, that's understandably a little far-fetched. And it doesn't help that the information provided by Renato Vesco and the sources referenced by others tend to leave readers with more questions than answers. While extensive, many of the sources used to piece together the larger picture about the Foo Fighters story are unverifiable. There's just no way to prove any of it. And all of this experimental technology is spoken about with the air of government conspiracy and cover-ups being the explanation for there being no overt evidence to show for it, beyond the books and articles written about it. When reading through his technical descriptions of the Fireball and its inner workings, it's clear that Renato Vesco knew what he was talking about when it came to advanced aircraft tech. But despite lengthy explanations, he does seem to gloss over how the aircraft would actually perform basic functions. For instance, without a tail, wings, or flaps, how would the disc be able to turn or change altitude? How would the aircraft's onboard plume sensors be able to distinguish a friendly aircraft from a hostile one? What about how they were controlled? With their operators on the ground thousands of feet below, how are the Fireballs capable of formation flight? Could one operator control multiple craft with such precision, even at night? And what about the reports of the objects covering miles and miles of distance? Did the Germans somehow have multiple operators stationed at various distances on the ground, doing handoffs? So there are multiple controllers piloting the same objects at different stations to give them greater flight range? Vesco said they were launched into the air via catapult, but how would they have landed? Presumably, as is even the case with modern drones, unless they had advanced camera and video transmission technology, or fiber optic cables, the unmanned vehicles could only be flown in the direct line of sight of the pilot on the ground. The behaviors described by Allied pilots seem to indicate these objects had few, if any, limitations on their range, horizontally or vertically, not to mention the reports of the objects following American bombers flying through dense cloud formations, thousands of feet up in the air, possibly over large expanses of water off and on the Japanese mainland. How could multiple ground operators precisely pilot several objects the size of a basketball under those conditions? A lot of the known scientific facts of the day just don't add up. The difference in technology between the known German weapons and even their most advanced aircraft, when compared with these Fireball craft, it's such a huge leap. And while Vesco claims that he drew all this information from Allied investigations, classified documents they recovered, and contacts he said existed within the Italian Air Ministry, none of these documents are ever provided, just referenced. To clarify his credibility, Renato Vesco was an Italian author and aviation enthusiast who conducted independent research in the decades following World War II. Much of it presented in his book, Intercept UFO, which was first published in the 1960s. Unlike many who came after him, Vesco was one of the earlier figures to attempt a technical explanation for Nazi secret weapons and advanced aircraft concepts, often citing company names, facilities, and post-war intelligence findings. But his work was based on post-war analysis, interviews, and secondary sources, rather than direct wartime involvement. There are some sources that cite Vesco as working for the Italian Air Ministry during World War II, which gave him unique access to all of this classified information. But since we know Vesco was born in 1924, that would mean he was a teenager during World War II, and likely did not participate in any wartime weapons programs. His conclusions were formed years later. To many critics, Renato Vesco's work marked the beginning of what is now known as the Nazi flying saucer conspiracy theory. Vesco's approach to the subject is arguably pretty grounded, but other writers, some with neo-Nazi affiliations, have sadly used this concept to perpetuate the myth of the Third Reich's technological superiority. This is where things start to really spiral, giving rise to stories of even more advanced Nazi technology hidden away in secret bases dug into the Antarctic ice or even beneath the surface of the moon, not to mention entire worlds hidden away beneath the surface of the Earth. To Vesco's credit, it doesn't look like he leaned into any of those more incredible claims. The core basis of his work simply revolves around the opinion that flying saucers are the result of man-made technology developed in secret German facilities during World War II. But still, one has to wonder why someone with Vesco's professional reputation would dedicate so much of his time to such an outlandish topic if he wasn't convinced that there was some level of truth to it. In the midst of all of this technical jargon and paranormal noise, there is only one thing that is certain. In the final days of World War II, airmen were undoubtedly seeing strange things in the skies above Europe and quite possibly the Pacific. Objects that glowed like stars, were undetectable by radar, and moved as if they were under intelligent control. That is beyond question. What we can't put our finger on with any certainty is what they actually were. When preparing this episode, I couldn't help but think about the videos released by the Pentagon a few years ago showing footage of unidentified flying objects observed by Navy aircraft. We know they're out there, and honestly, I'm not really sure what's worse. The idea that mankind has access to this kind of technology that could inevitably be used to power incredible kinds of weapons, or that maybe it already is, or the alternative, the reason for all the confusion and mental fatigue that comes from trying to research and understand something that seems far beyond our ability to fathom it. That in spite of our faith, our science, or anything else we've learned, that this world, or maybe even the entire universe, is filled with things that are far stranger than we ever thought possible. Hey guys, thanks for sticking around for the after action here in the credits. Forgive me for being so childish about this, but when I was first reading this script, I could not keep my composure when I read the part where we learned that the Nazis' Führerballs were being made at the Wiener Neustadt aircraft factory. This seems like one of those facts that had someone like Renato Vesco been intentionally making it up, he might have chosen a different name for the factory. For those of you who remember the earlier Wartime Stories intros that the channel started with, and maybe will in future, I don't know, we're in a lot of creative change phase right here. The first scene that shows up in that original intro is the Foo Fighters. So this story has been on my radar since the inception of the channel. I'm not sure why I sat on it so long. I guess there have just been so many other stories to cover. But in hindsight, I am happy that I didn't cover it until now. We've covered a lot on UFOs over the course of the channel's history, and it's given me a much broader scope on the various experiences people have had with these objects, these crafts, the different kinds that there are, and it's also given me a much more open mind to these experiences. I'm also not sure if I could have researched and covered the story to the depth that Jake did here with the script that he put together. I was blown away when I first read through this. I had no idea there were so many encounters, let alone all of the media publications about the events, that and the research presented by Renato Vesco, and all of the potential connections that these Foo Fighters sightings apparently have to the theories about Nazi experimental technology. Unlike so many other strange stories shared by servicemen and women, it was nice to see for a change that these men were taken seriously, and there were other multiple individuals, pilots, gunners, bombers, air personnel within their own command and other air commands that had similar experiences to validate their own. So the idea that you go to war and you have to survive all of these horrible, harrowing experiences, especially World War II, and you have some bizarre experience inside of all of that, and then you go back home and you try to share that story and people laugh at you, or they think you've kind of lost a few marbles, that's very upsetting. So it was nice for a change to hear that these guys probably came home and they could show, point to the newspaper and said, yeah, like we did see something. As for my take on all of this, I try to always be as unbiased as possible when presenting the information available for these stories, but I do have to point out when things don't add up, where there are contradictions or gaping holes in a person's information, theories, or deductions. That's not to say I am or ever will be an expert on any of this. The first draft of this script, however, included information about Renato Vesco being an engineer with the Italian Air Ministry during World War II. And that's something that's often critiqued when it comes to Vesco is, on closer scrutiny and after a few edits, it became very apparent that Renato, he was too young, and at no point in his life was I able to find anything that confirmed that he actually worked for the Italian Air Ministry. Whether he said that about himself at some point or whether someone else said that about him to kind of make him more credible, I'm not aware of. This story required a lot of reading and a lot of fact-finding and a lot of double-checking as, where something didn't add up. And even now I'm wondering how much we missed or possibly got wrong. If there's anything you noticed, please feel free to share corrections in the comments. We try to flesh these stories out to the greatest detail that we can without, even if it is a bit wild, but without presenting fiction as fact, if at all possible, to avoid doing that.
10 seconds.
With that, thank you for watching, thank you for listening, for subscribing, liking, sharing, commenting, everything and anything you guys do to support the channel. As always, a huge shout out to both our YouTube members, our Patreon members for your incredible continued support. We have an exciting year ahead of us, many more stories lined up. May God be with each and every one of you, no matter what you are dealing with. And I will see you in the next episode. The subject of the paranormal is a fascination to many, no less those who have experienced it. Soldiers fighting on the front lines of any war are clearly no stranger to these experiences. Why this is such a commonality across the documented wars throughout humanity is up for speculation. Perhaps where there is much death and suffering, there are often strange and unexplained happenings. But it cannot otherwise be denied that wherever you go in the world, there exists a variety of localized beliefs. So when soldiers with their own set of beliefs and experiences from one part of the world find themselves in a distant country, unfamiliar to them, is it really that surprising when these soldiers then encounter things that the locals have long considered ordinary and routine? Of course, to them, the experience can be terrifying. It's not something they would have ever expected to see. Whether you believe in spirits or not, seeing is believing. And for these soldiers, they are the ones telling us they saw something. This is the Smoke Pit, and these are true stories.
When Einstein came along, he realized that actually space and time are not absolute. They depend on the observer. They depend on how the observer is moving. And in particular, the only way to have a consistent account of the laws of physics, in particular, the Maxwell's equations for electromagnetism, for example, is to assume that space and time are merged as part of four-dimensional space-time. And that means that space and time measurements depend upon how you move.
Keep watching to learn more.
You can now download all 9 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org. New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu.
Book 4 in the new Thinking Aloud dialogue series is Charles T. Tart, 70 Years of Exploring Consciousness and Parapsychology. Now available on Amazon.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today, we're going to explore time, consciousness, and hyperspace. My guest is Professor Bernard Carr, who is Professor of Mathematics and Astronomy at Queen Mary, University of London. He received his doctorate at Trinity College, Cambridge, England, working under the supervision of Stephen Hawking, with whom he actually lived in the Hawking household in the early years of their relationship back in the 1970s. He is co-author of the book Quantum Black Holes, and he is editor of the anthology Universe or Multiverse. He is also the recipient of the Adams Prize in Mathematics. He is a former president of the Society for Psychical Research in England, and he currently serves as president of the Scientific and Medical Network, an organization largely based in Europe dedicated to exploring human consciousness. This is an internet interview, and now I'll switch over to the internet video. Welcome, Bernard. It's a pleasure to be with you once again.
Thank you, Jeff. It's a pleasure to be here again.
Today we're going to explore what I think is one of your favorite topics, the nature of hyperspace, how it relates to cosmology, physics, the nature of time, and particularly consciousness. And I think as a physicist, the nature of time and space become very important, don't they?
Time in particular is absolutely crucial to trying to understand consciousness and psi. I mean, and furthermore, it provides the link with mainstream physics, because physics may be reluctant to talk about consciousness, and it's certainly reluctant to talk about psi. However, physics does talk about time, and of course it talks about space, because space and time are the arena of all physical phenomena. And yet, time is also very important for our experience of the world, and therefore there is a natural link between physics and consciousness via time. And although time does play a crucial role in physics, it isn't well understood. There are aspects of time which we do not understand from a physical perspective, and I expect we'll come on to that later. But to me, the problem of time, even within physics, will not be properly solved until one has an understanding of consciousness. Because the key feature of consciousness is it does involve the passage of time. And the passage of time is a great mystery within physics, because within the standard formalism of relativity, there is no passage of time. Because in Einstein's theory of relativity, past, present, and future coexist in the block universe. And there is no possible description of the flow of time, and yet that is what we experience. So the question is, how do you resolve the problem of the flow of time, and how do you fit that into modern physics? And I'm going to later on give my own perspective on that problem.
I mean, there are people who say from an experiential point of view, all we ever really experience is the now moment. We never actually experience the past or the future.
That is true, but the point is the now moment, ironically, which is the only thing that exists in our experience, does not exist within the standard description of physics. Because in the standard description of physics, past, present, and future coexist. And as Einstein said, that the existence of the now is a stubbornly persistent illusion. So the question is, how do we explain that illusion, and how do we relate it to physics?
Didn't Einstein also suggest that both time and space are sort of secondary to matter and energy?
What he said was that in some sense, because in his general theory of relativity, space-time is curved, and the nature of space-time is therefore determined by the matter, because it's the matter which is actually deforming the space-time through its gravitational field. So there is an intimate link in Einstein's theory between matter and the nature of space-time. And of course, Einstein's theory of general relativity tells us what that link is. But in some sense, both matter and energy and space and time are fundamental in the relativistic description of the world.
With regard to curved space, that has always seemed to me to be counterintuitive. You know, we grow up with a kind of Euclidean notion of space. And so we now, because of Einstein, I guess we accept that space can be curved, that there are other geometric models besides Euclidean geometry, and I presume the same is probably true of time as well.
Point is that in our experience of the world, it does seem that space is what you say Euclidean. That's to say it isn't curved. But that's because we're only looking at a very local region. But in Einstein's theory of general relativity, space does become curved if you look on a large enough scale. For example, if the universe was closed, if you walked in a straight line long enough, you'd come back to your starting point, because the space itself is curved in some models. And of course, also if you're near a black hole, space and time becomes very, very distorted. So both spatial and temporal measurements get changed considerably. It's counterintuitive, because the simple mathematics we do in school does assume that space is Euclidean, that in other words, that it isn't curved. It obeys Pythagoras' equations, if you like. But that's because that is a feature of the world if you look on small scales or when there are weak gravitational fields. But when the gravitational field becomes strong, the curvature becomes more noticeable. But the idea of having curved space had a respectable history long before Einstein came along. I mean, in the 18th and 19th centuries, there were mathematicians like Riemann and Gauss and people who studied the properties of curved spaces before it was realized that they might actually have applications in the real world. So it's always been a mathematically respectable idea, but it was only with the advent of Einstein's theory of general relativity did it become physically acceptable and indeed inevitable.
With regard to hyperspace, we're talking about more than 3 dimensions of space. When did that enter into physics?
In the Newtonian day, the idea was that the arena of physics was 3-dimensional space. And this was absolute space. Everyone agreed that this was space. They'd all agree with their measurements of rulers and things like that. Time was also absolute. It was assumed to flow at the same rate for everybody. And so this was sort of God's own time, if you like. And that was the view that prevailed for several hundred years. But then when Einstein came along, he realized that actually space and time are not absolute. They depend on the observer. They depend on how the observer is moving. And in particular, the only way to have a consistent account of the laws of physics, in particular, the Maxwell's equations for electromagnetism, for example, is to assume that space and time are merged as part of 4-dimensional space-time. And that means that space and time measurements depend upon how you move. That's in special relativity. So that, you know, clocks run slowly. If you're moving fast, clocks run slowly. And rulers shrink. When Einstein's general theory came along, he found that the distortions were even more dramatic. Being in a gravitational field would slow down clocks and distort rulers' measurements as well. So that's why, with the Einstein's theory, the old Newtonian picture of an absolute space and time broke down, and then you had the The real space, if you like, was the four-dimensional space-time, sometimes called Minkowski space. But at this point, we were still dealing with a four-dimensional universe. Now, the introduction of these other dimensions then followed about a few decades later. And I can just briefly summarize how that came about. This is within physics, I should say. The concept of dimensions arose in other, in mathematics and in philosophy and esoteric literature well before, but I'm now just talking about physics. So, in the 1920s, two physicists called Kaluza and Klein suggested, well, maybe there's a fifth dimension whose existence would naturally explain the existence of electromagnetism. It would unify the gravitational field, which is described by Einstein's Kerr space, with the electromagnetic field by incorporating this fifth dimension. Now, you can't see this fifth dimension because it had to be wrapped up very small on what's called the Planck length, 10 to the minus 33 centimeters. But nevertheless, invoking this extra dimension was beautifully unified the equations of gravity and electromagnetism. But then people rather lost interest in this model because they got swept away by quantum theory and things like that. But then the model was revived in the 1980s when superstring theory came along, and it was realized that you could unify all the other forces as well, not just electricity and gravitation, but the weak and the strong forces, if you invoked extra dimensions. And in the first theories of superstring model, you had 6 extra dimensions, so that you would have 10 dimensions in total. The 4 macroscopic dimensions, the 3 of space and the 1 of time, and the 6 internal dimensions, which were wrapped up very small. Now, the problem is that there were quite a number of different versions of superstring theory, but then in the mid-1990s, Ed Witten realized that you could actually amalgamate all these theories into what's called M theory if you invoke another dimension, an 11th dimension. So then the favored picture was that you have, if you like, 4 macroscopic dimensions and 7 extra dimensions. And so that was the, if you like, the standard model of M theory, which hundreds of physicists have been working on very hard for the last 20 years. But the fact is, we still don't have definite confirmation of these extra dimensions. People have been looking for these extra dimensions in the Large Hadron Collider, for example, in Geneva, and there isn't yet any evidence for them. On the other hand, that doesn't mean they're not there. It just means we haven't reached the energy to which you can find them, because in fact, in some sense, the smaller the dimension, the higher the energy required. But it might in principle be possible that we would have found evidence for them.
And the idea is that all of these extra dimensions are at the Planck scale. They're so tiny that anything within the dimension, I suppose, would have to be what you would call subquantum.
Well, I wouldn't say subquantum. This is all in the quantum domain. There's a distinction between quantum gravity and quantum theory. Quantum gravity effects come in when you go below the Planck scale. You're in the quantum domain on much, much larger scales than that. The point is that when you get to this 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, that is when we know quantum gravity effects come in. Now, it isn't clear that all these extra dimensions are wrapped up on that scale. That was the simplest picture. In the original Kaluza-Klein picture, they were wrapped up on the Planck scale. In the simplest superstring theory, they're wrapped up on the Planck scale, but it doesn't have to be like that. And in some versions of M theory, you can have one of the dimensions being extended and not being wrapped up. And for example, in a previous interview, I referred to the brain picture, which says that the physical world is a 4-dimensional brain, B-R-A-N-E, in a 5-dimensional space, which is called the bulk. Now, the 5th dimension is associated with one of these extra dimensions, but the the assumption there is, though, that the remaining dimensions, they're still wrapped up on a small scale. But you can have other theories in which, in fact, all the extra dimensions may be bigger than the Planck scale. You could have these extra dimensions which have a hierarchy of scales going all the way from the macroscopic scale all the way down to the Planck scale. I mean, it's even possible that the macroscopic scales associated with ordinary three-dimensional space are closed. I mean, I mentioned the possibility that if the universe is closed, if you walk on in a straight line, eventually you come back to your starting point. That applies if the spatial dimensions are also curved, also closed up. So in principle, it's possible that all the dimensions, even the macroscopic and the microscopic ones, are closed, just on vastly different scales. If the macroscopic dimensions of space are closed, it's going to be on a scale of 10 to the 20 light years or something like that, so we wouldn't notice it. So the simplest model says all these dimensions have the Planck scale, which is 10 to the minus 33 centimeters. But there are other more complicated models where they can have a range of possible scales.
In the history of philosophy, there's also been a dispute, I guess you could say, about the difference between space as we perceive it, perceptual space, versus physical space.
Indeed. And I mean, really, the history of this subject goes back a long, long way. I'm not sure how much detail you want me to go into. I mean, I think I'm going to go all the way back to Plato. You know, when Plato talked about the famous Plato's cave, where the analogy is the people in the cave are only seeing the shadows of the real objects, and they mistake the shadows for the real objects. And the idea there is that in some sense the reality we perceive is only a reflection of a higher reality. And in some sense, Plato's cave is using the analog of a higher dimension, though he doesn't express it in those terms. On the other hand, his contemporary Aristotle thought this was nonsense. He didn't like that idea. Plato was much more into beautiful mathematical ideas, rather like, M theory. And then if you go to the 17th century, for example, I think it was the philosopher Henry Moore, he postulated that spirits came from an extra dimension. Presumably that would mean a fourth dimension. This was before Einstein came along, so we only had three dimensions at that time. On the other hand, his contemporary John Wallis thought this idea was monstrous, so it was regarded as very controversial. After that, of course, the mathematicians came along and formulated the idea of higher dimensions in a respectable mathematical way. We've already referred to that. And then, I suppose, when you get into the middle of the 19th century, then there was a great interest in these higher dimensional spaces, I suppose you might say from an occult perspective. So this is well with physics, but this is between the mathematical age, if you like, and the physical age of higher dimensions. It was the occult age. And this started with, there was the famous book by Abbott called Flatland, and I'm sure you know this novel, and the idea of Flatland was that he imagined that there were these people lived in a two-dimensional space. And then he imagined what would happen if there was an encounter from a being from the third dimension. And he realized that if there was a being from the third dimension interacting with the two-dimensional space, it would produce all sorts of strange effects. For example, you might have a two-dimensional bottle of wine, and then the wine disappears as someone from the third dimension sucks up the wine. You might have an object which disappears from one place, goes into the extra dimension, and then reappears somewhere else. You might have the idea that a person goes up into the extra dimension, does a flip, and then comes back, and his heart's gone on the other side of his body. Or you might have the idea that lots of individual things, objects which are disconnected in two-dimensional space might be connected in the three-dimensional space. Now, this was a metaphor, though, because the idea was that if this is happening in the two-dimensional space with a third dimension, maybe the same would be true if you had a three-dimensional space with an intervention from the fourth dimension, a fourth spatial dimension. And of course, in that light, what Abbott was saying was very reminiscent of the spiritualistic phenomena, where you would have objects moving about, objects disappearing and reappearing, and a multitude of mysterious phenomena. So this book, this novel, I should say, was very influential. I mean, it was a beautiful novel because it was also a sort of parody on the social conventions of the time. But it was mainly conveying this idea that maybe interventions from an extra dimension could be responsible for psychic or even spiritualistic phenomena. And about the same time, there was an astronomer who also suggested that there could be a fourth dimension, and that this could explain spiritualistic phenomena. Zollner. Actually, I think he even lost his job because he proposed this idea. Because, I mean, he was a respectable astronomer, but when Zollner suggested that this extra dimension could explain psychic or spiritualistic phenomena, he became very unpopular, and I think he lost his job as an astronomer. After that, of course, we had Hilton, who popularized the idea of the fourth dimension, and he actually he was very good at visualizing the fourth dimension, and he would lead sessions where people would learn to visualize and think in four dimensions, but he also thought of ghosts as being in the fourth dimension. So this was a period in which a lot of people were thinking of extra dimensions as being a way of explaining, if you like, ghostly phenomena. And then even at the turn of the 20th century, you had people like Ouspensky, who were also associating higher dimensions, with mystical states. But then, of course, when Einstein came along in 1905, it changed everything, because Einstein showed there was a fourth dimension, but that it wasn't space, it was time. And so, in a sense, that put an end to those speculations, because the fourth dimension existed, but it didn't exist to do what those occult people had been interested in it doing. But of course, then people started thinking, well, maybe there's a fifth dimension, which, in other words, a fourth spatial dimension as opposed to a fourth time dimension, and maybe some of these phenomena can be explained by an intrusion from the fifth dimension. And so then people got interested in five-dimensional models. So then, of course, there was another gap, and then later on, the physicists started getting interested in the subject as well. I mean, in particular, some of the people who were interested in parapsychology, some of the paraphysicists, the paraphysicists being the subset of physicists who believed in and were interested in parapsychology, they started exploring the possibility that you could have extra dimensions. These weren't extra dimensions in the sense that Kaluza and Klein had been invoking them, but these were just, they would, for example, add extra dimensions to space and time, which in some sense was respectable even within conventional relativity, because even in conventional relativity, people, for example, have been complexifying the space and the time coordinates. And so that, in that sense, that was respectable, but those people, of course, weren't trying to explain any psychic phenomena. But the people who were trying to explain psychic phenomena, they were people like Elizabeth Rauscher and
Russell Targ.
They were sort of coming from a physics background, and they were invoking models with extra dimensions of space and time, and hypothesizing that could explain phenomena like precognition and clairvoyance and telepathy. Because if you've got higher dimensions, in some sense, you've got connections in some higher dimension. So they were physicists. And then today, of course, you have people. I mean, now we're moving into the 60s and the 70s, and you have people like Saul Paul Sirag, who's probably got the most sophisticated model, which relates like a hierarchy of states of consciousness with a hierarchy of mathematical spaces. And then you have people like Jim Beitler, who's got a 5-dimensional model, and you have other people. More recently, you've got people like Vernon Neppy and Close, his colleague Close, and they're promoting higher-dimensional models. So now there are quite a lot of higher-dimensional models, which in some sense come from physics, but this isn't coming from mainstream physics. This is coming from the people in paraphysics, who may still be perfectly respectable physicists, but they're not the people pursuing string theory. So you've got two parallel streams here. You've got the sort of higher dimensions as studied by people in, if you like, respectable physics, which means M theory, and you've got higher dimensions, which is pursued by people who are physicists, but nevertheless using these higher dimensions for rather unorthodox purposes.
As I recall, you had Wolfgang Pauli also exploring this question in his dream experiences and his Jungian therapy.
It's famous because of his interactions with Jung, where, of course, he was a physicist who was interested in psychic matters, or matters of the psyche, perhaps I should say. I mean, this really, Jeff, links to the question you started with, actually, which I didn't answer. And that was the relationship between these physical higher dimensions and perception. You remember you originally asked me, what is the relation between mental space and physical space? Well, that's really crucial, because, I mean, philosophers for a long time realized that there was a distinction between physical space and phenomenal space. I mean, phenomenal space is our perception of the world. So you've got the outside world in which the objects reside and the bodies reside. And then the idea is that we, with our brains and our sensory systems, we have an internal representation of that outside world, which is our phenomenal space. And of course, the standard view is that phenomenal space is just something created by the brain. So each of us has got our own phenomenal space, and they're all disjoint. But philosophers for a long time, I mean, certainly going back to Bertrand Russell and people like that, were interested in what is the relationship between phenomenal space, the perceived space, and physical space. And of course, that was a very vexed issue. And philosophers, you know, there was a great division between naive realism, which says the object you experience actually is the object, and representation theory, which says the object you see is only a representation of an outside object. Well, nowadays, almost everybody accepts that, of course, what you experience is a representation, because, you know, the light signal goes through the eye and it gets processed, and we know, in some sense, representation theory is right. But the question is, does that mean the naive realism is completely wrong? And it all comes down to what is the relationship between phenomenal space, and which is perceptual space, and physical space. Now, philosophers like C.D. Broad said that actually perceptual space, phenomenal space itself has a reality. It is a genuine space on a par with physical space. And indeed, another philosopher also suggested that dream space, for example, which we all experience, was a space in its own right.
That would be Price.
This was H.H. Price, indeed. So H.H. Price said dream space is there, and we experience it every night. And just because we don't experience it when we wake up doesn't mean dream space is there. It's rather like the stars. You know, the stars, you only see them at night, but they're all the time. They're there all the time. You just don't see them. And so the idea is that there are two parallel worlds. There's the dream space and there's the waking physical space. And these, in some sense, run side by side. And Broad said, well, maybe these two spaces, maybe mental space and physical space, aren't separated. Maybe they're just part of a combined space, which a combined physical perceptual space, which in some sense consists of both physical space and perceptual space. So maybe dream space and waking space are in some sense unified. So that was C.D. Broad, who was of course a colleague of mine at Trinity. I mean, we only overlapped for a short time, but we were both at Trinity.
I believe he was also, like you, a former president of the Society for Psychical Research, wasn't he?
Oh, he was indeed a former president of the SBR, and quite a bit before me, of course. But the person who took the next step, I would say, was a friend of mine called John Smithers. And you may have heard of John Smithers. He was also fascinated in the link between perceptual space and physical space. I mean, I sometimes say phenomenal space, but I mean by that the same as perceptual space. And he also took the view that, in some sense, every perceptual space is a space in its own right, and that the perceptual space and the phenomenal space are also merged as you know, they're separate slices of a higher dimensional, five-dimensional space. So he's sort of taking forward the idea that Broad had. And I think it was in 1956 he wrote his first book on the subject, which was called Analysis of Perception. And really, for the next 50 years, he spent his life on this. And his last book on the topic was called The Walls of Plato's Cave, rather appropriately, bearing in mind the first topic of our conversation. And I was he was a friend of mine. I mean, I was in correspondence with him for about 20 years before I finally met him. But when I finally met him, we became good friends. He sadly he only died about a year ago. He reached a good age. He reached the age of about, I think, 96. But he was active right until the end and still pushing these higher dimensional models. And now he was not a physicist. He was I guess a psychiatrist. But nevertheless, he was well read in physics. And my own model, which I haven't really talked about yet, my own model was, I suppose, very much a development of those sorts of ideas. So to summarize, because the picture's a little bit complicated, to summarize, there have been different approaches to higher dimensions. There's the approach which has come from the occult, which sort of faded out after the beginning of the 20th century. There's the approach which comes from mainstream physics from the beginning of the 20th century. There's the approach which comes from more modern physics, and the approach which comes from paraphysics, which is explicitly trying to link these phenomena with consciousness. And then there is the approach which comes from the philosophers of mind, which is the approach advocated by people like Smithers and Broad. So my view is that in some sense you have to see all of these views as part of a whole.
Wouldn't you also want to add approaches from mathematics? Like I understand David Hilbert, the great mathematician, talks about Hilbert space, which is, I think, infinitely many dimensions.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I could have added mathematics. I was including mathematics. I mean, I mentioned mathematics earlier on. I was sort of including that as, in some sense, part of physics, because you could argue that these modern higher dimensional theories of physics are no more than mathematics. Some physicist skeptics say it's mathematics rather than physics because we haven't yet detected these extra dimensions. So I'm really, when I say physics, I'm saying physics stroke mathematics because the two things go together. But you're right that the concept arose in mathematics 100, if not 200 years before it arose within mainstream physics. But that's the whole question of the link between mathematics and physics and the way in which they marry together, which is itself a profound question. So that I've given a sort of overview of the different approaches to higher dimensions, and as I say, I start from that standpoint, and then I have my own picture which I can describe in a little bit more detail. But before saying that, Jeff, I think I should step back a bit and say, why I think it really is important to link physics with these phenomena, and that why I should also be stressing that although I'm advocating higher dimensions, this isn't the only approach you could take as a physicist. So can I take a little detour for 5 minutes to discuss that point?
Of course.
Right. I mean, first of all, as you know, I am a physicist, and so I am very keen to expand physics as far as possible. But why is it so important to link the psi with physics? And I would always say, well, first of all, it's good for psi. I mean, science will not appreciate psychical research as a respectable field until it's based on a theory. We have a lot of data now, I would say overwhelming evidence for some psychic phenomena, so-called psychic phenomena, but there is no uniformly agreed theory. Until we have a theory, it will not be part of mainstream science, because the whole basis of science is you have a sort of combination of experiment, observation, data, and theory. And we so far lack a theory. I mean, there are plenty of suggested theories, but there's no uniformly agreed theory. So we need a theory of psi. Of course, you can have a psi on different a theory of psi on many different levels. You can have a psychological theory, or you might have a biological theory. But I'm saying you need a physical theory, because in some sense, physics in a sort of reductionist picture, physics underlies all the sciences. So I'm not a reductionist, but nevertheless, I do think that a physical theory of psi will be the most fundamental. So you need a theory, an extension of physics, to make psi respectable. But it would also be good for physics, because physics thrives on having little things it doesn't understand. And I think I mentioned in my last interview that was why the early researchers in psychical research often were physicists. They thought it was going to give hints of some new physical force. And I still think that if you really do have an extension of physics, it's going to be good for physics, because we're going to have discovered something new about physics. It may relate to the higher dimensions, it may not, but we will have discovered something about physics. And as I've said before, if these phenomena are real, they do involve an extension with physics. And I suppose the third reason is that people sometimes say, well, physics is already weird enough to accommodate psychic phenomena. Now, you have to be a little bit careful of that approach, because there is a temptation to say if one thing's weird and another thing's weird, you link them up. And it's true, physics does allow weird phenomena. It's got, you might have wormholes and time machines and all sorts of quantum effects. And I think it was Arthur Koestler who said first, these phenomena are sufficiently weird that they could allow psychic phenomena. But I don't think that's a very strong argument, and it's certainly an argument which mainstream physicists get annoyed with. You can't say just because something weird is weird, it must explain psychic phenomena. Nevertheless, at some point, if you believe physics is going to be expanded to accommodate these phenomena, it will have done that. So at some point, it will turn out some phenomena really are weird enough to explain psi, but one can't say the weirdness alone is the explanation. So, granted, therefore, that we need some link with physics, what sort of physical approach could you adopt? And there are several. I mean, I suppose the earliest approach was to say, well, it's some form of transmission of some signal. Remember, they just discovered radio waves, at the birth of the SBR and at the beginning of the 20th century. So people said, well, maybe telepathy just involves some transmission of some other signal. I mean, maybe radio waves, that wouldn't work, but maybe some other particle we don't know about, or some field which links between the brain. In other words, implying it's got some very natural physical explanation, even though it might be using some physical particle or field we don't yet know about. I've never liked that model, simply because, first of all, we don't know what the receptor is in the brain which can receive these signals, and we don't know how we can encode the information in these signals. But nevertheless, historically, there's been an interest in that. But sometimes people say, well, this also isn't very valid because there doesn't seem to be any fall off with distance with ESP, for example, and therefore people say it can't be a normal physical force. Well, that's not very convincing either, because not everything falls off with distance. But there is a general feeling, I think, that psi involves what is sometimes described as non-local effects, implying that you aren't going to have a normal type of physical force. So that was the first explanation. A different sort of explanation was to say, well, maybe the body has some sort of field, some biophysical field, which is connected with these phenomena, and maybe that's what's explaining some of these phenomena. The interaction between the biophysical fields can explain ESP or miraculous healing or things like that. Well, that may be okay in principle, but the trouble is that we don't have any direct evidence for these other fields, which are meant to be. I mean, they could be there, but if you can't detect them, or if you haven't succeeded in detecting them with a physical instrument, it's not quite clear whether they actually qualify. But I don't want to be too derogatory about these ideas, because I know there are a lot of people who do pursue them. But I have to say, from my personal perspective, it's not a sufficient explanation. Of course, the third type of explanation is to do with quantum theory. And because there are all sorts of features of quantum theory which might relate to psychic phenomena. In particular, there's the so-called non-locality. There's the so-called EPR paradox, Einstein-Rosen paradox, which says that in quantum theory there is a link between points which are separated in space, which can't be explained by normal Einsteinian type physics. You seem to violate, Einstein's special relativity theory, and this is called the non-locality problem, and it sometimes go under the term entanglement. You can have systems which are entangled in some sense, even though they're spatially separated. And a lot of people think this could be important for explaining psychic phenomena, because maybe, Dean Radin, for example, is a great advocate of this. Maybe the fact that different minds or different bodies can be linked in some way reflects the fact that there is this entanglement. Entanglement is a well-established phenomenon on the scale of subatomic particles and even somewhat larger. We don't have any evidence from physics, mainstream physics, that entanglements exist on macroscopic scales, but that at least could be the hypothesis, that in some sense psi exists because we're all entangled, and in some sense the universe is holistic and we're just seeing some aspect of that holistic picture. And also there's the whole link between quantum theory and the collapse of the wave function, which says that consciousness may play a role. The point about quantum theory is we don't know consciousness collapse the wave function, but at least it hints that consciousness may be important. So if you speak to most of the paraphysicists, the most popular approach is perhaps that it's something to do with quantum theory. And indeed, you have people like Harris Walker, who would argue that psi has to be the explanation. That quantum, not only does quantum theory explain psi, then in some sense that psi explains quantum theory. And since then, a lot of people have argued for what are called the observational theories. And the observational theories say that in some sense, not only does consciousness collapse the wave function, but that it can collapse the wave function in a non-random way to produce psychic phenomena. So in some sense, all psychic interaction is reduced to a form of psychokinesis. So that's the quantum approach. Now, as I've said before, I don't think the quantum approach is a proper explanation. It may be relevant to the final theory of psi, but I do not think it provides a full description. Certainly, possibly it might be able to describe some elements of what might call micro-psi, little bits of transmission of information, but it clearly doesn't explain psychic experience, and it doesn't clearly explain ordinary mental experience. So in my mind, you have to have a deeper theory which underlies both mind and quantum theory. And that deeper theory is what I'm now going on to. This is my fourth picture, and this is to invoke higher dimensions. So I've really described 4 pictures for you: the transmission signaling picture, the biofield theory, the quantum theory, and now the higher dimensional theory. And the higher dimensional theory, as you know, is the model which I personally favor. But I do want to try and be fair on the other theorists in the field to make it clear that not everybody, even within paraphysics, believes that this higher dimensional approach is the correct one. Nevertheless, it has had a respectable history.
You mentioned earlier the approach of Saul Paul Sirag, which I favor. It was published initially in my book, The Roots of Consciousness, and Saul Paul and I are very close friends. He's been on this channel a number of times. And you've also stated, as I recall, that it's the most mathematically sophisticated higher dimensional theory. How does it relate to your own approach?
I said it's most sophisticated in the sense that he was relating his models of hierarchy of consciousnesses to the mathematical symmetry groups, a hierarchy of mathematical symmetry groups. I would say it's somewhat different from my theory, but then my theory is not a final theory. There's quite a lot of, even conceptually, there's quite a lot of free parameters and the main difference with my theory is the actual nature of the extra dimensions. I know, I haven't met him, but I knew him. I used to meet him about 20 years ago when I lived in California. And let me also say, Jeff, that I read your wonderful 1975 book and volume, and it brought together for the first time, I think, a lot of people, including Saul Paul. And I was very influenced by that book, so let me thank you for that. I suppose at this point I ought to describe what my theory actually is.
Good idea.
I like to start off just considering the normal physical world and the perception of the normal physical world, because if we can't understand that, it goes back to the question of the relationship between phenomenal space and physical space, which you raised before. We have to understand that before we start talking about extra dimensions. And to me, people have not really fully appreciated the implications of even the standard Einstein picture of 4 dimensions. Because the point is that you have to think of perception as a 4-dimensional process. When people ask, what is the relationship between the object in your mind and the object out there? So they say there's a star out there, and inside my brain there's an image of a star. And in some sense, when people have this debate about the relationship between the star in my brain and the star in the outer space, you get into this whole question about naive realism versus representation theory. To my mind, that is the wrong way of looking at it. That is looking at it from a 3-dimensional perspective. If you look at it from a 4-dimensional perspective, the picture's very different. You have to look at it in a 4-dimensional perspective, because that's what Einstein's theory of relativity tells us. So basically the idea is, in space-time, you've got my brain, which has got a world line. You've got the star, which has got a world line. And there is a light signal that goes from the star to my brain. Now, I can't, of course, draw a diagram in this interview, but you can think of this, a light signal goes at 45 degrees in the space-time diagram. So the perception is not either end of this line, it's this line that goes from the star to the brain, it's the full line. Your perception is the 4-dimensional process. And that's a very simple idea looking at a star, but I would say that all our experience of the world is formed from a nexus of signaling world lines which go from the outside world of relativity theory to your brain. And so in this space-time diagram, you can imagine a rather complicated nexus of world lines which connect my brain to the outside world. And part of that nexus, incidentally, are the processes going on inside your head, all the neurons firing and things like that. So now, on this view of things, your experience of the world, of the physical world, is simply space. It's part of space-time. And you might call this an extended mind view. So the star isn't inside your head. The star is out there. I mean, because the perception is a four-dimensional process. And so this idea of perception as a process rather than objects, I think is fundamental. And all this is straightforward relativity theory. But it makes a huge difference, because what it's saying is that actually you can say that your perceptual world is in some sense a map. It is still a map, because when you go from the outside world to what you perceive, it can be modified in all sorts of ways by what goes on in your head. It can be modified by, visual distortions, by higher order cognitive processes. But nevertheless, your mind, in some sense, is identified with the part of space-time which you are experiencing. And so, now the only trouble is, so in some sense that picture is reconciling the experiential space with physical space. But the only problem is, it doesn't explain consciousness, because as I mentioned before, it doesn't explain the passage of time. Now, because as I said, ordinary Einstein's theory does not explain the passage of time. Past, present, and future coexist. Now, I have my own approach to that problem, and this approach goes back to C.D. Broad. Again, very influential, and this is to suppose that there actually is an extra time dimension. This extra time dimension is in some sense associated with our mental time. Okay, not physical time. I mean, obviously, when we perceive the world through our brain, mental time and physical time, they coincide. But nevertheless, in principle, your mental time in dreams or in some altered state of consciousness may not be the same as physical time. So one makes a distinction between mental time and physical time. And one regards this mental time as an extra dimension. And so you now have a five-dimensional model. And in this five-dimensional model, you have a four-dimensional slice is the physical world, and another four-dimensional slice is the mental world. But you can see now how this relates to the ideas of John Smithers, and indeed to the earlier ideas of C.D. Broad, that you have, that even to describe ordinary perception, you need a five-dimensional space. The extra dimension, so you've got 3 dimensions of space, and you've got 2 dimensions of time. Now again, this is not the standard view of a physicist, but it happens to be the picture which I'm pushing. Nor is it the standard view of philosophers, because as you will know, there's a huge literature on the whole problem of the passage of time. Nevertheless, the idea of invoking an extra dimension to explain the passage of time, I think is crucial. And what it means is that, with respect to this, if you're an observer in the physical world, you're only looking along world, light cones in 4-dimensional space. But if you're an observer, a 5-dimensional observer, you might in principle have access to this extra dimension, and then you would be perceiving all of space-time as a sort of, as a sheet, if you like, looking at a carpet. You could imagine space-time as a carpet. Normally we're in the carpet, moving along the thread of the carpet. But if in some sense you could get beyond the carpet, above the carpet, you could see all of the space-time, all of that carpet laid out in front of you, past, present, and future. Now, that is talking about normal perception. So what I'm saying is, even talking about normal perception, you've got this idea that you need an extra dimension. And I do believe that. I do think the current picture of physics, that's to say the standard picture of relativity theory, does not explain consciousness, and it does not explain the passage of time. So already you need an extra dimension. But of course, the point about mental experience is that it isn't just confined to our perceptions of the physical world. There are all sorts of other experiences we have which seem to take place in a space. I talked about dream space. You remember H.H. Price was so impressed with dream space that he wanted to make it a separate space. I'm in my own experience of dreams and lucid dreams, I'm very much aware of the fact that dreams take place in a space. And there's no doubt that that space isn't physical space, but nevertheless it is a space. It's experienced as a space and is sometimes indistinguishable from space.
And you've also reported out-of-body experiences as well that seem to take place in a space that's not quite physical space.
Absolutely, and I talked about that in our first interview. And the point about out-of-body space, it looks like physical space and is sometimes almost indistinguishable, but it's a distorted physical space. And therefore, it's not exactly physical space. You know, you may leave you leave your body, you go through the ceiling, and then you notice that the chimney's got the wrong shape or something like that. It's a distorted space. It's a distorted version of physical space. But of course, the precise relationship between OBE space and physical space is important. And then, of course, people have near-death experiences, and when they have near-death experiences, they seem to go beyond the physical space. They cross the bridge or whatever, they go through the light, and they seem to access a higher dimensional space. And then again, people have mystical experiences, and they also seem to be experiencing a space, but these are now spaces which are different from normal physical space. And I think I referred before to the problem of ghosts and apparitions. They seem to be in a space but not normal physical space, in the sense that you can't normally photograph them or feel them. It seems to be a space but not normal physical space. And so my approach is to say, well, all of these phenomena seem to need a space. So you've got phenomenal space, you've got dream space, you've got OBE space, you've got NDE space, you've got apparition space, you've got mystical space. They all seem to need a space, but it goes beyond ordinary physical space. So my hypothesis is that you actually need a hierarchy of spaces, and you actually need a higher dimensional space, which is what I call a universal structure. And this universal structure is the space which is meant to accommodate all mental experience. So it accommodates normal mental experiences with that five-dimensional model. It can incorporate, if you like, paranormal experiences that go beyond the normal physical world, and even mystical experiences, which go, if you like, further beyond the physical world. So the idea is there are a sort of hierarchy of spaces. Now, of course, this idea is not new. I mean, esoteric philosophers have been telling us for quite a long time, within theosophy, for example, that there's a hierarchy of spaces, and so that idea itself isn't new, but I think what is new is trying to relate this hierarchy of spaces, is trying to make it more respectable mathematically. And then, of course, having got this higher dimensional universal structure, which is primarily constructed to explain mental experiences, then the key step is we try and relate that space to the higher dimensional space invoked by physics. Now, so that is the key step when you identify the universal structure, as I've described it, with possibly M theory space, but not necessarily M theory. I mean, that's just one theory. It may be some other version of higher dimensional space that comes out of physics. But the point is that higher dimensions of the universal structure would not be described as respectable. They'd be described as very speculative, and you might not even believe the phenomena they're trying to describe. The dimensions of physics are respectable in the sense that respectable physicists spend their time working on them. So I'm trying to marry up those two spaces. And I believe that when you marry up those two spaces using these higher dimensions, that this is going to lead to insights into the nature of quantum theory and the relationship between quantum theory and classical theory. But and so that's my approach. And so it goes beyond the five-dimensional picture. I mean, many people focus on a five-dimensional picture. I mean, for example, I mentioned Jim Bikely. He's keen on a five-dimensional picture. And he has a picture where, because you've got 5 dimensions, you've got links, if you like. You can think of bodies as having an extension of the 5th dimension, and they can communicate because of these links, 5-dimensional links. And that's fine, but I would simply say that's not enough. You know, the 5-dimensional picture, in some sense, is the analog of the Abbott flatland picture, because you're invoking one extra dimension. I just think it's more complicated. I think you need more than one dimension to describe the full panoply of phenomena which we're trying to describe. But of course there is more than one dimension in physics as well. So I think, of course, that makes the theory more complicated, because you've got more than one extra dimension, but it also means you're able to accommodate a wider range of phenomena. But of course, the question in your mind is what is the nature of these extra dimensions? I mean, I referred to how they arise in M theory or whatever a little bit, but from the point of view of the universal structure, what are these extra dimensions? Well, I've already hinted when I talked about the 5-dimensional model that the extra dimension was time, because you needed an extra time to describe the passage of, the ordinary mental experience. And so, therefore, you might suspect that these other dimensions also have something to do with time. And so now what I'd like to do, Jeff, if we have time, is to have a little digression about consciousness and the nature of time.
We'll take the time. Yes, let's take the time. I'm happy to keep the discussion